Hello and welcome everyone to the Monuments of Power seasonal tournament for North America. My name is Pastrytime. I'm joined by David Phreak Turley for what should be a very long but very fun day of groups.
Yeah, Legends of Runeterra is awesome. It was first playable like just over a year ago.
Yep.
Back at like the 10-year celebration. We got to play for like a week. I was playing it from my hotel room in Germany at Worlds. I'm happy to be back for casting my second LOR event. This is gonna be a whole lot of fun. We've got like 7 hours of games today, and then the follow up on next weekend.
Yep, next Sunday, of course, will be top 32, but we have to get there first. So let's take a look at the format and see how the players are, in fact, going to waddle over. So here's what happens. We have 5 Swiss rounds of best of 3 matches. Every player will bring 3 different decks. You can have 0 duplicated champions, 0 duplicated champion regions, and no more than 1 deck without any champions at all. It basically counts as like a set of champions or a champion combination. Each player will ban one of their opponent's decks before the matches begin. You cannot use the deck again after you win with it, and each round lasts for 70 minutes at maximum. So there is pretty advanced clock system in place for it as well. So hopefully things run smoothly. It's all in the client, all online, which is wild, but given the times is very nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to sort of reiterate that you have to win with the 2 decks that you have remaining, right? You bring 3, they ban 1. You have to win with deck 1. You have to win with deck 2. If you do so, you've won your BO3. $20,000 prize pool. Half of that goes to first place. Of course, that's all going to be spread across the top 32. So if you make it out today, if you win all 5 of your best of 3s, you're in the top 32 and you are sharing in that 20K.
Yep, you at least get some guaranteed money if you make it, but making it is going to be quite the challenge. We're going to chop 1,000 players off the event by the time we get to next Sunday, so should be a kind of a fun thing to look at here. And as you said, it's a very different format, I guess, depending on what card games you've followed in the past. But sure. Having to bring a bunch of different decks, you are forced to be a little bit more creative and choose a bunch of different styles. But you can double up on regions in a lot of instances. You just can't double up on champions. So there's quite a lot of variety, I think, even though the rule set is obviously designed to promote a decent amount of diversity as well.
Yep, so we have a bunch of decks that we think we'll see a lot of today prepared. So we're going to pull them up on your screen here in a second. The first one is Fiora Shen.
Classic.
It is a classic. I mean, this deck has been around since the very, very beginnings of Legends of Runeterra. Even back when Fiora used to have quick attack on level 2. That was busted. That never went live, I don't think. But man, was that strong. Obviously, Fiora can be a very good win condition. If Shen gives her bears, you can win all of her fights. You're running a whole lot of combat tricks to help Fiora kill things off. But even if you don't win just through Fiora, you still got a lot of good, efficient minions. Things like Cytherea the Bold can let you just get over the top and win by killing their Nexus instead of just the level 2 Fiora win condition.
Yep, not that all in on winning with Fiora, but obviously Fiora plus Shen. Protecting your Fiora and winning via her is kind of the way these decks tend to play out. If you've actually haven't followed LOR for a while, either maybe you played in beta and now you're wanting to join and see what it's all about now that tournaments are starting to kick up a little bit more. You're probably pretty familiar with this deck, to be honest, so that's a good thing to look at. This also might be somewhat familiar to you, but let me tell you, Phreak, the KDA mini set, let's call it, did quite a lot to change the game. We're going to see at least 2 of the cards from that set here. But Feel the Rush, basically War Mother's Call, but amped up to 12, I guess.
Yeah, basically instead of dragging a unit out of your deck every single round, it just pulls you 2 champions. You're running Trundle and Tryndamere, both of whom get overwhelmed by level 1 or level 2. They're 10/10s when they come out because of Feel the Rush, and as long as it doesn't get denied, you're almost always winning once Feel the Rush comes out. Otherwise, you're just playing as much ramp as possible. In this list, it's Catalyst of Eons. We've seen Weirding Stones. We've seen the 2-drop version as well. Sometimes you'll see things like Alpha Wildclaw to smooth out the curve a bit more. Often the Yetis are in there for Ancient Yeti and Avaros and Trapper. And you're just trying to survive long enough. Maybe freezes. Maybe you're running Atrocity. Maybe you're not. If you're really not caring about the mirror, you don't need the over-the-top damage at the very end. There are a lot of ways this deck can go. But yes, this is you're ramping up to late game and trying to win there.
Yeah, this shell, very control-oriented, something you would have seen different versions of, but certainly a lot of variety and versatility you can kind of put in with this deck list. And our final deck list here, Go Hard, the other KDA card that we'll probably see a ton of this weekend and next weekend as well. This is kind of, I guess, the standard version. This is probably the best way to utilize this card, although you can put it in quite a number of different strategies. But basically, just trying to get to with either level 2 Twisted Fate or Go Hard, playing enough copies that you can just overwhelm your opponents with how powerful that spell is once it upgrades to pack your bags.
Yep, if you have not seen Go Hard before, 1 mana, drain 1 from an enemy unit. Once you've cast it 4 times, it instead deals 5 to every enemy and the Nexus, which is pretty much a board clear and a finisher, and then the rest of your units go over the top and win the game. Wait, how do you cast 4 versions? Well, when you cast Go Hard, it puts 2 more copies in your deck, and so you're just trying to churn through your deck, draw as much as possible. It's why you're running Twisted Fate. Oftentimes for blue cards, Fortune Croaker, Chronicler of Ruin will respawn Zap Sprayfin to help you draw more spells as well. Notice that only Glimpse Beyond and Go Hard are cheap enough to be drawn off Zap Sprayfin, so you're very likely to either find more card draw or the card itself you're looking for, and so you're very likely to get through all 4 copies by like 8 to 9 to 10 rounds in, and you're hoping to finish right then.
Yeah, shout out as well to Mr. Bear, actually from Singapore, who these are his deck lists. He actually qualified in Southeast Asia for the top 32, so congratulations to him, and thank you for lending us your deck list. But this is not an exhaustive list at all. These are maybe just the best decks coming into this tournament, but there's definitely a lot of things that these players can play. So I'm very curious to see what range of strategies you see. You know, do people like a certain region want to stack cards that aren't champions in that region, or do you just bring the best decks kind of like we've seen here?
Well, one thing I actually was doing, because I do this every lunch break, is I watch LOR streamers. And so I was watching Swim, who was talking about it with Kovira, I think. And he was saying that a lot of their interactions were against decks that they hadn't seen before. So I think like Alan ZQ played against a Poro deck. Kovira, I think, had to play against like 3x Freljord Allegiance. Like all the decks were just like heavily stacked on mono Freljord. They just found different champions to play. So there are some decks out there that you just don't expect a lot of the time. So we're watching Lanny here play, looks like discard aggro, so Draven Jinx, which means you're not seeing Draven Ezreal in the lineup because you can't duplicate the Draven. Although you could find another way to, you know, play Noxus and or Piltover and Zon.
Absolutely. And looks like it could be anything, I guess.
I mean, this looks like Go Hard, right? If you're against Shadow Isles. I mean, what's interesting against Zinc Elemental there is often you don't see Cursed Keeper, I think, that often in Go Hard versions, but I think right here we are going to see this. So yeah, Go Hard versus discard aggro. You're trying to end fast. The difficulty, of course, can be, you can see Withering Wail in the hand. You've already gotten 1 Go Hard to go off. Yeah, if Back Your Back comes in by like round 6, you just might run out of gas. Yeah,
got a ton of X1s generally in a lot of these aggressive decks, so it's pretty easy to get them picked off. Kind of crashing here for 2 though. And the onus is certainly on the Draven player to want to be aggressive in this matchup, especially given the cards we've already seen in Zinc's hand. But yeah. Cursed Keeper, definitely a card that isn't as common, but it makes sense with the general game plan of like you want to play efficient units to give yourself enough space and time to either level up your TF or go off with Go Hard.
Right. So what's interesting here is, unless you really are heavily teching into self-killing with things like Ravenous Butcher, but the 0-mana 3/2 that kills your unit when it comes out. You know, yes, it can be a Glimpse Beyond target, but I mean, discard aggro is going to be running Mystic Shot. It's going to be running Get Excited. Like, you're going to have ways to kill that card off and prevent the self-kill, right? So that's a lot of the time just going to be a 2-mana 1/1 that can't block. And that could be kind of tough right here. This is going to be an interesting setup here. Going to go for the multiple Daring Poros there in the face of Withering Wail, though. This is going to be tough because as soon as he declares the attack, 3 of those 1/1s are all dead.
Yeah, you can see the plan. You have an Axe, you have a Vision, you have a second Poro. You want to go kind of wide here and get a big attack in, but this is going to crumple to Wail. And unfortunately, the next best card in your hand that you want to cast next turn is the crowd favorite that's going to look a whole lot smaller if this board does get wiped out.
And this is rough. You can see, of course, Zinc has passed on 5 mana. Anyone who's ever played against Shadow Isles knows that is Withering Wail mana. He's got 3 1/1s, and I'm curious if he's going to even go for the Vision play now or wait to see blockers. I mean, either way, right? You declare the 1/2 against Draven. You then consider, okay, it's time to cast Vision. No matter what, Withering Wail is going to come out then. So it's just, you know, when do you want to sequence it? Can Zinc bait out any more spells? So he's gonna wait on Vision. I think the 1/2 blocks, and then yeah, we're gonna see discard into Vision, and it's all gonna die.
Yeah, this is gonna feel bad. I mean, I don't think you hold this with Withering Wail. I think you just cast it. There's maybe some scenarios where you think you can get away with it, but I think it's just too good to not cast.
This has to be correct. You save 5 life. I mean, yeah, you're only healing 1 technically off of the 3 from Withering Wail, but it's still it's still plus 6 life to you. And he's like, oh, okay, yep, you got me.
Yeah, so we'll get an Axe, but now your hand is double Get Excited, Axe, and this crowd favorite, as I mentioned, that is going to look awfully small if he even decides to deploy it next turn. So pretty massive blowout there from Zinc, but we'll see what the Go Hard player untaps with.
And the big thing here is like if Lania can get or can find Jinx in the next 2 rounds, you can pretty much always dump your hand here, right? Between Get Excited, which is going to discard a card each, or the Axe if you're too low on mana to do it. Zana Urchin actually not even bad here because you can just ditch the Axe and get a new card. So like there is still some play. I would immediately Get Excited this. I think this is absolutely the correct play because like your opponent has 3 cards in hand. I think giving them a 4/3 and letting them get 2, like I don't know. Like I know you're trying to rush the Nexus down, but I feel like letting them get closer to everything else. It's the play I would make. I'm not saying it's 100% right, but it's a play I would make.
Yeah, it's very attractive, I think. Another crowd favorite's not too bad, again, given that you're trying to get him for damage. This Doombase is going to be pretty good here, though. Although you might not even want to play it now. Although it is a pretty good body, so I think depending on how you want to navigate the rest of this turn. Going to be tough to get in for some plunder damage, though. So just going to play the Doombase instead and stay mana efficient.
Yeah. It wouldn't be horrible to attack with everything because... Yeah, you're right. You would need like the rest of your hand to come out before you could hit Nexus, so you're never getting the 1-drop through. But so now you get excited, and this is I know he's trying to play around probably something like Second Glimpse Beyond, where the Get Excited does nothing, but like that 4/3 wouldn't be on the board, and Zinc wouldn't have 2 more cards in hand if that was used earlier. It's why I liked that play earlier, but again, there's certainly more considerations going on.
Yeah, well, looks like we're going to be going all in here. Your hand kind of just tells you to play your units and make a big crowd favorite and hope that's enough. Gonna play the favorite first, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a consideration. Saying, hey, I can hold a combat trick, maybe holding Mystic Shot. Like, sometimes there can be a reason to hold a card in hand, even though, like, it's better to play it. Your opponent doesn't know that, and so you can represent something different. But yeah, getting bigger crowd favorite. I mean, the game plan is now get some face damage, find Jinx, and if your opponent's at, like, 8, 9-ish health, you can maybe win with getting some nukes to the face.
Yeah, these units are like pretty chunky as well. Like Gohard's not going to do all that well against the board that's currently being presented. Doombeast's just going to get dragged over here because it's the best blocker. So now a bunch of G2s have to block a quick attack 4/3 and a 3 toughness and a 5 toughness unit, which isn't all that favorable.
I mean, this block right here represents 10 damage to face. Actually, it's 12 damage to face. So like he's actually at 8 right now, unless my math is wrong. And that means you find Jinx. I will not be doing math on A. You are welcome to. I know you're much better at than I am. Yeah. Gohard goes back to 9. Second Doombeast will put him back at 11. But I mean, this is about health total you can be comfortable with if you find Jinx. Like I think that's really what it comes down to. If you can find a way to rummage to find it, or keep cycling through Zana Urchins. Like you want to get Jinx on the board. You want to start casting big rockets. We're half the way through the Gohard game plan already. Like we're already at 2 out of 4. Before Pack Your Bags comes out.
This attack actually you kind of baiting.
You block the 3/2?
Maybe, but you're gonna get TF there potentially. So,
but
that's why I like this attack.
Right. I mean, it's a good attack, sure. The only problem is TF happens no matter what. Anyway, I guess you're right. You can let this hit. You open attack next round. The 6 overwhelm comes through almost no matter what, and then TF can kill you after the fact, but you would at least hit the face damage. So you're right. Blocking is not really necessary. You're not losing the game off a race. So I actually agree with you in retrospect that there's no reason to block this. You don't need to.
Yeah. The other consideration is that at this point, Zinc is like basically just drawing to play Gohard's copies 3 and then Pack Your Bags copy 1. Has played 2 already. So it transformed after you play the 3rd copy, and then the next copy of Gohard that you draw becomes Pack Your Bags if you're unfamiliar with how that works. So basically like 2 copies of that card away from easily being able to crush this board, and the game should be pretty trivial from that point.
So a couple interesting things here. Zinc has 5 copies of Gohard in his deck right now. Starts with 3. Every time you cast, the number goes up by 1. Is the end of the math. He's also drawn all 3 copies of Glimpse Beyond by now. So at this point, Zap Sprayfin literally can only draw Gohard. So if you can ever get like a Chronicler of Ruin out or another Zap Sprayfin, like that is +1, +2, and then the spell goes off, and you probably just win when that goes through. This is still a decent attack, though, depending on what can come through. Fortune Croaker is going to dig 1 closer. That's a little scary. Obviously, you do need the card draw. That's obviously quite relevant. And a gold card wouldn't stop any damage here, so it's correct probably not to play TF. But it does mean you have dropped 1 health off of one of your blockers. Yeah, okay, the 2/2 probably block Cloud Favorite, and it's fine. But there's still a lot of damage coming face, and if you ever find, like, 3rd Get Excited, you're really close to lethal here.
Yeah. There's perfect information, of course, that they know the last card's the axe. In fact, the game will tell you that's what it is. It keeps revealed cards known, which is always nice. But as you said, I still think Jinx is a good draw here. Like, there are very few bad draws at this point, given that your opponent's at 9. You have an overwhelm unit, and you're basically dominating the board currently with this Draven. So
Yeah. The one sad thing is exactly Jinx off the top is pretty rough because
Yes.
you can't level up until the next draw, so you can't. I mean, like you still take it, right? If she doesn't die, you're really happy because you get your level up on the next round. But
Well, actually,
Right.
kind of like playing the powder cake here as well, in case you draw whale, maybe.
oh yeah, wow, Withering Arrow would have been a pretty huge blowout right here. It also means that if you don't blow this up, Twisted Fate red card will knock off pretty much everything.
Yep.
Gonna force a 6/5 to hit the lowest health possible. So if a spell does come through, it's a 7 to face instantly.
Yeah, that's one of the bad things, I guess, is that you take more damage off the overwhelm unit now.
Yeah.
Still alive though.
Yep. Glimpse here. Obviously, you want a glimpse that's something that's not blocking overwhelm, but it means we're digging closer and closer. 3 health. Again, if this was getting excited, the game is literally just over at this point in time. But he's already had to go through 2 copies.
Ooh,
There's
that's
that spray fin. Yeah. Okay, so I mean that's gonna be the third go hard, and it means we're 1 away from pack your bags, which is probably gonna seal the deal because almost always 1 mana clear the board has enough of your stuff left over that you just kill Nexus.
Yep. You basically played Zap and like you're not dead, so you're very happy.
Yeah. He's gotten through 2 of them.
He did see 2 as well. So was presumably drawing to the last one. I mean, is there any other play besides play go hard here? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, you increase your odds, right? Now you'd have 6 in your deck, and with your deck size probably being, what, maybe 30, maybe like 25, 30 to 25 non-go hard cards. 6 out of 30 is pretty decent odds.
Interesting. I wonder if, I mean, I doubt it would ever come up, but like, I wonder if this is some, just guaranteeing you get the 1 health, right? Because obviously if you don't drain the unit, you don't get the health, even though I believe the copy still go into your deck if the spell fizzles. That one I'd have to double check. But like, if they Mystic Shot their own Draven, are you worried that you like die to get excited off the top or something? Probably not, because you died a double Mystic Shot. But
it's interesting because like if TF ever casts red card, like that would obviously clear things out. Like if you nuke the Draven, red card would kill Draven, which is kind of nice. But I think ultimately it's worth considering that you're always dead to crowd favorite hitting face.
Yeah, and he drew the go hard by the
way. Wow. Okay, I think it's always over, right? There's not enough plays here to survive.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like rummage and hope you draw a double Mystic Shot.
Pack your back. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I think double rummage is probably correct. Because like the other option is if you play the spider, you probably still lose. Because you're at 5, you can block 2 away from Gangplank, and then you take the rest and you still lose. So yeah, it has to be rummage. The only way you could possibly win is rummage.
TF obviously can deal 1 here as well if he needs to.
Sure. Yeah. I think yeah, you can know for sure that the spider will not keep you alive. There's just too much damage coming face.
All right.
Wait, no, this is not a winning play. You cannot win with this play. Unless you're rummaging for 1, but I mean, what are you getting off rummaging for 1?
Oh, I forgot you could do that actually.
but this you can never win with this.
I agree.
Right? This is not a play that can ever win the game for you. Because there is no 1 card that deals 4 to face that I could think of in this deck. Like, if you were main decking Decimate, you have to play that while Pack Your Bags is already going off.
All right.
Like, I mean, unless you just gave him an option. No, yeah. Okay, well, that's GG. That's surrender.
Woo! That was surprisingly tight game, actually.
It was.
The Draven player was beating down. I'm like, okay, this is gonna be a nice team. I'm like, they're at 9 very quickly there on Zinc side, so gonna trade chain emotes, which is always nice to see, and then just give some customary blocks to let the game play out. But that is gonna be game 1 to Zinc Elemental.
Okay, 1 more to go. Slotted in the win with Go Hard, which is again a deck we expected a lot of. We'll see what Zinc's second deck will be, or what Lanny's. I mean, Lanny can choose, right? He can either bring back the Draven aggro and just keep going for it. Otherwise, he can bring something else out and figure out what's going on.
Yeah, but like you said, definitely a deck we expected to see. And you can kind of see why. Like, you have lots of different modes, and all your cards are quite flexible. So you can just kind of play the control game and kill as many units as you can with a little bit of life drain here and there to try and keep yourself topped up above the burn decks. You have lots of low curve units, so you can try and temper them out and then use Pack Your Bags as a finisher. There's just and then if you ever level a TF, it's very easy to. It's very hard to not lose. Let's put it that way. Like, level 2 TF is really powerful. So I think you just have a lot of different avenues, and it doesn't, like, Twisted Fate is such a unique champion that I don't think you necessarily like shut yourself out of other archetypes as well, which is another nice thing because you have to consider all these things when bringing not just 1 but 3 decks to this tournament.
Yeah, it's a big deal here, and one of the things to point out with this tournament is it is completely open deck list.
Yep.
You know who your opponent is. You see which 3 decks they have. I think you have about 5 minutes to peruse their decks and say, okay, not only will I screenshot all your decks and put them up on my second monitor if you have one, and so that I know every card to play around. I know how many copies of Withering Wail you have, everything else, but also just knowing what else we have to do. So we've got more Shadow Isles coming through here. Targon is splashed in, but looks like a very heavy, fearsome aggro. Elise, of course, I believe cannot be replicated across decks. So Elise was not in the Go Hard list. Sometimes you will see it, but that was a Go Hard without Elise. This is now a fearsome, almost certainly a Mistwraith deck with Elise in it.
Yeah, generally you're playing, I think, 6 Targon cards. It's Power Cascade, and then the other one escapes me right now. But you're basically just playing to make big Mistwraiths, and this is a pretty good start here. That's nice, though, having the Flame Chompers to block there.
Yeah, not too bad. Does a little something right there. Go ahead and jump right into it. We are switching, of course, views. Zinc is our, I guess we'll say protagonist here.
Yeah.
Is the one leading the charge. Callista coming down early. So both champions in, obviously both quite cheap. You're going to feel really good anytime Callista can bring back Mistcaller for you, because even though that's ephemeral and will probably just die right away, the Mistwraith that pulls out is still going to be real. No mana means there's no way to play around the Draven Quick Attack. Certainly, if you really, really wanted, you could have gone, if you had the mana, for like Mark of the Isles, or probably not Pale Cascade, but Mark of the Isles to have Elise block there and get a kill. This is going to look really good, though. Frenzy Skitterer drops Draven underneath Fearsome blocking. Every single attacker here, except for Elise's Bidling, is going to be Fearsome. So unless you burn a Spinning Axe on Draven, which you could do, he would still die, is going to be unable to block.
Yeah, I think it depends what you can discard to it. I think if you have to throw away a real card, it's not going to feel worth it. Especially because Draven is so much a part of your plan anyway. But yeah, it's a very nice start here from Zinc. This is one of the reasons why I think this type of deck is just very good to bring to a tournament like this. Fearsome is just like, sometimes it doesn't matter what your opponent does. Your draws are just so good that you kind of laugh at your opponent as you beat them down. I
will say I like House Spider coming out, though, because you can bump House Spider to a 3/2 and just kill off Callista. Like nothing that Shadow Isles has will keep Callista alive. Like you can make her, 5 health ephemeral, but that doesn't really help. You still die. So, I'm not sure exactly what he discarded. This discarded a real card actually. Is keeping the other Spinning Axe in hand. I didn't see what was discarded there.
Yeah, I didn't see anything zoom out at me. So, presumably a card that doesn't have an effect when discarded, which is what we mean when we say a real card versus not a real card. So, just gonna have to trade off the Draven to the Mark the Isles there. I think you're very happy if you're Zinc. You traded your opponent's best card on their board for a bunch of health and your 1 mana spell that wasn't doing all that much else probably.
Yep, this has got to feel pretty great. So feeling good as okay, there we go. Jinx was so needed. So needed in the last game. At least Lanny found her now. That's good. And yeah, I mean there is some healing, of course. We know Doom Beast exists. This is going to be all right. Not unlucky. Mistwraith came out.
Yeah, like I said, generally 6 Targon cards are run in this deck, so the chance to hit is extremely high. But you will sometimes get got by Allegiance. That's one of the downsides of playing the card, right?
Yep. 6 out of your 40 card deck is going to stab you in the back. You've drawn only one of those so far, so it's 5 out of 33, which the odds are about the same. And it's I'm just saying, last time I cast LOR was at Twitch Rivals, and one of Omen Hawk stabbed Bannerman in the back.
Oh, no.
Because in that rule set, you couldn't play Mono Region, and so it was okay, I'll bring Failure, and one of a 1-drop
one
I'll keep in opening hand. Because I'll keep it in opening hand, I will never put it away, increase my odds, and it was there on round 4, and I felt so bad. But board's getting cleared out, and again, he's keeping his Spinning Axe in hand, so I'm assuming the game plan is finding ways to surprise level Jinx then.
They have Rummage. That'd be very good here.
Yeah, I mean, Rummage, Spinning Axe, or it's just a way to discard this and then play Mystic Shot or something. Or a 1-mana card. Yeah, something like this, right? This is really smart. This is why he didn't discard the Axe initially, is he knew my entire round, I will spend every point of mana, I will go down to 0, and it will level up Jinx. This is a very, very well-sequenced round.
If I also saw correctly, I'm pretty sure one of the first Get Excited was a Jinx copy, so that's now there's a Jinx shuffled in, and I think the other card discarded was another copy of Jinx that had turned into her signature spell, which is Get Excited. So pretty Jinx heavy hand, but set up very nicely here. And this is like the reason we were wanting to see this last game is that, like, yes, your plan is to go low to the ground and just kind of beat down as quickly as possible, but Jinx just gives you so much reach because you can continually, like, not only is she a great attacker and she provides you a very good direct damage spell, but just she constantly gives you card flows. You can keep up with things like, you know, spot removal spells being used on your units, or even sweepers sometimes if you're able to bank up enough cards.
Yeah, I'm curious. I think there could have been a very brief consideration of, do I summon the 4/1 here, since you play the burst speed Mistcaller, or sorry, the burst speed Mythwraith, and then, you know, can consider Stygian Onlooker, since you'd still have mana for Pale Cascade. Ultimately, you can still easily get excited out here. I like this, actually. This is waiting. I think Lanny, waiting here is correct. Show me Pale Cascade. Show me the combat trick. You have 3 mana up as Shadow Isles Targon. We know Pale Cascade's in the deck. We know it's a 3 of. We know there's Mark of the Owls in the deck. Show me the buff up. Because if it's Pale Cascade, you can just nuke that Mistwraith, and it doesn't kill Jinx. So this is a really tough decision. Zinc has to decide. Did you draw exactly Get Excited in those 2 cards?
It's also maybe just thinking like, I mean, I think if they play the Pale Cascade, you're probably shooting the 3/2. We'll see, I guess. But there's maybe an idea to want to keep Draven here, but it draws you a rocket as well. So I think emptying your hand is fine here.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's nice is even the 2/1. Yeah, go ahead.
She's your whole engine, basically, right? That's like the thing that makes this deck so good. It's like, yes, it beats down. Oh no, the Darius emote.
Yeah, I mean, Zinc knew. He's like, look, the odds that I have to play around this are pretty low. He knew that 1 copy of Jinx in the deck. I think all 3 normal Get Exciteds are in the deck, so it's, you know, there's 4 draws out of a 28 card deck. Like, that's not horrible. You know, you have 2 draws to get a 1 in 7. Like that, you know, there's a decent chance that happens to you, but it's still unlucky that it did. End of the day, it's kind of the punish. And so Jinx is still alive. You have 1 blocker, and you're kidding me. This is such a good hand.
All right, just gonna send it.
Yeah.
Chumpy.
Yep. I think you discard Experimenter and you just end the game. Oh, no. You live. Yeah, I think you end the game if you discard Experimenter in time. Because Doom Beast, I think, can't come down quickly enough.
Yeah, it costs you another.
Right.
Brain. Yeah.
Well, no. So Francis Skitter comes down.
Yep.
And then Get Excited comes down as your entire turn, basically a slow effect. Doom Beast comes down. You can't play Rocket until Doom Beast finishes triggering because the Rocket is slow. So the game is not over, but in my head, the game is nearly over off of Francis Skitter into Doom Beast being almost certainly the play.
The other thing is, you might just get your unit shot instead of getting your face Get Excited, and then it feels also just as challenging to win. Because maybe drawing 3 and getting a rocket is better here.
Right, and that's the thought, right? Is Lanny can say, look, if you don't have healing in hand in those 3 cards, I win the game off Get Excited face plus rocket. That is a totally reasonable line of play.
Absolutely.
But it's not from last round, a totally reasonable line of play can sometimes be punished by that 1 card in your hand. So it's not always easy. But certainly the consideration, as you're saying, is playing the Experimenter, just zapping the spider, killing it, drawing 3 cards, getting a rocket anyway, and then, playing a little bit slower from there.
I mean, even if they have it, how bad is it, right? Your Jinx is still presumably alive.
Yeah.
They're going to be at some single-digit life total that's not all that fun against a deck with a bunch of burn spells.
Yep.
So this is what you're talking about. You basically have to play this Get Excited as a slow spell. Doom Beast is required. You're dead on board, I guess.
Yeah.
But you can go back.
You can see the face-up rocket. Yeah. Okay, so now... Right, we have an attack coming in from 2 3/2s. The health total's at 7 for Lanny, and so it really depends what gets drawn here. And the question is, do I just play a bunch of 2/1s? Because the Nightfall effect, you can see the 4/1 currently, that's going to fall off by the time the round ends. But he's like, I will play 1. I will have a 2/1 here. And this is why this felt a little awkward, because the rocket can come down at burst speed.
Yeah, and most of your board is gonna be leaving this earth
because you play not even the important part. You have to find a way to heal at fast speed.
Oh, that's true.
And heal by 3
you're
at fast speed. Because it's instant rocket right now, right? Incredible draw, obviously, to instantly draw these to draw 2 burst speed spells when you're facing this much damage.
I have grasp? I don't think I have grasp, but that's gonna be it.
Yeah, I don't think you can't play any units at that speed. There's nothing else. This is over. 1-1 the record.
Just play it for funsies, you know?
I can't even.
See what happens. I mean, the Stalking Shadow.
Yeah. Oh, the draw. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you're never winning.
Do anything. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Well played. 1-1.
So we're gonna see all the decks they brought to this game. Obviously, one of them was bad. We didn't get to see exactly what lineups and how that phase went, but kind of interesting to see like almost a similar story for both games where one player seems like they're ahead and then kind of the card advantage elements of the other deck kick in. Last game, it was just like Go Hard being Go Hard, right? And a card that eventually builds you up to a critical mass where you can beat just about any board, especially any small to medium sized board. But that really showcased like why we were begging for Jinx all last game, because when Jinx is left unanswered, she just wins the game.
Yep, and I mean, huge credit to Lanny's line of play, which is to say, look, I'm going like Jinx is my win condition in this deck. I need to win before like another Callista comes down or Harrowing shows up to summon all the Myth Wraiths back. Like I need to win before like round 8. Otherwise, I just lose to that spell being cast because I can't block everything. So discarded his entire hand within 2 rounds, went down to 0 mana just to get Jinx leveled up, and that was the engine that won the game. So Lanny's second lineup is more Noxus aggro. This one with a little splash of Bilgewater, but you can see 2 Decimates in hand. That's a little too early for you.
Looks like Pirate Burn, if I had to guess on Lanny's side.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Fearsome's back on here for Zinc Elemental, but not a bad start here. At least going to crash in.
Probably changes to the 3-2.
Yeah, why not?
And depending on if you think you're the faster deck, the 2-1 can choose to block the Spiderling or not. Because either way, she's eventually dying to the Spiderling, either on defense here or on the next attack. If you choose to not block here, you take 1 damage, but you get to deal 1 off of her attack effect. And so it's like, am I better or worse if we both lose 1 health here? Because that's the actual choice Lanny has. The 3-2, I think, always blocks Elise, because she can just block it anyway, like later on down the line. Like, there's not a big problem. Again, Shadow Isle's combat tricks for 1 mana force unit to die anyway, so you're never getting blown out by like a really rough Pale Cascade. Even in this case, Pale Cascade would, like, not in the Spiderling's case, not saved it. So you're kind of just deciding who wins if we both lose 1 extra health here. And I think that's actually a pretty compelling decision to think about.
For sure. Very draw dependent, obviously. So
yeah.
Also in these kind of matchups, it depends on, again, draws and dynamics, but sometimes like one of the faster decks has to concede and say, okay, my draw or my deck is just slower. I have to play more of a mid-range game. Oh, Gangplank, actually. Oh, I got my players confused. I was like, how did this happen? He has 2 Gangplanks, but it's not true. Zinc is the one that had Gangplank in his Go Hard deck. Obviously, you couldn't have Gangplank if you also brought Pirate Burn, but Lanny bring in at least 2 aggressive decks that we can see.
Yeah. I'm curious what the third one is, but we don't have that easily available. We are piggybacking off of player streams, so thank you.
It's spooky karma. It's just like hard control.
It's just right. It's just like burn, and look, I like Shadow Isles. Okay, sometimes. So a hard pass on 3 because of Francis Gidder coming down, and that means that Pirate Burn is had to miss an attack, right? Like certainly has gotten 4 damage in already. Like that's not bad at all. It was the first couple rounds were great on 1 and 2, but now you get the pick of the litter.
Yeah, Doombeast.
Those are the Doombeast.
Like easy choice.
Yeah, I mean, you're both trying to race down. Doombeast is a 3-2 with a 4 health delta that comes on top of it. You deal 2 and heal 2, and both halves are useful in this deck matchup.
Yeah, for sure. It does feel like general positioning wise, the Shadow Isles deck is gonna be happier to play a bit slower. Because you feel like you can go over the top of your opponent a lot with stuff like even just double Doombeast in this case. Gonna play the non-ephemeral one, smart choice.
Yep.
I've definitely got by that before.
Your attack token's gone. It's not the time for it.
Yep.
Nocturne's in, double Atrocity. You usually don't need 2 Atrocities, so both hands are slightly awkward. They're not certainly perfect hands. This is actually fairly difficult to run around. Everything that you ever use will, right now, just die to Noxian Fervor. So it is slightly awkward on Lanny's side. But the Demolitionist can ping Zap Sprayfin for 1. It's reasonable overall.
Oh, Spider's gonna get in there. Oh, and Zap. And everyone. I like how the pirate players like pretend that they're thinking about a lot of things, and they just decide to send them all. Okay, well, he's gonna prove me wrong again because someone's gonna stay at home. All jokes aside,
you just ammo in. Yeah.
Again, you probably know you're racing here, especially with the double Decimate Jack the Winner hand. Your hand is kind of clunky and very burn heavy.
Yeah. And that's why, and ultimately you saw from like round 3 is going to be an important round to think back to, where Lanny developed the Precious Pet. Unfortunately, it was indifferent to Skitterer, so the entire attack got missed, and so just completely missed out on any value. I mean, finally got it now here, right? So at the end of the day, like it still did the same attack it was going to do, which is swing in, trade to the Spiderling, and deal 1 to Nexus from the attack sort of ability. So nothing was really missed there. The Precious Pet, of course, couldn't go through that round, but I mean, that was always going to happen when it was going to get answered. So didn't end up really being much of a misplay. There's Harrowing, 1 mana off, but if you can get into things to die, that's going to feel really good.
Yeah, gonna feel hard to lose a game that goes really long when if you have any sort of decent life total. I will say though, we talked a lot about Jinx in the last game, and obviously in this region combination, and of course in this tournament format, there's no way Lanny could have another Jinx. But Jack the Winner does function somewhat similarly as a threat that just continually threatens to deal you damage. Unlike Jinx, you'll eventually run out of health to punch your own units with, so you can deal damage to your opponent's Nexus. But a somewhat innocuous looking card with a pretty good stat line of 5 mana 5/5 is pretty good on its own. You will die. You will lose way more games than you think when they go longer, just from constant burn being applied to your face.
I need to ask something here because so the players have deck lists, we don't. I think the Demolitionist should have hit Zap Spray Fin there, because Zap Spray Fin losing 1 health never matters. Nothing ever deals 1 to Zap Spray Fin. Like every unit in Zink's deck, like in this case, Nocturne getting Challenger here as well. Like I don't believe you ever gain anything out of sort of that line of play where Jack is easier to kill. Yeah. Because now you have Stygian Onlooker, Pale Cascade as a way to kill Jack, which wouldn't have existed if you just dealt 1 to Zap.
Yeah, this attack is massive though. There is a Noxious Fervor in the hand to maybe try and pick off a unit, but that doesn't feel like a game you want to be playing necessarily. I mean, your opponent's at 11,
you're at 3.
15 points of burn, but yeah, you're at not a whole lot of life. And I don't think you can play 3. All your burn before they die.
So here's another choice, and you can see that Zink went in and said, we're done here, right? I pulled you to be a challenger, you know, like we're fine here. And he's holding Pale Cascade in case Noxian Fervor comes down. And keep in mind, right, we know Noxian Fervor is likely to be in hand because Zink drew a 3 mana or cheaper spell. It is quite possible the only spell that costs 3 or less is Noxian Fervor.
Yep.
So has to wait and just tank through that and just feel bad. So we're gonna go deal 2 damage to one of the Demolitionists here. Get some damage to face. Put your opponent down to 9. But you are dead to Atrocity if you cannot nuke it with Noxian Fervor 1, and then probably also Noxian Fervor 2, because Pale Cascade is going to ruin that game plan.
Yep, and obviously has more than enough for all that. 10, sitting at 10 right now, including a 3 spell.
No. Gangplank is huge. Gangplank needs to be played or it's over.
Didn't play.
Gangplank allows you to use Noxian Fervor to survive Atrocity.
Yes, because Pale Cascade only gives 1 point of toughness.
Yep. So I think, well, you can play Gangplank now, but like, yep. I mean, yeah, he's holding 8 mana, so it's fine. Like Zink is fine, but like, how would you ever play around barrels?
I think you're just hoping they don't have it. Unfortunately for you, they do.
Yep. And with Pale Cascade mana, this should be Zink winning. Unless I'm doing something wrong here, I think this is over.
Yep. I mean, I can't blame Lanny for going for it because, you know, you have the win sitting in your hand, but this is going to feel real bad. Yep. Oh,
Sends
no.
it. All right. Nuke someone. You pick whoever you want. Doesn't really matter who you go for. I would probably pick Zap. Well, I'd probably pick the Demolition with 2 health, to be honest. Doesn't really matter, though. You have to nuke. You have to nuke Nocturne. It's the only viable target, or you instantly lose to Atrocity. But Pale Cascade gets him 4 health.
Yep.
And that is Zink Elemental moving on.
Yep. Yeeted by a 7/4 Nocturne. Not the way I thought this matchup was going to end. But enough reach from Atrocity to take the game. Very impressive 2-1 victory there. Zink is going to knock down Lanny. Really fun set of games.
Really, really fun set of games. I cannot blame I can't blame the idea of going for Atrocity and trying to end the game on that round. It's totally a reasonable line of play. I totally get it. But, you know, with omniscient knowledge of hands, the line of play with all knowledge was Gangplank, bait the Atrocity, nuke the card down. Okay, now there's no 3 health units anymore and no Pale Cascade. So now maybe we survive the next Atrocity. Maybe not. Like, you know, the end of the play might still be next round starts, Atrocity comes through, game still ends. But nice try right there. Well done to Zink. Yep, in the top 500 now from top 1024. Absolutely outstanding player. a couple of tournament winners there as well. So cool to see.
Yeah, shout out to Casanova, who's been basically our like researcher slash grinder slash like omnipotent big brain overlord. Zinc
Yep.
apparently won a GSTV fight night on Friday as well. Massive big tournament grinder, plays in just about everything and pays off clearly here, grinding in this tournament as well. Off to a good start with a win. As you mentioned at the top of the show, math basically works out in almost all cases. You will have to win 5 straight rounds, which is all of them if you're paying attention from there. So definitely a very brutal, tough tournament format, but you can only start by winning the games in front of you. So really nice set there.
Yeah. Yep. For a quick math, you're going down about 3% of remaining players are left at the end of the day. 32 out of 1,024. That's roughly the number. That's where it's going to go.
All right, so we're going to have a look at the deck list. This is what Zinc brought to the table. This was the list we saw. Actually, only playing 3 Pale Cascades. It doesn't even have any extra Targon cards. Wants to maximize Wraithcaller and Friends as much, Wraithcaller as much as possible, while still playing like one of the best tricks in the game.
Yeah, the one of Fading Memories I know is a card that I think people have overlooked a lot. Right? 0 mana, burst speed, put an ephemeral unit of a card into hand, and it's just like, well, it's a way to get a 4th Mist Wraith or a 4th Frenzy Skitter or a 4th Wraith Caller, because half the time they're dying on the attack anyway. So you don't really care that's ephemeral. You care about its battle cry effect or its summon effect as being that good. It's fun. There's an easy way to remember how Mist Wraiths do, because if they're always alive, the first Mist Wraith is worth 2 attack, the second's worth 4, the third's worth 6, the fourth is worth 8. So it turns out a 2 mana 8/2 is really good if you somehow have 3 other Mist Wraiths alive. So pretty strong there. Again, Risen Myth and Wraithcaller and Stalking Shadows, all of those can, now we're at 9, now we're at 10 Mist Wraiths, over the course of the game, and that is obviously really, really powerful. Every single attacker here either has direct damage to face or fearsome, which is hard to block.
And we'll see like decks like this probably all throughout this weekend and next. Like fearsome is just a very good archetype in general. There's lots of different ways to go about it, but this is certainly a very sensible way to do it. Basically just maximizing your strong units and how many times you play Mist Wraith. Fading Memories, by the way, also works on your enemy units, which comes up every now and then, especially if you're playing a deck like Nightfall, but not so much in this deck still. Always fun to note. Sometimes you can eat something good. All right, his other deck here, he did Ringo Hard. I guess it was banned. That makes sense why we didn't see it.
No, this was his second deck that he played. This is this game 1 deck where he was running Cursed Keeper.
Imagine if my brain worked. That'd be nice.
No, it happens. Oh, one thing I forgot about, actually. Cursed Keeper works with Fortune Croaker. For some reason, I forgot that interaction is really good. So if you ever get that as like your round 2, round 3, that is absolutely just incredible, right? You got a 2 mana 4/3, you got Fortune Croaker to pop off, you got no downsides. Like, that's actually a really good target, and I just forgot about that one existing.
Same. But it's funny, when you look at this deck list, I think it's a little bit hard to pass what's going on unless you're familiar with the archetype. Because you see all these units, right? All these followers, a somewhat aggressive champion in Gangplank. Twisted Fate can be pretty flexible. But this is like kind of a mid-range control deck in very big air quotes, like masquerading as an aggro deck, right? You're just playing a lot of efficient units, so you can eventually get the payoff of playing Go Hard. But that's why they're playing so many units, if you're wondering, because turns out the Bilgewater Shadow Owls units are extremely cost efficient.
Yeah, one thing that's worth pointing out as well is like this is a tournament lineup. Like one thing that I've done every time I've always followed card games is like I will like grab the deck lists from tournament winners and be like, all right, I've got the best decks in the game. But everyone who knows the game always warns like, no. This is a tournament line. Like this is because it's tournament format. It's because you can ban like the deck's bad matchups, but you can see like the one of Ruination, the one of Ledros for some late game potential. This is Zinc's third deck, the one we did not see. It is as Draven. This is a deck I have seen a lot of. It's one that we didn't show off earlier on in the day, but it's another one. It's another deck where it's not exactly obvious what's going on, because initially you'd be like, okay, yeah, I'm playing a Draven aggro deck. Wait, what is Ezreal doing in this deck? Ezreal is like this late game control card so often. Yeah,
but it turns out what you're doing is shooting lots of things and eventually your opponent dies. It's pretty sweet. Kind of like a combo-y burn deck with lots going on. This deck's just really good, it turns out. We're probably going to see a lot of it. We might see a lot of it in the ban column, but it makes sense that this is an archetype that Zinc would have brought, because I think a lot of players want to bring it, especially to this stage of the tournament, because it's just a very powerful, very consistent deck.
I think the 2 MVPs to me are Ravenous Flock and the cards that enable it. So things like Static Shock hitting 2 things, or the Arachnoid Sentry is really big as well, because you have a 4 mana 3/2 deal 4 to a unit It's like, that's really good. That's really, really good.
Yep.
If removing anything its size while still giving 3/2 on the board, which is incredible. And also Sump Dredger, having spinning axes and chump wumps, mushrooms to just discard. Often, sometimes you also have like, you'll Noxian and Guillotine two things and then discard the third with a Rummage or something else. In this case, this deck isn't running. No, it is running. I'm sorry, it was underneath Ravenous Flock. But yeah, there's a lot of really, really good discard synergy because you have a lot of. You're not getting things that want to be discarded. You don't have, Scrap Scuttlers or Vision or anything like that. But you've got a lot of random chaff in your hand that you can just discard anyway, and that works out really, really well.
Yep. The other thing that's kind of fun is that you'll notice the number 3 come up a lot, and that's because Tri-Beam Improbulator is ready and waiting all the way at the bottom of the spells column there.
Yes.
Turns
Love that
out,
card.
turns out something that helps enable your Ezreal, clears something out of the way, and also makes a unit. It's pretty good. So enabling that card by playing a bunch of 3-cost cards is well worth kind of constructing your deck a little bit differently in order to get the payoff from that card.
Yeah, one thing I also find interesting in this deck is very rarely where you see Get Excited in the deck itself, even though you'd think it would make sense, right? You're already doing discard synergy. Sump Dredger, I think, is huge. That is a card that that's the other half of the synergy that I want to talk about. But not only is it a 3-drop, which helps Tri-Beam, which is obviously awesome, but again, it has spinning axes and Noxian Guillotine copies or random mushrooms from Chump Wump to discard. And so it's a 3-mana 4/3 draw card, which is the best stat line in Legends of Runeterra, basically. Like, there is not a better card than 3-mana 4/3 draw card. That's the best card in the game, I would argue. And so,
well, yeah,
it's. I would take that over Shadow Assassin, like pre-nerf Shadow Assassin. I would take a 4/3 over 2/2 elusive. I would just take that outright.
Yeah.
And so often this deck just reliably has garbage in your hand that you're just going to discard anyway. And so you just churn through a million cards. You have like a total of 3 cards that cost more than 4. And you're just constantly churning things out. You're constantly getting through your deck, which means you're reliably drawing your Draven. You're reliably drawing Ezreal. Ezreal only requires 6 targeted spells, which is, the Spider is 1, then Ravenous Flock is 1, and you're just happy. So it's going to work really well.
Yeah, for sure. I believe we have another game coming up in just a moment, so I'll line that up as soon as we have players, of course, ready. The other fun thing I noticed kind of looking through those checklists, which was awesome to see, by the way, shout out to production for bringing those up so quickly after the game. That Withering Whale that really got him in game number 1, that was a one. Yeah. Just one. I only need one.
The one, but you keep it if you're in the matchup. You keep it if you're, against a bunch of women in your matchup. So that's going to do it for us for a short time. We are going to a break. When we come back, we should be back with round 2 of the top 500. Everyone who is 1-0. See you soon.
Welcome back to round 2 of the North American Monuments of Power seasonal tournament. I'm Pastrytime, here's still Phreak. We're waiting for games to kind of move forward as we are getting the round started. But we are going to have an interview actually before we move things on, which should be fun. But that was a really fun set to see. I'm excited to see what the rest of the games look like. And to help us out with our Fresh Lobster from EU 4-1 in that tournament. Fresh Lobster, how you feeling? It didn't not qualifying there. Losing one game has to feel kind of bad. But how was your experience overall playing in the EU shard?
Hey, nice to meet you, first of all.
Hey, you too.
Yeah, it's been a bit rough, but also like the tournament's all fun. It's pretty nice. It's very accessible for everyone. That's a straightforward format, but it's also a bit frustrating to be out immediately if you lose just a single best of 3, which is always something that can very quickly happen in a card game. You either draw poorly 2 games in a row, your opponent draws really well 2 games in a row, and it's over immediately. So mixed feelings, but I think a lot of people feel the same way right now.
I mean, it's tough, right? There's, only 32 are going forward in the first place, and out of the pool of 1,000, like it's rough because you'd almost feel like there's more than 30 people, who deserve the spot in the first place. Like, who are the players that I've seen in tournaments week after week? Who are the people I've seen, constantly top 5 and ladder the whole time? And it's like, well, there's more than 30 of those. And then, especially in my experiences, like especially watching, fairly new esports that are, within only a year old or so, like there's also just always going to be players that just people didn't realize, like we're good and we're competent and we're like able to play that level as well. Not saying, of course, you can't get unlucky. Like it's a card game. Like you can absolutely get unwinnable games that are not your fault, and I know that can really suck, but. It also, every so often can help us find players that we didn't know were good, that that didn't find the community tournament scene, or weren't popular streamers, so they weren't spotted before.
Exactly, I absolutely agree. You basically pinned it right down to the point. There's a lot of players deserving to be in the top cut. A lot of players who play on that level, and it's like you win some, you lose some. Some days are just your days, and some others you drop out no matter how well you play. And that's obviously a bit different from other esports like League of Legends or Counter-Strike, where there is no variance. But it's also a crucial part of card games, which makes it interesting, right? Because every player always has a legitimate chance to win a. And sometimes it's because of draws, but sometimes it's also just because of smart plays. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. From a competitive standpoint, of course, it can be frustrating, especially if you are kind of on a downswing and lose for a longer period of time. But like you said, it also gives a lot of players the chance to shine, at least for a period of time, and like to be discovered, whereas otherwise they might not have been.
And kind of on that note, I know you've obviously been playing in the European shard. You're very familiar with that scene, but I understand you're quite familiar with North American shard as well. Are there any players in this tournament from this region that we maybe should be looking out for as we go throughout the day?
Oh, I think there's a lot of talent. Like you said earlier, there's more than 32 people who are definitely playing on the top-notch level. There's still a bunch of streamers who did not lose the first round, as far as I know. So I think BBG clutched out the first series, should be a well-known name in the community. From my prep group, personally, I have Rattling Bones, who I think struggled the first round, though. And there are a couple of the Team Aretusa members who I have a lot of respect for. I think they're great players. But I think it's a mixture of a lot of great streamers, but also a lot of yet undiscovered talent.
I have a question then. Because certainly, the point is like it can be tough. I know I was watching Swim's stream, like while eating lunch, before this all started, and he was talking about how people, like one of his friends played against triple Freljord allegiance. Like people don't see really. I'm curious, like how much have you seen of like wild, completely out of the meta decks out there, and to then a similar point, or maybe the opposite of like what are you expecting to see a lot of for the rest of this tournament?
That's actually a very good point. The person Swim was talking about, I think, was also from my prep group and a friend of mine who we played in the EU championship with, and he was rank 1 on the ladder, right? And he built this lineup well prepared for a lot of meta stuff, and then someone just comes in like guns blazing, build something completely off meta, right? Something that it's very gambly because it targets specific lineups. It's very good into what we build, but it's very bad into a lot of other stuff. And you kind of have to be lucky enough to dodge those bullets, right?
Right.
Like to never run into a lineup that hard counters yours. And that's both an upside and a downside of this format, which allows a lot of various decks. I saw earlier in the preview already kind of pointed out some of the most common decks, which was the TF Gohard, the Fiora Shen, I think Field Rush or something.
Those are the three we showed off.
Yeah, I think those are amongst the most common. Fearsome's also seeing a lot of play. Ezreal Draven seeing a lot of play. And I think Tahm Kench, Raka, and Ashe. Those should be like the 7-ish decks that see most play. But this format definitely allows for a lot of creative, like off-meta, off-beat, weird, gambly strategies. So, like, you kind of have to expect to run into just about everything. And that's why it's often good to just bring 3 solid decks and not build your own lineup just to target one specific deck, which you might not even face in the whole tournament.
On that note, actually, what did you bring? Obviously, you've played through the tournament now. Kind of what did you bring and what did you expect to play up against most commonly?
So I brought Shen Fiora, Field the Rush, and Gohard.
Right.
Ironically, the 3 decks.
Yeah. We ended up pulling your lineup up.
But yeah, what's very important, what a lot of people kind of struggle with doing, is that you want a lineup that has a more or less consistent ban strategy. So you don't ban one of your decks' good matchups away, right? And that also tells you which matchups to tech your decks for. So for example, with my lineup, I knew I'd always leave Gohard open, although it's a good deck. But like Field the Rush is generally good against it, and I can easily tech my other 2 decks to beat this matchup. Like if you run Nopalfice and Fiora Shen, for example, or Withering Whales alongside with Kex in your TF Gohard, you have a lot of board clear. And that's the most important thing about the lineup, just it being coherent and having a solid ban and pick strategy.
That's going to be my follow-up question, was actually like how much space is there for teching really? Because obviously this is a no sideboard format. You bring your 3 decks. Like how much of each deck do you think has to be sort of allowed to run things like Vengeance or Ruination, a deck that wouldn't otherwise run those?
That's an interesting question. I think generally speaking, most decks have around 5 tech slots. Some are more flexible than others. Like a deck for Anivia, for example, you generally only ever see people teching out 1 or 2 cards. Gohard is very flexible in its core. You can change like 10 cards, sometimes even more.
That's awesome. Fresh up, thank you so much for joining us. I believe you 3 have some games coming up, but unfortunately, you'll finish maybe not what you were after, but thank you. That insight is extremely valuable, and it's been great to have you on.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and I hope you guys enjoy it as well. Yeah, LOR is a great game. What can I say? I hope to see you guys casting more often.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Too. Thank you.
Right. See you around.
Bye.
See ya. Bye.
All right, well, the big brains have weighed in, Phreak, and there's a lot going on as it turns out. We're only 1 round deep, and there's going to be a lot more LOR to be played today. Very excited to see what we have cooking up for our next round, which will be coming up as soon as we have it. Don't you worry, we're not hiding any gameplay from you.
That's true. Yeah, I'm watching the exact same feed that y'all at home are. I don't have any like inside track, so when it shows, I will talk about it. Yeah, I do want to spend some time as we're waiting talking about like deck formulation, and I know like this has been kind of a hot topic in the community that a lot of people feel sort of like unfairly brought up or like unfairly like brought down. It's like, well, if there's like, let's say 100 like really, really good players that we constantly see, place top in tournaments that are, top 10 in the ladder, at least, coming in and out of it. It's like, well, there's 900 other players that are not in that in group. And I don't mean this to sound cliquey. I mean this to try to represent the argument fairly in that, like, there's a sort of believed like A or S tier of players. There's a bunch of other players that were like 100 LP master that like, made the cut in the bottom 200 slots. And there's a bit of contention that like, I had to work really hard to get a high seed, and this was easier to get in. And I feel like I'm getting kind of unfairly dropped out by lineups that, one might not go very hard, like might not go very far. Like Triple Failure Allegiance, may never be a tournament winning deck, right? It can never find enough good matchups to make the entire run to win all 5 games or all 5 matches. And it's like, wow, that can feel really bad then to lose to a deck that I know will never win, right? Instead of losing to a player that I know is good enough to play better than me and go all the way, and that can feel really bad. And so then I'm curious, is there a way to formulate lineups in such a way that you can feast on those decks and not get surprised? And I'm not sure that's possible.
Yeah, it's also interesting in that I'm curious to see what happens once we do get to the top cut, because you do actually have the option of changing deck lists. So I think building for the Swiss versus building for top 32 might be something we see a lot of difference in, which is really cool as well, especially since the field of players is obviously significantly more narrow once you get to that spot. But with all that being said, and speaking of decks, we actually have Deech coming up next. He's a top Brazilian player, plays for Hydra Esports. We're going to have a look at his decks, I believe, in just a few moments. So we'll see what he's brought today. First up is, hey, no surprise, it's FTR.
Feel the rush. I'm noticing a lot of spells, though. We have one of... actually, sorry, I need to maximize this a bit more because I don't have it on full screen. Is it a one of? It is one of Troll Chant. It is one of Flash Freeze. It is one of the box. One of Grasp the Undying. One of Harsh Winds. This is something that is very common, especially in tournament decks, especially open deck list tournaments, because your opponent has to know, okay, I have Spell Shield on my Lee Sin, but for 2 mana... they can pop it off with Troll Chant and then still Vengeance me. I know that if I go for my Atrocity Win off of my Trundle, one of Flash Freeze can shut me down at 3 mana. This is nothing you would necessarily always do in laddering, but it's very, very powerful to say, okay, I'm against Feel the Rush. I'll make sure I hold on to this card as a result of that.
Right. Laddering is, more about just consistently finding the highest win rate possible. And for that, you tend to lean to your decks being very consistent. So their game plan executes in almost always the same way. And then especially as you get higher into the ladder tiers, you can maybe make adjustments because you're hitting a much narrower range of opponents than, say, your average, bronze or silver players would be. But we'll have a look at his next list too and see if that trend continues, because I do agree, like, forcing your opponent to have to use more mental energy to play around your one-ofs. Hey, look, it's really nice to see. What a progress stay in the Draven Ezreal. That's a spicy one.
And a Scorched Earth for Kench Soraka if you can't win fast enough. And honestly, they have so many big enough bodies that you're often not going to race down Tom Kench Soraka before they kill you off. Like, Noxian Guillotine is objectively better Scorched Earth against non-monuments. And then the only monument destruction of course you have is Scorched Earth itself. So some decks will see 2 of Noxian Guillotine, and then some decks like this will run 1 of each, just so they can make sure they can kill the Star Spring off in time. Otherwise, a lot of these cards look really similar. Again, you almost never see Get Excited in this. We are seeing 3 of Tri-Bream. Also want to point out 1 of Progress Day is not always in this deck, but this gives some late game potential if you are stalled out a bit on Draven Ezreal.
Yep. Just a nice mix overall, and again, I think continuing to have a bit more flexibility and just have a few more slots, but you can see the core is pretty similar. The champion to expect, Sump Dredger, Chomp Wump, probably going to be constant across this. Most of these decks are running Tri-Beam, although not all of them have to, and you've got your generically good base spells. And then Farron, very common, sometimes even as a 3-off, just as kind of a top-end finisher, which is fun to see. Like, Farron is one of those cards you look at and you're like, yeah, I know what this card does. It just it attacks the face in multiple angles, but seeing it in this kind of deck's really fun because it does still do what you want this deck to do, which is eventually get your opponent's Nexus dead.
Yeah, and even if you are in a really weird spot, maybe you drew several of them, they're not very, very low. It's more random card generation in your hand. Like, you're never going to cast 6 Decimates, but it's okay. You can rubbish 2 of them off and, barely cost you anything to do it.
All right, last deck I believe we'll have on the screen. It is TF Gohard. So pretty expected lineup. I think like Shenfiora might be in this trio in one of the slots, but these 3 decks certainly we should expect to see a lot of. And 2 were doing well. And the box, really cool to see both the Isles decks here from Deech have the box in it, because I think kind of an underrated sweeper. Also, 1 Petty Officer is interesting as well.
I assume that's a little bit more just to make sure you have enough 3-drops to play, since it's probably the best 3-drop you've got left after Doom Beast. I also want to point a couple small things. 1 of Elise, 2 of Gangplank. I think more frequently you see 2 of Elise, 1 of Gangplank. Also, this list having Elise at all means, of course, you're not running Mist Wraiths, because Elise would be locked out of the rest of your lineup. So that's another lineup consideration, is if you want to play the best version of TF Gohard, you're often not running Mist Wraiths, because otherwise you play a weaker version to play Mist Wraiths well. Other interesting things, we are not seeing the Cursed Keeper that we saw in Zinc Elemental's lineup, for example. Like we said, that was a more surprising choice, though yes, Croaker can obviously pop it really easily. 1 of Ledros, no surprise. The box, again, is there, which can obviously stop a Mist Wraith deck. Anytime Ruination comes out, anytime Harrowing comes out, or a really good Mist Caller hand comes out, you just the box it and it all goes away. So that's obviously a tech card for expecting that lineup very frequently. Though it might only be 10% of the ladder to see missed race, it's probably 30% of lineups have that deck.
Yeah, for sure. Again, extremely consistent, very powerful deck. Something you want to bring to a tournament like this, where you have to work very hard for all of your wins. When the player quality is very high, and also you have no room for error, as we heard from Fresh Lobster. It is pretty punishing format to have to win 5 straight. And we are gonna have a look at one of his decks from the opponent. Actually, we'll see who he's playing up against. Ooh, that is not what I expected at all.
Yes! Shyvana, Aurelion Sol. Shyvana was, I think, absolute garbage for the recent buff that made her a baseline 4/4 or a 5/5 on attack. We've got Aurelion Sol over the top as well. I am happy to see dragons. And by the way, Brian Kibler, I know you're watching because you tweeted at me and Julian. This is the kind of deck you want to see. It's dragons. Yeah, one of Star Shaping gives you a bit of time. Mobilize to get your stuff down on time as well. Mobilize the card you almost never see, but it's good for this. Sharp Sight, the new Demacia combat trick, really, really nice. I'm also, by the way, just really partial to Demacia. Demacia is how I hit Masters more often than not. So any deck that runs that region, I'm always happy about. But also, again, several one-ofs here. You've got the rally here from the Lookout. You've got the one of Mind Splitter, which should, if they ever play Go Hard on the defensive round, Mind Splitter just locks up those champions forever. And you kind of just win the game out of that one. It's pretty good.
Yeah. And Casanova letting me know that the other 2 decks Ryu VZ, is running FTR and Swain Ezreal. So maybe not the Draven Ezreal we would have essentially expected. Swain Ezreal tends to be more top end, more controlling. Like, it's very hard for basically every deck to win if Leviathan and Swain are in play. So a little bit of a different plan, using Ezreal in a somewhat similar way, just I guess not as aggressively is the best way to think about that. But very excited for this. This is really cool. This is like an expected lineup, let's say, like something we were going to see a lot of this today, versus something where is familiar, but not the decks that we had immediately on our radar. Certainly not the decks we would have shown up at the top of the day, as an example.
Yeah, speaking of different versions of decks, Swain Ezreal, of course, being the less common version of Draven Ezreal, despite being the exact same regions, and you can't play Ezreal in any other lineups anyway, so you just kind of pick the one you want. Obviously, unlocking Draven to play discard aggro, there's considerations down the line. Sure, you don't want to eat your own lunch, but I've seen a version of Twisted Fate Go Hard that ran Ledros and Dreadway as the end game, because if you ever play Dreadway and Ledros, the game ends if they don't deny you. It's just over because you double half your health, and that's your entire health. And so that's one game possibility. But I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised we don't have that in almost any of the lineups. Like, I know it's not the standard one, but it's like it is 2 cards end the game as a combo. But oh well, it's not the version we're seeing. We are in round 2 here. We're in the top 500. Cool. We can see that Feel the Rush has been banned on the one side, and I think TF Go Hard was banned on the other. And we are into this one.
All right, so let's see what happens here. I believe this is Deech on our screen. Very strong Brazilian player representing Hydra Esports, as we noted earlier. But players would have had 5 minutes to look at the other decks. It's going to be Feel the Rush versus Swain Ezreal. So already a very different dynamic in this matchup versus the, kind of more beatdown-oriented decks we were seeing in round 1.
All right, already an ugly hand.
Yeah, that one looks gross. Toss it back.
You might maybe keep Withering Wail. Because there are going to be a lot of 1 health stuff that you could potentially consider. Ruination can't be played until round 6 unless you can ramp earlier. That's going to feel kind of rough. You're hoping to get your Yetis and then play them again on round 4. You're hoping for, there you go. That's a little bit more normal. Grasp is totally reasonable. Sadly, there's no Draven to eat here. That would have been pretty great. Just, end the Draven round right away. But Vile Feast is going to be solid. Getting your Trapper down on 3 is exactly what you want from this deck. If it's not Catalyst of Eons.
And pass back. We are probably going to see a lot of draw go, at least in the early stages. That seems like a good draw here. Catalyst probably a lot less relevant for the life it's going to give you early, much more relevant for the ramp it will provide you. Basically, if you're new to Feel the Rush, Feel the Rush is a very powerful 12-mana spell that pulls 2 champions out of your hand and or deck and makes them 10/10s. In this case, it'll be Tryndamere and Trundle, who are pretty good at ending the game quickly. So that basically means your entire game plan is trying to resolve Feel the Rush as soon as possible. So whether it's ramping there, making sure you bank spell mana correctly, you have to do a lot of navigating, and then you play Feel the Rush, and ideally you win that turn, or basically do so much damage that it doesn't matter. And that's a Yeti off the top.
Never not lucky. 1 in 3 that you can draw the Yeti on round 4, assuming you got the Trapper down on time. That's going to feel really nice. Now, you can't attack with the Yeti this round. Doesn't have the attack token. Still has mana for a Grasp to kill Ezreal. That's going to feel good as well. Off of one of the worst opening hands you could have seen, Mulligans It Away gets one of the better hands you could have had for this matchup.
Yeah, unlike maybe other strategies that in the past that have featured Ezreal, I don't think there's a way. Yeah, there's no way to protect this Ezreal really in these regions. So just kind of play this in early unit to try and get a bit of board control, start shooting maybe units, maybe the face. But gonna get grasped here. So very nice start here for Teach. Like basically coving out as perfectly as you would like in this kind of matchup.
Yeah, the one consideration would be if you have Noxian Fervor, you just eat Ezreal and kill the 3/3 off with it. He's going to go for the Mystic Shot now, sequencing it during the combat. Doesn't need to. It's not like Ezreal needs to see the spells go off, but it allows... yeah, it's okay, whatever. Yeah, nothing's really happening here. There's the hard pass.
Kind of a why not thing. There are like certain spots where you would want like your turn again earlier. So doing something in combat is like doing something when it's not your turn, which always feels kind of sneaky. But Teach isn't worried. He's just going to swing in here with these 2 units potentially, or even play Trundle and go from there. Most of your plays here look good. This one, open attacking, certainly fine.
So yeah, what my read on that one basically is he always is spending the 2-mana Mystic Shot to be mana efficient, because he's going to lose. He's going to completely burn out 1 mana if he doesn't Mystic Shot that round, and needs to eventually kill that champion, that card anyway, and he wants Swain XP anyway. And by doing it during combat, he can force his opponent to click pass and say, no, I'm really done playing anything. Go ahead, and lets him confirm. So it is optimal to do it during that whole entire phase. There's Swain into Thermo for 2. So, you know, solid stuff there. The Yeti at 5/1 is going to be annoying, but if Static Shock's out, it's going to be okay.
Yep. 2 for Ezreal, and math is hard. 4 for Swain. Oh, actually, there's another Ezreal. Makes sense why you'd play the one you played. It does feel like Ryu knows that he... has to get ahead in this matchup to win. I don't think you're winning the long game versus this kind of deck. So playing his champion somewhat early, but again, you'll lean on, Leviathan when that comes along, but you probably need to do damage to their health pool earlier before you just get Feel the Rush out of the game.
And we're more or less on pace for Swain flipping by the time Leviathan would come down, which means you're going to stun the 3 strongest enemies, which means that the Feel the Rush champions will do literally nothing except be atrocity bait. Which, hey, currently isn't up, but, eventually you're going to look for maybe Ice Pillar to make it happen. There's Atrocity. There's nice, but hasn't ramped any mana yet, right? Has never had a round to play Catalyst of Eons. Never had any of the ramp spells coming off, so far a little bit rough. 2 damage will kill Trundle, which Tribeam has seen 2 cards already, so it's going to do 3 damage if that's what you're going to go for here. Death's Hand, of course, even better.
Yeah. Just going to let the Trundle go. Does turn off the Trundle in hand. That was an Icequake, but I don't think that was going to come up. And just going to replay the Trundle here instead.
Yep, and Ezreal's at 4, I think, now.
Yep.
Because we're 2 Mystic Shots, a Death's Hand, and a Thermogenic, which also means we're at 9 of 12 for Swain. So Ryu's champs are going to flip pretty soon. There's another 2. 1 damage for Swain, 1 damage for Ezreal. Scorched Earth to clear it. Of course, knows that this is good. Like, if Noxian Gating and Scorched Earth were in hand, this is the right way to do it, because there's no monuments in this deck, and you weren't going to get a second cast off anyway. So Ezreal flips, and that's going to feel good.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely part of you winning this matchup involves Ezreal flipping and dealing a ton of damage, but still at 18 here, so feeling pretty healthy. Could be a big turn here. They're going to stun up to 7/6. Yep. Knows Ice Pillars in hand, so probably suspects that into another play, or just another play if they don't want to risk passing the turn back.
So, of course, that's going to go down, and he's like, okay, it's Ruination time.
Yep.
This is 2 of the 3 Ezreals are already gone. This is Swain going down. And it's also pre-leveling, which can be, pretty important. So there's only 1 Ezreal somewhere left in Ryu's deck. And, I mean, we've gotten to the rounds where you're just going to play Tryndamere now. And
found him.
All 3 Ezreals. Wow. That is actually pretty lucky. This is also correct, by the way, to just go face here. This does 1 more damage using Ezreal Mystic Shot.
Yep.
This means like if there is a world where you drew Swain, you don't have Swain coming down leveled up, but it does mean you get 1 more face damage.
And here's Ice Pillar. Looks like going to be Ice Pillar into Ledros here. Although Trinity
Double Pillar Ledros.
Ooh, I like that a lot. I totally forgot double pillar is a thing you can do. Trundle just spits them out when you play him. They're going to be Trin here instead, perhaps.
Trin's probably better.
Deals a bit more damage.
Because, you're even more likely. So, like, let's say that card is Thermo Beam, right?
Right.
You still get to kill Ezreal, which is really useful. Like, if this is Thermo Beam, and you just, Ledros just gets nuked for 9, you don't get to do anything else. You take another, 7-ish face damage, and you're kind of sad. Burn through Culling Strike. It's 2 damage to face. Sure.
Down to 6.
Yep.
Has to block. Can't block. Oh, you're dead.
Nothing can block. I didn't think about that. This is me missing lethal. I know I'm getting flamed by Twitch chat. I did this last time I was casting 2. I forgot that nothing on the board had 3 attack. Ledros was lethal. Okay, obviously that's the better play.
Yep. Fearsome turns out the best part of Ledros in that instance. It's like, he's got so much other flashiness. Sometimes you forget the simple keyword written on front. Don't worry. I totally didn't die to AI debuting the game to the entire world during the L10 celebration. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Nobody bring that up.
Really oh my gosh. Yeah. Ledros is my first Masters deck too. I climbed using Navi Uts fearsome list, and he was a big part of winning, and I already forgot how that cards works.
All right. Well, DH didn't. He's going to take game 1 there.
That's a good line of play.
Over to this should be Draven Ezreal if my brain is working correctly. Yes, it is.
Yeah. And so it's against Swain Ezreal. It's they both got the Ezreal Keystone. I'm gonna say about 85% of the cards in both these decks are identical. The champs are different, and then the surrounding cards that support the champions are different, but it's very, very similar lineups.
Yep, I think strategically DH probably playing slightly faster than Ryu, but I think both these decks can go critical mass with a leveled up Ezreal, so very curious to see how these two players kind of jockey for position. Actually, reinforcing your point about the mirror even more, as it's double House Spiders dueling here. Going to be a pass from DH back over.
Well, as is with LOR, attacking is often discouraged since defenders choose blockers. And so you just pass, you go back and forth for a while, you try to find your other tricks going on. Unluckily for Deech, there's only a single 3-drop to play, and you don't really want to discard any of these cards of Sump Treasure. You're pretty happy with all of them at some point in time down the matchup. Flock is maybe the hardest to use.
Yeah, they all help you level up Ezreal and Swain, and the other one draws you cards, especially if you pick up, some extra trash on the way, like some mushrooms and stuff like that. Maybe just a pass here.
If we want to spend some time thinking about how this game might play out, since it's a nearly mirror match, it is a it's one of those funhouse mirrors. It's a little bit warped on the other side,
right?
But it's close. These decks are similar-ish. It's definitely Draw Dependent. Casanova, by the way, thank you, giving us a lot of extra insight as someone who plays more of these decks and plays more in the tournament scene. Meets my expectation as well, is that Swain is a bit more late game, right? Draven is more of a beatdown card early on, really aggressive. Deech's version, I believe, is the Draven one. And missing out on his early game cards means theoretically you kind of favor Swain, but it really depends what's in the other hand.
Yeah, we might be seeing like a showdown of spells at some point in this matchup, but looks like Ryu just going to go ahead and maximize damage, which helps out Swain. Kill the Sump Treasure out of the way, and of course 2 for Ezreal now as well. Going to respond with a Tri-Beam now for Deech. So we'll see what the roll is. It's a 2 damage, and of course 2
drop
CMC unit, and actually
bad.
Pretty good.
That is maybe the best 2-drop you could have gotten. I mean, I'd probably take House Spider over this, just because you really run House Spider on purpose. But this is probably second place. This is really, really nice. There's not a lot of really bad 2-drops. There's not a lot you'd really hate. It gets Thermod for 4, which, I guess. But at this point, you're happy to attack, and at least you get 1 damage to face, get rid of the other spider, and Deech's hand is bigger, right? Like, this was a lot of really inefficient removal. It was 2 cards to kill the Sump Dredger in the first place, and then it was 4 mana to kill a 2-drop that was just spawned off of a Tri-Beam in the first place, so that part's going to feel good. Yeah, and there you go. There's some cards.
Ryu playing really aggressively, I feel like to level up his champions at least, kind of screams like, I have a Swain to me. But curious to see how the rest of the game develops. Because like once you've leveled, you obviously have to navigate the rest of the game from there. It's not just free to like slam your champions down and win the game, because they're gonna get shot, especially in this kind of matchup.
Yep. And it's another Mystic Shot on something with enough health. Like, you're really hoping that Static Shock comes out just for efficiency, but it might be a Noxian Guillotine play.
Find out soon.
Now it's just Death's Hand. This is the third unit in a row that cost more cards to kill than it cost to generate. Right, this is Mystic plus Thermo, this is Mystic plus Death's Hand, and then there was the Thermo to kill a Tri-Beam summon. Like, card advantage is hugely in Deech's favor, health total very slightly in his favor. Yeah, you really hope Ryu, I mean, that hand must be awkward,
wow.
right? Like, that has to be your read.
That draw is so good. Oh, that draw's good too. They both have progress there.
I mean, I imagine Ryu's hand has to be like 3 Swains and a Leviathan or something. Like, it felt like so much in that hand was unplayable that it required all that to happen.
Right. I mean, in this game in general, removal tends to cost quite a lot. So it's like you can't always like trade similar mana costs when you're killing a unit, but definitely, like as you mentioned, both card wise and total mana spent wise.
Yeah.
Sadly inefficient. Oh, 2 mana Draven is pretty nice here.
Yep. But it means we've got 6 damage heading towards face at the start of next round. For 2 mana with a progress day, you can definitely summon some 3-drops there. There's certainly are cards that are playable. He's going to counting cards. Okay, we are down to Mystic Shots. I think exactly 2. Or actually, was it all 3? I don't remember if it was all 3 Mystic Shots. I think it was only 2 of them. Because there was the Mystic Thermo and the Mystic Death's Hand. So there's a 3rd Mystic Shot plus all the Ezreal copies at some point in Ryu's deck. Arachnoid Sentry. I mean, there might be a Death's Hand in there, or not Death's Hand, but a Ravenous Flock, because it would cost 0, theoretically, or could cost 0. Okay, now you'd pretty easily peg that there's definitely no 0 mana Ravenous Flock in that hand, because you would definitely play it there. This is probably still correct, even though Captain Farron doesn't get all 3 Decimates in hand. This is a lot of damage going face. Yeah. You're ending the game pretty soon.
Yeah, you can clear cut that pretty easily here as well.
Yeah.
You can play the Thermo for 0 if you're just trying to level Ezreal. You can probably just Spinning Axe something out that you don't need. I think maybe Hands on Head a second there because you didn't maximize the Farron value, but as you mentioned, I don't think it's going to matter all that much depending on what the follow-up is here. Ooh, straight up Thermo. Just get him out of there.
Yeah. Certainly there was a consideration to like Spinning Axe your, Noxian Guillotine before you played it and then just, went from there. You don't have to. It's not the biggest thing in the world. It's still going to be 3 damage going face. There's no mana. You could Spinning Axe to get some board space because you are drawing a card next round, right? So if you don't dump something out of your hand, you are going to run out there. You could theoretically choose to give Draven 1 more point of attack, give Draven like 1 point of XP. That is very rarely ever something you care about, but it could have been a consideration. Chooses instead to simply put damage to face.
Yeah, I was going to ask, but my assumption is that Draven basically never levels in this deck.
No, but
sometimes
there's always a chance for stuff. There's always a chance.
You're not wrong. Turns out Draven is pretty efficient, even when he doesn't level up. So,
yeah, I will say I'm happy that Draven's spell is just Draven's face again. Right? Like even when you have more than one Draven, it's just more Draven. Yeah. You pick up Ezreal because Mystic Shot. You pick up Swain as Ravenous Flock. No. Draven is more Draven. This is a close up on his face. I love it. So there's the first Swain. Now Ezreal doesn't turn on Tri-Beam.
Oh yeah,
it has to be Static Shock to do it. I think Tri-Beam's on. Tri-Beam's not even that big because the Draven was 2. The Draven cost 2, so I think Tri-Beam's not that huge right now. It's maybe like about 4 damage.
Ooh, Ezreal as well. Thermo Beam's gonna probably be pretty good here. I imagine it's getting pointed at this Swain.
Yep. And here's the synergy. Here's why Ezreal Swain can look really good is burst speed spells trigger Ezreal's hero power, which deals 1 to face, which stuns the strongest enemy unit. Like that is a lot of power that is really, really good. So Static Shock plus Tri-Beam. You put the Tri-Beam on the stack, then you put Static Shock on, it lets you cast both. And allows him, for a 3 damage Tri-Beam, he's able to kill Ezreal. Weird, how did Kinku Wayfinder not get the Allegiance trigger? Who could have seen this coming?
And there's the last Thermo, I believe. Gonna take out the 2 on here.
Yeah, I think it's the 3rd one, you're right.
Trying to get the Swain in there, but we know, everyone knows actually, that the Spinning Axe is there. So gonna have to sack your Draven if you don't want to get got here. Which feels pretty bad, but I think you have
just discarded a Draven? Do you discard... Yeah? You discard a Draven and block with your 3/3 because you want to keep Draven alive. Okay.
Yep. Forgot about the other 3 unit. Turns out +1 from 2 is 3. Maths aside, everyone.
Yes. That's quick maths.
Finally, I did it on air.
You did it. You did it. Congratulations. You know,
right.
only Roadman Shaq did it better.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, we know we can't top him. We're all just chasing that tail.
That's true.
All right. So
All right.
stun, swing. You're getting pretty close to lethal here, right? Like your hand is pretty
Yeah.
stacked, but you have such a big board advantage.
I kind of would have considered Guillotine here because you're not activating Guillotine almost anywhere else.
Right.
And it lets you pass priority, it lets you get rid of Swain, it makes them play something else. Like, you still need to kill Swain here. If you guillotined, you could have activated with Mystic Shot and still killed Leviathan. Like, I don't know. Like, it's not obviously like right or wrong or anything, but I think that was the only time you're going to get use out of Guillotine. I think this like almost entire game. Ezreal's going to die no matter what. You don't have any other spinning axes. You can't level him up and play spinning axe. He's always dead here. You can try to like target enough enemies to flip him and get like some face damage. That's not going to happen either. So Draven's going to go deal damage, and we're still going to get Guillotine coming down. And by doing nothing else, we still get Guillotine to come through. So we still get double Guillotine if you're going to play it. I really think you kind of have to. Sadly, no Tri-Beams in hand, so you're not getting value out of that one.
Yeah. Definitely agree with this line, though. You're not beating active Swain with Leviathan, so this makes sense. Basically, like the way this all fell out, you got one more, you got a little bit of damaging with the Spider, you got an additional point of XP for Ezreal, and you traded a unit for the Leviathan, and with this guillotine, they killed these 2 units. So, I mean, still massively like advantage in total hand size, right? It's like 2 cards up right now.
Yeah, it's 4 to 6. One's with spinning axe, so you can kind of count that one off a little bit, but obviously still pretty solid. There's Swain version 2. I don't believe this deck ever reduces enemy power, so there's always a way to block this Swain. If third or if an Ezreal comes down plus some face damage, you can find something. Gotcha. I have not seen Gotcha in this deck very often, but that's actually gonna line up quite nicely.
Nothing to rummage for, right? So just have to say go here. Maybe rummage now.
Yeah.
Just play something after this pass, right?
Probably. In case there is something you're gonna maybe play, but I think you're probably always blocking with the Sentry. This also allows you to make sure you know if you need to like find a way to kill this guy. You still have enough mana to Thermo Beam the Swain, which is a big deal. So like after seeing this Culling Strike, you're like, oh okay, I just Thermo Beam the Swain now.
Yep.
Because otherwise you're taking 7 to face and losing your entire board. So I think Thermo probably has to get played, unless you think there's a line of play where you can kill them outright. And it's funny because now we're in the world where it's like, man, imagine you had one more Decimate from Captain Farron. You could actually just play Decimate, round start, Decimate, and you would have lethal without having to do anything else. But now that's actually going to cost more mana to do this. So, right, because you didn't build the second Decimate out, you have to play the Captain Farron, risk it dying to something. But you probably still win because what they're going to have is going to block Captain Farron for 3 mana and probably nothing.
Farron,
just kidding. It's not going to block, it's going to stun him. That's good enough.
All right, so basically it gets the Swain out of there. I think we all knew the Thermo was coming. Just going to shoot it here because might as well have the world clear, getting one with your Spider.
Yep.
Farron looks very well positioned here, right? You still have those Decimates you mentioned. Could still play both of them next turn. Farron itself also would have gotten the game pretty close to done, but just going to let it get stunned and actually just pass back. Not even going to bother Mystic Shotting here.
So now Ryu needs to win in 2 actions because he knows he is dead to double Decimate. So he can play 1 action and then he can swing and the game ends. And this is not looking like a victory. I don't think Ryu has a play anymore.
Yeah,
I think this is always 2-0.
Yeah, dealing 19 in a 1 remaining action seems, or I guess in this case just 1 combat, seems very challenging. And yeah, it doesn't even bother pumping the fists. Deej going to pick up a very clean looking 2-0.
Well done. It's really good. Yeah, didn't need the action to be any faster. Theoretically, there is a consideration, but still fine in the end. Spider delayed a round, but just too much in. And double Captain Farron. Turns out it closes the game out.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Ryu's hand looks so awkward, though. Like, there was no development at all in, like, the first 6 rounds. It was all just play 2 spells to remove stuff, and there just weren't options at the very end of it all. Yeah, a lot of it worked out in the end. Culling Strike killed an Ezreal. Culling Strike killed a 3-2. Thermo, did enough to kill the first Farron. Like, a lot of that ended up lining up, but never had enough to like protect the rest of his lineup. And so the Leviathan and Swain got cut off by Noxian Guillotine, and then you're just out of options at that point. It felt like.
Yeah, I think Deitch really understood those matchups well, just like maneuvering perfectly around the Swain. I think like from what we saw, it felt like Ryu felt forced to play aggressively, whether or not that's just his hand composition or the way he wants to approach the matchup. But Deitch just kind of didn't let go of control of that game. Basically knew that if Swain ever hit him, the game was going to be very challenging to win. So his entire game plan revolved around Swain never hitting him, which was exactly what happened.
Yeah, I think the big one for me that stood out a lot was the tri-beam into Static Shock round, where he was able to pick off Ezreal very early on, while also still having a blocker for, I think it was Swain on the board. Like that was just important to be able to just get those cards out and get them played, so that you didn't start getting picked off by a bunch of missing shots, because he was otherwise a little bit tight on Ezreal removal, and that worked out pretty nicely.
Yeah, for sure. Just a really well-played game, actually. And I imagine we'll be seeing more of Deitch as the tournament rolls on. 2-0 now, obviously looking for that 5-0, but very happy with his performance, as you can see from his player cam, which we certainly appreciate him having. One of the best Brazilian players, and I can see why. Extremely cleanly played games.
Yep. And of course, for those of you kind of joining us, not sure of the format, we are playing all 5. Yeah, first of all, hello. But we are playing all 5 rounds of top 1,000 and top 32 today. We're going till about 7 p.m. my time. Whatever time that is for you, figure it out against Pacific. But regardless, we're going to be going from right now. We're in the round of 512, which is going to go down to 256, and we're going to keep playing 3 more rounds after that one down to top 32. And then next Sunday is top 32 all the way through to the finals. We're going to have next match coming up soon. Random 7 versus Ixnar is coming up. We're going to see how it goes. Random 7 is up 1-0 in the series. We'll be jumping into game 2 when that comes up. We do have some decks we can show.
Let's
going to
do
pop
it
this up in a second.
Alrighty. So, oh goodness. Okay, whoa. All right, let's take stock. So it is a Field of Rush deck. That's like, that's the first thing to say. This is very different from the other lists we've looked at, though. Mina and actually, I mean, it has Ionia. That's the difference. Yeah.
You're running Ionia instead. That's the big change right here. You are running 2 of Harsh Winds, you're running 3 of Avalanche, but you are very, very low on cheap cards. This is very good against Harrowing. It's good against Ruination. It's good against other Field of Rush because you're teching in Deny. I would not be shocked if Random's lineup had Ionia in all 3 decks, because you can hard target that kind of stuff. Now we're not seeing Dopify, right? We're not seeing tech against Go Hard. It's against the big bombs like Field of Rush. You're running big things like Voice of the Old Ones because you're also running another 9-drop like Mina Swiftfoot. Mina absolutely crushes all late game scenarios. You instantly just recall their big drops and you feel great. And we see that we are, of course, this deck up against what we're assuming to be TF Go Hard.
Yeah, it looks like Go Hard by the Regents, but more info. In fact, Random not only is bringing this list, but he's originated this Mina list. So very proficient with this particular list. So really cool to see kind of a master pilot play through a different variant of a deck that we assume to be very popular throughout this tournament. This draw looking pretty good so far. This is like, in air quotes, assuming this is Go Hard, this is the beatdown draw in air quotes, right?
Right. So this is interesting. So this was the first really, really big decision here is, do I play Weirding Stones and then, block 1 point of damage? Because you don't want to block 2 because then Go Hard kills your Weirding Stones. So you do it this way. The other option was playing a 4-3, right? That 2-drop on the far left of the side, playing the 4-3 and blocking Elise with it. But this allows you to play Trundle the round early, right? On round 4 with 5 mana. This 4/5 regen probably doesn't add anything. And this now can stall pretty much any single unit on the board. This is going to be really hard to kill.
Yeah, Trundle is kind of a brick wall for a lot of decks there. Zap going to go ahead and retrieve a card. Our experience says that will either be a Go Hard or a Glimpse. But Trundle going to crash in anyway. Basically, no downside to doing this. Trundle is very hard to kill in this matchup, it feels like. So the 1/1's just going to tank it and preserve a little bit of life. Down to 12 already. Certainly feels like Ixnar is going to be on the aggressive end of this matchup, but Trundle, as we said, should be a pretty good roadblock to a lot of what's happening. But going to have to spend some mana here to try and maneuver around the rest of this.
Yeah, so a block on Elise. You can consider another block on a 1/1 if you are not afraid of Go Hard blocking you down, but obviously the timing is really important. You really want to play Go Hard if you can. Field of Rush. Field of Rush is going to be really excellent, by the way. With a Trundle on the board, you can then flip both Trundles, and now you've got
Mega Trundle.
34 overwhelm power coming in. It's gonna be a lot, right? So that is probably game over if you don't get Ruination right off the back of that card coming out. So if you can ever get Feel the Rush and then the Ice Pillar the round after, that swing probably just ends the game. And so it's orienting around that game plan. You know, if you don't get Ruination, you are ending the game in about 3 rounds.
Right. Kind of curious to see how the rush down draw works out there for Ixnar, because one of the biggest things you lose changing from Shadow Isles to Ionia, getting access to Deny and potentially Noble File, though we know in this case that Random doesn't have that in this instance.
Yep.
You lose Sweepers, right? That's the big thing. You lose a big card like Ruination. Ionia, with the exception of Mina, actually, which of course he's running, which is very expensive, right? 9 real mana. You can't cheat with any spell mana.
I need to chime in about this right here.
Sure.
So that pass was really risky because if you count the rounds, right, this is 7+3, which means if you don't ramp any more mana, I guess actually you can still do it this round, so it's okay. But if you don't ramp any more mana, you are Feel the Rushing on your next attack token, which means you cannot. Actually, because there's already an Ice Pillar in hand, it's fine. So you can actually just flip Trundle beforehand and then play another Feel the Rush, and then you get another Trundle. But Trundle's already leveled up, so it's actually okay. Because you're probably going to be fine regardless. I forgot about the Ice Pillar in hand. But Trundle leveling up is such a big deal because he gains Overwhelm on level up. And the way you end the game with this deck is when both or all 3 of your champions all have Overwhelm. Then it's too much to block. Then you're always going to win the game. But ultimately, the ramp is not that important because you can always play Ice Pillar on the next round. It's going to be okay. We're going to burn Deny here to try to slow down the Go Hard plan. And try to remove that win condition.
Yeah, going to hold on to the ramp spell here. Bit of life also would not be too bad, but like you said, this is basically one of the reasons you bring this. Ooh. Vengeance, really nice, just slipping in there. No second
and that's that's also a test, by the way, that says, okay, second deny is not there, as you said. No second deny. And now it also means Ixnar knows that. So if Ixnar is holding on to Ruination, now keep in mind, because I'm reading Twitch chat every once in a while to like see if there's questions or people calling things sus. Anytime that you play Feel the Rush, your opponent can immediately play Ruination afterwards. And if you are against this deck, you know if your opponent shows 12 mana, you should be holding Ruination mana. It is impossible to cast Deny and Feel the Rush on the same round. So you can never, ever, ever protect that board. If they have it, they have it. It's too bad. So it can be worth just burning Deny because you can't use it well otherwise anyway.
Well, Zap going to get in for 2 here. Random going to go down to 5. It doesn't feel like a whole lot of life. But going to be Ice Pillar into, I assume, Feel the Rush here, and that's going to be very tough to beat.
Yeah, I mean, not enough mana either, of course. That Vengeance came down, which means this is kind of the funny part of it, is in this case, there cannot be a Ruination. Even if there was one, there couldn't be. And of course, again, it's open deck list. He may know that Ixnar doesn't have Ruination in this list. That's a possibility. I don't remember exactly what was on it, but that's going to feel pretty good. That's going to be a lot of power on board. But Trundle never leveled up. So we're back to the same situation where we never got Ice Pillar at the right time. Only one of these champions is overwhelmed, so this attack does not end the game.
Gonna have to, take a moment to play the pillar if he wants to give Trundle Overwhelm here. Trundle also hasn't leveled up yet, which most importantly means that he hasn't died yet. Tryndamere does get a second life, but only once.
Yep. Yeah, level 1 Trind's really nice, and level 2 Trundle's really nice. You kind of want to find a way to flip it back and forth. But that's why playing Trundle, like, for real is really good. Because you can play Trundle for real, play Ice Pillar for real, and then you have the ideal Feel the Rush, where both have overwhelmed, Trind has a second life, and you're going to feel really comfortable about that one. So again, you cannot guarantee that you end the game on this round unless you can develop more and find more going on. So it's Ice Pillar, and now you're just hoping, like, please, please, please. I already showed you I don't have second deny. I already showed you I don't have deny. Please don't have Ruination here.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons, like, they're hurrying is they're going to play the pillar and level the Trundle is like, it's probably not like Noxian Fervor in the Ixnar's list, right? You're probably not going to get burnt out that way, but pack your bags, deals 5 to everything, including your life total. And we know there's a heal in hand, so going to be unlucky to kill, but there is reach in this TF Go Hard list. You can get, such a good Ruination. And
that was off the left-hand side of the hand, so that was drawn in the last, 2 or 3 rounds, at least that copy of it. It still means Tryndamere hits face for 11. He's going to be, what, in 11-15? Yeah, 11-15 is the default Feel the Rush level 2 Tryndamere stat line. And what's amazing, and this is why you can develop into Ruination. If you have cards in hand, you play them again afterwards. That is a great lineup. He saved the 2 mana 4/3s, drew 3 of them, and random takes the win. I think that's a 2-0 now.
Real nice. Of course, troll combo, just what I expected. And this round of the Legends of Runeterra seasonal tournament, really well navigated. And I think, like, again, highlighting what we said at the top of that game, where this is a player that, this is his list, right? He's originated it, he's refined it, he's extremely proficient on it. Watching the final, like, 3 or 4 turns of that game was beautiful from Random Seven's side, because he just knew exactly what was happening, basically knew that, like, yeah, Ruination's pretty good against my deck, I can beat that easily, even without deny, and showcased it right there.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, right? Is you have level 1 Trinity, which means you keep 11 power on the board. Like, obviously, Ice Pillar doesn't cost you any mana, really, because it refunds it all afterwards. And it's saying, hey, I have cards that I can play, and the big MVP is Troll Scavenger. I think most versions of Feel the Rush do not run Troll Scavenger. But guess what? You only need 2 and 1 point of damage somewhere else, and you have post-Ruination lethal. That is not that hard to get to in the long run. So I love this list. I'm a really, really big fan of the Ionia version of Feel the Rush. Concussive Palm buys you some time. You have the recalls and everything else to knock things off. He's main decking Ice Quakes, by the way.
Yeah, that's
also
what
we don't see that many of. But you now have 5 good cards against Ruination and such, or sorry, against Harrowing. Like Avalanche is good against the Mist Wraiths, but Ice Quake's good against the 4/3s, like the Mist Callers or Elise or Callista or all those things. And so it lines up against a lot of different decks, and this is a really well played one where he's running actual Wording Stones, actual Voice of the Old Ones.
Yeah, have to turn on Behold as well. That's the other big thing, right? Got to turn on the Troll Scavengers. Got to turn on Troll Ravager. That's really well played. And you know what? We didn't get to see the rest of his deck, so let's have a look at them right now, because I'm curious to see what the rest of this is. Oh my god, this is amazing.
Zombie Anivia, yes. We're getting to see the other decks in this one. I will say Zombie Anivia was one of the first decks I ever mained in LOR back before none of you knew the game existed. I played a lot of, kill my own unit Anivia. Back when Rekindler was 6 mana and fun stuff, just a bunch of units you want to kill. Very, very spell heavy, only a few units, but yeah, Anivia 6 the board really easily, and you just kind of lose the game out of that.
This is a really cool list, and I'm sad we didn't get to see it. I hope we maybe do down the line. But one of my favorite things I've ever seen, shoutouts to whatever random Redditor this was, they played this deck in this style, like in a gauntlet with this format, and it was literally just fearsome aggro, but they had Anivia as their only champion. Hoping that their opponents would mulligan against the slower deck.
Right. Yeah, because of course, Legends of Runeterra, it shows you when you match in. Now, open deck list is open deck list, but if it's not open deck list, you see the regions and champions they're playing, and so you go for it there. So I love that. That's cool to see Zombie Anivia in this list. Of course, 2-0 start means top 256. That's awesome. And then this, of course, the very, very standard TF Go Hard list, right? 2 of at least 1 of Gangplank is the sure mark of the expected deck list there. 1 of Chronicler, I think very, very common. 1 of Ruination to be safe. Yeah, this feels like the most bog standard version of this list.
Yep, for sure. I think Isle's in 2 of 3 decks, so not in Field Rush, but obviously, like, with the lineup is brought this, so you have none of your decks clash with each other, right? You don't have any champion overlap. But yeah, if you're looking to play this archetype at home, feel free to just like screenshot this list and go run it, because this is about as standard as things get. Yeah.
I feel like this is the deck you're very likely to. It's like this or the Ionia Feel the Rush are the decks you're most likely to ban here. I think most people are going to leave Zombie Anivia up just because you expect it to be like a weaker deck overall. And what's interesting as well is if you ban the deck we just saw, if you ban TF Go Hard, you're banning the most common deck that you've played against. Right. So it's probably like the highest on the tier list if you're like, full net decking and just sort of like watching YouTube and stuff. You're like, oh, it's like the strongest deck. But it also means you have no experience against the other 2 in the lineup. Like, that's actually really great is obviously Random is very, very good, but also has 2 fairly unique decks in the lineup, which means, people just don't have the same experience if they're just like ladder grinders.
Right. I almost feel like some of it is like I play 2 control decks I know very well to basically just obliterate all the aggro that I potentially expect, and then I just have like the best deck and I know how to play that, and I feel like you're almost leaning on like I'm just gonna expect the best deck to get banned and then beat you with decks that I just know better than you regardless of the matchup. So really cool. I'm excited to see if we see Random down the line, but that is round 2 done for now. We are going to be back in just a few short moments. Round 3 of Legends of Runeterra seasonal tournament for North America is coming right back. Hello and welcome back to round 3 of the Monuments of Power North American Seasonal Tournament for Legends of Runeterra. My name is Pastrytime. Phreak, we've seen 2 excellent rounds of gameplay so far, and there is many more to come today.
Absolutely. We got 3 more rounds. We're going from, at this point, top 256 all the way down to top 32. We got to see if we had a match end early, we got to jump in and watch another one afterwards. So, extra LOR, which is always great to see. But yeah, I mean, we're down to 1/4 of the initial players, and at this point now, if you're just coin flipping all your games, you're 1-8 to make it to the finals weekend next week.
All right, well, it is my pleasure to introduce a great streamer and meme. It is Swim, who's having a watch party right now. Swim, how you doing, man?
Hey guys, I'm having a lot of fun watching this event. I appreciate, just kind of like hanging out. It's been great. It's good vibes, honestly.
Good vibes. Okay, I was watching you during lunch. You were complaining about getting ruined by random deck lists.
Yeah, I mean that's it was my friend, but I mean it's kind of like a common thing, and you addressed it before when you were kind of like talking with Lobster, where that's one of the things with the format. It's just like you can sometimes get kind of high rolled if it's card games, right?
Yeah. Oh, fair enough. Are you surprised by any of the lineups though so far? Like we I don't know I guess you've been watching this stream, so a huge fan of Random's Ionia version of Feel the Rush. I'm actually a big fan of how that lines up against everything, as far as I can tell. Like, it feels like every card there is really outstanding. He had like Zombie Anivia as well. Like, I feel like that's so often like having your own flavor of decks. You get advantage because there's no way they're teched against you like properly, at least.
Yeah, and on top of that, you get some surprise value, right? People just kind of aren't as comfortable playing against those decks. And honestly, that really can't be understated. Like, that's a really big deal, the like minor misplays that they'll just be forced to make into you because of it. I agree. I like Random's lineup. Like, honestly, I think the way you want to build for a tournament like this is you just want kind of like slow, consistent, outplay-based, sort of matchup independent style decks for this kind of tournament.
Do you think actually that, like, thinking about this deck specifically, do you feel like Ionia isn't as represented as maybe it could be? Like, obviously, Lee Sin getting nerfed and probably not having much, if any, showing in this tournament is a big deal as to why that particular region isn't here as much. But do you feel like maybe people could have explored that region in particular more? Because it does feel like a lot of their cards line up well against the expected decks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, stuff like Deny, for example, being kind of the big one, is good against a lot of forms of Shadow Isles right now. Honestly, I mean, right now, Shadow Isles is kind of just king of the mountain, right? They've got the, slow control decks. Obviously, the Feel the Rush Ionia version is the one that doesn't run Shadow Isles. They've got like even stuff like Anivia, they've got the Go Hard decks, and they've even got like Fearsome. And Deny counters basically all of those decks, even like the Harrowing from Fearsomes. So it's pretty well positioned right now. I do think I'm a little surprised we haven't seen more Fiora Shen, honestly, in the same vein as what you're talking about. Deny being very good, Ionia being solid.
Yeah, we know it was in a couple of lineups, but I think we also maybe just haven't tracked those. I am curious. Like, I'm sure Riot could has the data of like, which champions got brought and then which champions had, won in the top 1,000 and how that goes down. I agree to your point. I think you said it really well, and I agree that the idea of bring in like high gameplay, generally strong matchup agnostic games, since I'm pretty sure the entire point of Swiss is like they'll seed you according to your rank. So if you're rank 2 masters coming in, you're against the guy who's 112 LP, you're like, okay, I am more skilled than you. As long as I'm matchup agnostic, I will outplay you during the game.
Exactly.
And then next weekend, top 32, when I'm against BBG, all right, now we're equals. Like now I will target matchups, and like I think that those are the players that I think will do well. I'm curious if that does play out. So yeah, I'm curious if you've anything else has sort of surprised you today.
No, that's about it. I do think, there have been a lot of people bringing those kinds of like matchup dependent stuff, like BBG bringing Tom Soraka, and some people bringing like discard aggro that I think is a little risky. BBG is a good favorite, but I'm a little worried about that Tom Soraka. We'll see if it's able to, carry him through.
Kind of on that note, then obviously you're watch partying today, so you're not playing in this event. But what would you have brought, especially after seeing what you've seen already today, as far as a lineup you would have wanted to play in this tournament?
So a lot of the solid decks, again, Phreak said it absolutely perfectly. You want outskill, matchup agnostic decks. Stuff that's generally slower, not like super high roll aggro. So the things I would have brought are stuff like Freljord SI, probably like Feel the Rush version. Go Hard with Twisted Fate is also a very good pick. And then something like Fiora Shen or Ezreal Draven. Those are going to be really great decks as well.
Okay,
Maybe
cool.
Ash Noxus.
Oh, that's true. Certainly
Yeah,
something
that's
that we
actually
might see
seen.
today. Do you think players will change their lineup significantly once they've qualified for top 32 then? Because I think that's the other part of this conversation. In like a 5-round Swiss where you can't afford a match loss, I think you do have to go towards matchup agnostic, very consistent decks. Do you think players will shift significantly, or do you think they'll be playing similar things because they've played 5 rounds of a top 1,000 Masters players tournament and they're just very familiar with them now?
I think they will make some changes. I mean, again, Phreak said it exactly how it is. That
Phreak's too
in
good
that
today.
yeah, he's on point,
Your
man.
line. I just restated what you said to be clear.
But I mean, when you're in that top 32 environment, the field has changed. Because the thing about card games and the thing about deck building, I like to compare it to kind of like Pokemon types. It's not quite rock, paper, scissors. Some things are better, some things have more advantages. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of different options, and it's all just probabilities and mixing and matching, right? And in that environment, it's going to be very different, right? It's all about the meta and about the expected field. We will see more things like, for example, these sort of anti-meta strategies coming out when you can actually predict the meta and try to get ahead of it, which we can't really do today in the Swiss.
Yeah, it's just there's too much of a field to predict. I agree.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What do you think of the metagame in general, though? And actually, in particular, I think maybe people were surprised how impactful the mini KDA set was, but like we've literally seen like FTR and Go Hard in every round I think we've seen so far today, and I imagine those decks will be very popular. What do you think of kind of the meta and maybe what those cards have done in a relatively short period of time to kind of change the landscape, even though there wasn't like a major expansion hit?
I think it's solid. It's one of the better metas we've seen in the game. I actually really love the KDA cards. Like, big fan of them. I think it's a great like mini expansion where you're able to throw in 5 cards that are able to shake up the meta like that. Only 2 of them we've seen been meta so far, but I can guarantee you 2 more of them will eventually be like competitive at some point. They just have like that kind of design. And I think it's great. I love it when metas shake up like that. But at this point, it definitely maybe Go Hard is like a little too powerful. There's an argument there. I honestly don't mind it, but I've seen people saying that.
Yeah, actually one call I had tried to make that has so far has been wrong was I thought we are going to see a lot more Ionia, specifically for Nopify. Because if you Nopify like the first 2 Go Hards, that deck basically just never has that condition for the rest of the game anymore. And like pretty cheaply you can answer those. And I just assumed, well, yeah, one of the 2 decks I'm against are probably gonna have Go Hard in them because I'll just ban the one that isn't. But that's not anything that's happening at all, actually.
Yeah, that definitely is a bit of a strategy. Like, you will see some Fiora Shen versions like slotting in a bit of Nopify. I do agree with you though. I'm surprised we haven't really seen it here.
All right, so with all this consideration, if you had to call like the most unlikely thing that you think will happen, like what champion that basically no one is bringing do you think might pop up? What are your like deep cuts for this tournament that you might see surprise people? Because we're aware of kind of what the general overall prominent strategies are. If you had to pick like one thing or one champion that we might see, even if it's really unlikely, who do you think is going to pop up throughout the course of both this weekend and of course next weekend when we cut to top 32?
Oh, that's an interesting one. There's definitely some underrated decks right now. There's actually, a decent kind of like sort of anti-meta aggro decks. I think, so I'll have to answer that question in 2 different ways. When it goes to, the top 32, I think we'll see, as I mentioned, some more anti-meta strategies. We might see, for example, people trying out stuff like triple aggro, which could work pretty well. And there's some pretty decent aggro decks that are sort of underrepresented right now when you're able to expect the field and construct a synergistic lineup. Stuff like Darius Overwhelm aggro. One thing that would surprise me today, not in terms of seeing it, but in terms of seeing it perform super well, is something like Discard Aggro. Discard Aggro is just a very risky deck, right? And it's so hard to win through 5-0 when you're bringing a risky deck like that. Because it's not just matchup dependent, like Phreak was talking about, but it's hand state dependent too. Like, sometimes you can just draw bad, and you just want to play for that consistency today.
And
yeah, and... sorry, Pastry. Please.
No, you got it.
You. Nope.
Oh. You've been following along so far. I've been having a watch party with your stream. How's your chat doing as far as like predicting the flow of the game and the plays that are being made? Are they as big brained as you are? Because you have presumably taught them very well.
Yeah, my chat, I think I don't think I've seen a single person in my chat speak that isn't at least top 100 masters
Oh,
or
wow.
so.
That's
Yeah.
extremely big brain then.
Yeah. No, all of them are top 100 masters. They never really like make any misplays or say anything wrong. Overall,
No,
they're answering live. They're doing pretty well. They're doing pretty well right now.
What's up,
Yeah.
chat?
Good. Can I get a hey guys in chat? You know, for both on the Giant Slayer channel and on /Swimstream. I think that'd be ideal. Of Ohio if it has to be, but that's a bit weeb, so maybe not as much that one. But hey guys, it's solid. All right, yeah, of course the very second one is Ohio. So yeah, not really surprised here. I expected it, but it is what came out. All right, we're like 8-1 on hey guys. We're doing okay.
All right, I guess we kind of wrap things up and move towards the other round. Any plays we should be looking out for, either that we've seen or that we haven't seen yet on stream?
Players?
I know you're very familiar with players in this region.
Yeah, I've been kind of like keeping track of like a lot of, people, what names to watch out for. So absolutely, of players that are still in, BBG, as I mentioned before. I think Artifact 5 is, I don't know, who of these players are streaming, but 5 is a very good player, currently 2-0. Cosmic, a very good player that's currently 2-0. And then of course, Tempo 13X and 4LW as well. These are kind of like the top 5 that are kind of on my radar right now.
That's cool. Tempo actually tweeted me a couple of days ago when I tweeted out that I was casting this pastry, and he's like, "Man, I've been watching League since season 1. Like, it's exciting to like be part of this event because like now you're casting LOR and you'll be there." I know that I've been told by production that we are following BBG for the next round, but yeah, would love to jump around and see these players up as well. It's going to be fun because I think we're going to continue on towards players that I think more and more people are going to recognize. That we're more likely to be seeing players that are going to be next weekend in top 32. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. And overall, like we had some really good plays and really fun decks to watch.
All right, I think we're getting close. Any final thoughts before we send you back to the watch party to continue the big brain?
No, just have fun, guys. Good luck, and anyone currently just watching like my stream, like I'm doing kind of like a very casual some analysis, but it's less of like a cast. It's definitely not as like beginner friendly, and it's definitely not as hype as these guys are able to make it. You guys should definitely check out the mainstream as well.
All right, so
if you haven't,
go to the chat and then everything they say compared to what we're saying. And then Flame Us in Swim's chat. We want to see it there. Yeah. I think that's the meta for the watch party right now.
To be clear,
that's probably
as
what
we've seen from Twitch Plays Pokemon. They've got the world record, I think. For
never wrong.
Yeah, never wrong. Always good options. Anyway, Swim, thank you very much. I appreciate you, man.
Absolutely. Have a good time.
Oh, we will.
You too.
If we're not already. Certainly has been great so far, Swim, again.
Yeah.
Thanks for chiming in. Round 3 is going to be up in a couple of minutes, I believe, or maybe 5-ish minutes away. And as we said, BBG going to be up to the plate next. Starting to get into, let's put it this way. It's already like, top 1,000-ish players that are going to be attending this event. It doesn't get easier as the rounds go on. In fact, it should only get more difficult as you progress through the tournament.
That's definitely true, right? And I'm pretty sure I would guess that there's a bit of automatic like reseeding going on. It's not a tournament bracket, it's a Swiss. So it's like, okay, well, it's not just we pair down. It's all right, well, you're seed number 742 or whatever, and you won again. So now you're the lowest remaining seed. So you're probably against the highest remaining seed, and it's going to keep doing that until you go all the way through. So yeah, definitely tough. If you didn't climb very high, you're up against like who's who constantly. That's got to make it tough to go through. Yeah, we are at 256 players who are 2-0. Theoretically, it is possible that someone who doesn't go 5-0 can qualify for next weekend if someone has to drop out. But my understanding reading Twitch chat, which is dangerous, is going 4 wins then losing is better than losing than going 4 wins. So realistically, you're gonna have to start 4-0 if you want even a chance at it. And then next up, though, we're gonna have the decks online. DBG's If I'm not watching Swim at lunch, I'm usually watching BBG at lunch with everything going on. So he is bringing as Draven. This is not much of a surprise. Looking for anything unusual in the list. And gotta say, this looks very, very standard.
Yep, no Scorch Earth that we saw as kind of a one-of splitting the guillotines into, maybe a slightly more flexible spell. This is just like geared for consistency, geared to make sure your game plan goes off as smoothly as it can every single game. This is, again, if you're wanting to play this list, certainly would steal this guy's ideas. This is about as stock standard as Draven gets.
Yeah, and it's maybe the overall strongest ladder deck from what I have seen. It's incredibly popular and actually very, very high win rate for the top players who are getting like 70% or so in 500 plus LP Masters. So very, very strong. Very likely to see this one. We'll see what the other two lists are, but yeah, I mean this one has a lot of gameplay because again, it's so well positioned for a deck for just like this. He is running Tahm Kench Soraka. That's always exciting here as well. 3 of Broadpack Protector. Sometimes there's only 2 down there. 1 of Shakedown. Sometimes you see a bit more. All 3 Hushes. 3 Bastions as well. So I'm heavy on a lot of these.
Noticing a theme here with BBG's list, they are very streamlined, right?
Yeah.
We've talked about the value of one-offs in this kind of format especially, and I certainly agree that giving your opponent more things to think about is good, but BBG clearly, at least for the first 2 lists we've seen, just going with the classic. I mean, this is about like, a playset of everything I can possibly play, and then I threw in 1 more card because, I have to play 40 cards. I'm legally allowed to play 39 with that one-off shakedown, but this is like as smooth as it gets for Tahm Soraka.
And going back to what Swim said, and then I restated and never gave me credit for, is any deck with a lot of card draw is going to be very consistent, right? Yeah. Any deck with a lot of card draw, and all 3 decks BBG are running have a lot of card draw in them, right? TF Gohard, very much the same, with Fortune Croaker, with Glimpse Beyond, with Zap Sprayfin. He's actually running one of Slippery Wave Rider. Yeah. So oftentimes we'll see, so he's got Crumble in here for one, which is, you don't always see in this deck, but Crumble is back in this list. But sometimes you'll see something like, Chronicler of Ruin to kill and respawn Zap Sprayfin, but instead using Wave Rider for like some more like mid-rangey value. But every one of these decks has a lot of cards with card draw salvage in there here as well, and that means you very frequently have all of your tools. You are very frequently back on consistency, and that means if you are more skilled than your opponents, you now have game, right? You have game against them because you didn't randomly draw 3 Feel the Rushes and 3 Trindameers in opening hand. You found your one of Elise. You found your salvages. You're okay.
Right. I think the other thing actually that you alluded to there is that the only notable in very big air quotes change I can see is that we've seen Gangplank pretty commonly in these lists, and obviously based on the lineup we've seen, there was more than enough room to play a GP here, right? It wasn't impeaching any of your other lists. Actually just going again, continuing with that streamlined approach, 3 Elites and of course the 3 TFs, so not wanting to mess around with that, just again, keep the curve nice and low, keep the deck very consistent.
Yeah, so and basically, the Gangplank became one of Slippery Wave Rider, as far as I can tell, right? Like that's that 5-drop slot. The stat line's not quite as good, sure. Don't get me wrong. Gangplank does more damage. Obviously, the barrels are pretty solid as well. It helps with your Withering Wail, helps with Vile Feasts or Go Hard and things like that. Like sometimes there is some boosts there, but yeah, it felt like he really pushed into making sure anything I can 3 of, I will 3 of. And it's like reasonable to do so, I'll do it. And yeah, just. Okay, I'm going to make sure that I have 3 or 4 cards in my deck that draw, and make sure I can get through it all. I have all my options, and through gameplay we'll do it. I've played against BBG twice on ladder. I lost both times. One of which he hard passed with 6 mana, and I didn't think about what's it the Demacia spell that summons a random 5-drop. That's always Radiant Guardian Remembrance. Yeah, he passed on 6 mana. It's like he has Remembrance. I'm going to attack into your 2/2 anyway. Oh, he has Remembrance. Oh, it was Radiant Guardian. Oh, I guess I lose. So, sometimes he gets the 1 and 4 and beats you anyway. But obviously very good player. It's the only ladder player I've ever been nervous against because I know he's streaming and he's got more viewers than me and he's probably going to win. And then it happens.
It's tough sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't think I have any claim to fame. Usually good players beat me. That's how it goes. I mean, they're good.
Yeah, like the AI during the reveal stream.
Yes, very powerful player.
It happens. Yeah. Have yet to have to play against an AI as my 7th opponent in Expeditions, so haven't lost to a bot there, which is good.
Yes. Parabot apparently quite vicious these days, especially if you get all the way down to win number 7.
Yeah, random story time actually. When we were testing LOR internally, I played a very large number of games. I think I played over 1,000. Like you and I had like over 1,500 games each pre-launch of LOR, which is actually absurd. But that's how much we really played this game. And so it turns out that if you queue for PvP and no one else is online, you'll get an AI with like a random name. So I played against like C Bobby Pain 22 a lot. C Bobby Pain 22 is not very good. He will Mystic Shot his own units for no reason. So I had a very high win rate. But I unlocked the entire collection like 3 or 4 times off of just like all the resets to like restart the economy. Like at some point down the line, it's probably not mine to tell, but like there's a lot of different ways like LOR is built out over time. Like cards weren't always burst at one point in time. So like I would have to Vile Feast before my opponent played Barrier because I thought they would have Barrier, and it wouldn't interact well otherwise. because Barry would go on the stack, I'd Valfuse for 1, and then Barry would go on and they would like block Mystic Shot, and I'm like, oh well, okay. And then Burst became a mechanic. I'm like, that's probably the right choice for things like this.
Yep. It's like the go-to. At this point, I've quoted the example like so many times, but it's understandable as players step in and like look at something like Frostbite as an effect. They're like, "This is ridiculous! I can't do anything about this because it's a burst speed card, right?" And then like you explain to them that the inverse would be even worse, and it clicks eventually, and they're like, "Oh, I get it now." So yeah. A lot of work that's gone to make this game as good as it has, and it continued to be. I mean, we've added KDA cards, we've added more sets, there's more even coming. In fact, I think one of the coolest things to me about seasonal tournaments is there's a capstone on the season, right? Which means that not only do we get to watch a ton of really cool high-level LOR, but then shortly after this, more cards will come out, and we'll do the whole process again as players, figure out the meta, reclaim, and then we have another seasonal tournament, which, will showcase what's happened since then.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. I'm excited for the rest of the champions to come out. It's always fun seeing more of them come through. I've been tracking, like, it's nice that LOR patched in like actual card tracking, a couple weeks ago, because I was tracking my own progression like on an Excel sheet.
Right.
And I was like update every couple of weeks. I'm like, how close am I? I've gotten all the Targon champions finally. Okay, moving on. Waiting for like my last one of Trundle to go through. All right, cool. So BBG versus Byung-Kook is going to be our match. We're going to bring up those decks. We already looked at BBGs. It's all a bunch of card draw. Draven Ezreal. We've got more. So this one has Feel the Rush. 3 of Tryndamere, 3 of Trundle. No surprises here. Lots of 1-ofs. Again, we've seen something like this, and I want to point out, I think you said it, so I'll let you do it.
Yep. It's Passage Unlearned, of course. This is the card I was hoping to see stick out a little bit more. Also, 1 of Unspeakable Horror, which is kind of cool. But definitely, Passage on Earth is one of those cards that I think is it's like a techie card, but it's pretty good in a high variety of matchups.
Passage Unearned is almost complete trash, except in very, very certain decks. It doesn't kill, it obliterates any unit that was summoned but not played this round, which means if they play Feel the Rush, you aren't killing Tryndamere and giving him 11 attack. You are removing him from the game entirely. In case there was it wouldn't really affect Rekindler or Harrowing, because by being cast in the first place, they'd already died. But like, if they ever do Rekindler like an Anivia, you obliterate the Anivia, and it doesn't become an egg, it's just gone. So in a very few matchups, it's really, really, really nice. And in a lot of matchups, it does literally nothing.
Yep. The Harrowing also, it's a massive beating against that card. We actually are going to have Fiora Shen here as well. I believe this is our first sighting of this deck in a lineup that we've had on stream today. Of course, we're not sure what the picks and bans are going to be like, so whether or not we see this list is still up in the air, but not seeing anything too surprising here. This looks pretty straightforward Fiora Shen.
One Laurent Chevalier is not always in the list, although it's still pretty nice. It's a 4-drop challenger, that's pretty solid. 2 of Bright Steel formation, you can sometimes cut that down slightly. If you're not going for late game, you can stop at Cythria and not go any farther. We aren't seeing Nopify. That card's just not really in for any of this. It just, I guess, for a lot of people, it doesn't target enough good cards to really care about. 2 Repose, 2 Spirit's Refuge, not really going too hard one or the other. Exactly 1 Relentless Pursuit. I think you always want at least 1 in this deck. As we mentioned earlier, there is kind of a consideration of what a ladder deck is versus what a tournament deck is, especially with open deck lists, because if you're playing on ladder, they always assume you might have Pursuit. If you're an open deck list, they know if you don't. And so you no longer have that power if they know you're never running the card at all in the first place. Here's the STF that's going to be really similar as well. I'm actually curious. There's very, very few differences. The one I can see here is there's no 5-drop elusive. There is a Passage Unearned to this one as well. So Bion's actually running 2 Passage Unearned decks.
Yeah, kind of cool to see that card again rearing its head. See how it manifests in the matchups that will be coming up, as again these 2 players, Byung-Kook and BBG, will be playing up against each other in short order. Also, fun little fact, it is of course a small consolation because every player in this tournament is trying to win out their rounds and qualify. But again, we chop 1,000 players off the field, so only 32 will make it. But win at this round, you win a card back. 3 wins gets you that exclusive card back, which is an absolutely massive flex. So at least there's that if you don't win your other rounds. And that was the fastest lock-in I've ever seen.
That was quick. So, okay, we get STF up against Fiora Shen. The card back flex is interesting because I'm really hardcore a power gamer. If I can ever give my opponent information that I'm bad, I will do it. So like I will try to not run like a master's icon unless I'm like laddering and they already know what my LP is or whatever. But like if I can say, oh yeah, I just I have the card back because I'm a League of Legends player, don't worry about it. I'm just trying it for the first time. Like you can make them think you're misplaying instead of making them think you're smart. And that can get you some advantages. So
yeah,
to me, yeah, exactly.
You got, like, the cutesy familiar. You gotta have, actually these builds are beautiful.
These are really beautiful. This is nice.
All right,
it's very festive. They're mirrored here. All right, so we get the 1-drop. We get a decent curve going on. No easy Doom Beast activation, but that's okay. Face damage, not a bad thing. But the curiosity is going to be, how scary can Fiora be, and can Bjorn hold deny so that she doesn't get vengeance too hard?
Yeah, so I think for me the interesting dynamic is that, part of how Go Hard works is that it's very efficient with the units and cards it's playing in order to consistently play a bunch of copies of Go Hard and then win the game. But having a bunch of little units, it's just kind of freely available at almost all times, is music to Fiora's ears. She loves anything that she can easily duel, and then eventually, of course, when Fiora kills 4 units, you'll win the game if that individual Fiora has done all the work herself. But as you mentioned, protecting that Fiora versus Crumble, Vengeance, lots of general removal spells that are in TF Go Hard might be a little bit trickier. But this start's looking pretty good. River Shaper after the Caretaker. Looking really nice.
This isn't too bad. Of course, Go Hard is slow speed, so you don't have a lot of gameplay around barriers sometimes, but we're gonna go for the ping. This is interesting. Yeah, what's the decision here, right? Do we go after River Shaper, try to make sure River Shaper dies? Do we try to just kill off the Fleet Feather Tracker instantly? But the important card seems to be that, because hey, by the way, red card TF clears most of the board.
Yep, gonna get 2. Ooh, gonna get 1 now. Can maybe take the barrier off here, but that's a very nicely timed Bright Steel Protector, but it's going to be a TF red card. No thought at all there. BBG knows exactly what his plan is.
And I want to actually look back on the deck here. I don't believe the 3-cost Prismatic Barrier is in that deck. And that's kind of one of the nice things, is to get Barrier again, it's going to always cost 4 mana. There's Riposts, there's the repeat copies of Fiora, and there's Spirit's Refuge. But if there's not Prismatic Barrier, it's like, okay, BBG knows, for example, like right now, my opponent literally cannot gain Barrier. They do not run Ranger's Resolve. Like, these are cards I do not have to play around. Yeah, you probably wouldn't resolve anyway in this deck, but, I know it can't be an option. It's going to be fine. Nice little single combat. You might consider glimpsing here, because now he can't stop glimpse for 1 mana. There's actually literally nothing that would work here, so, okay, I get the card draw. And that trucker was dying anyway, so I'm not getting anything else out of that.
Yep. So all in all, gonna kill the Fleet Feather, gonna take the barrier off, gonna chunk down all these units, but River Shaper's still gonna get a hit in here and draw you a spell. But no way to protect it. I think overall BBJ should be pretty happy with that exchange here, but gonna likely have to trade things off here and just cut this board down. In fact, just gonna take the 2 biggest flash, most valuable units off the board and just take 3.
And this really looks fine. Like, BBG, I think, should feel really comfortable at this point in the game, because, like, he's up 4 life, he's up 2 cards. TF's going to come down and just remove the 3-1 in the first place. He's actually drawn all 3 TFs, which is amazing. This card is just absurdly strong. Not exactly the hand state to draw a million cards and level TF, but that's fine. Able to pretty safely play reactively. Gets the second Glimpse Beyond. So now there's 1 Glimpse Beyond and 4 Go Hards left in the deck. So it's going to start being pretty reliable that Go Hard will start showing up in hands.
Yep. Was a chance, of course, to nab it there. Could have maybe picked off this 3-1, but 6 mana. 5 plus a spell. Shane gonna be deployed here. In goes Zap. Gonna just take 2 off. This deck does actually deal you damage incidentally in quite a large number of ways.
Withering Well, not too bad here. You can obviously ping off spell shields, or it would ping off spell shields in the case that Bastion does exist here, but also barriers, no problem. In case you need to deal with more of that stuff going on. Right now, there's enough mana for Fiora plus Deny, for example. I feel like if Bjorn had Fiora, you'd probably use it here, because you just pick off the 2/2 for free. So I think you have the pretty easy hand read that there is no Fiora. I think that's actually pretty likely to be the case.
Yep. I think you're very happy there for BBG to see your opponent open after playing a Shen. So just going to play the Wave Rider here. 5 mana 4/4 Elusive Attune. Not something you see every day, but perfectly stat efficient again, especially when you don't have the GP slotted in. So that slot might be, as you said before, but might not even feel like he wants to play it here. Again, your opponent's representing a lot of possible threats, and it does feel like they're trying to bait you into committing to the board or committing a spell that you don't want to, so that they can play the threat they actually care about in their hand. Because Shen can protect just about anything, but obviously the more valuable thing Shen can protect, the better.
Dread by Deckhand, not horrible here. Of course, you get yourself a barrel on the board, makes your Withering Wail do a little bit more damage. Nothing special to Shen. He's got 5 health. Nothing special to the barrier that gets blocked anyway, but gives a bit more play. Not going to win the race right now. So, if both players do nothing for a while, eventually Byungkook wins. I mean, he's doing 6 damage a round. Like, it's over in 2 attacks. It's over by the time you can even play Ledros. So,
yep.
Or nearly that, right? It's about the timing you get swung on 8. You get a bit lower. Yeah, you can play Ledros, but, good luck, getting open attacked on 10. There's a little bit of play with Doom Beast and Withering Wail. It's not the worst thing ever, but a small bit of pressure, so has to develop. Byungkook is the one who gets to pass forever, pretty much as a result.
Yep. I like that this keg also powers up TF, whether it's for the red card that might be coming or the gold card, making it deal an extra damage is actually pretty nice.
I think this is close.
Yeah.
Because think about if there's a Ledros line of play, right? So think about red carding for 2. Your opponent goes down to 7 life. You then Ledros is 4. Your opponent's at 3 life. You're like, well, Doom Beast gets them to 1, which means I win on the next Zap Spray Fin attack. Like, that is one way to play this out. And I'm pretty sure you have enough mana for all of that, down the line through all these plays. Swing, play a card, play Doom Beast on like 10 or something. So, and that's really like when you start playing this game at a really high level, players will stop making obviously good plays and will instead play towards like an eventuality of winning. It's like, I know if these 3 cards get played, I win the game and it's over. And so I won't take this like obviously good trade because I don't need to kill your 2/2. My 3/1's gonna do something else because it's gonna block this other unit that's like your only actual win condition in this game. And we start thinking on that level and playing on that level, that's like, I think, like a really unlocked, like incredible situation. Another option here, you're seeing like the Doom Beast hero power on play. Like, that Nightfall is gonna deal 3 if this barrel were to live. In this case it won't, but another like possible option there.
Looks like, again, just another open here from Byungkook. So with 7 cards in hand, not committing anything else to the board, BBG is clearly doing a lot of thinking about, like, what do they have? Because at this point, he's like, with what I have, I'm pretty sure I have an avenue that's pretty clear here from what you were describing. But, I don't want to get Fiorid or, maybe Screeching Dragon could take over this board or something like that. So, potentially worried about what's in the hand there. But this board does not look all that scary from this position.
Byungkook also making the decision, like, do I need more face damage? Do I want to get rid of the barrel right away? Okay, don't want to get rid of the barrel. That's going to be fine. We get rid of those. Fortune Croaker, of course, is an easy target on a barrel if you want to do that. Again, Doom Beast, like, if you're feeling really scared about how much damage you're going to take, Ionia Demacia doesn't have any direct face damage. It's all unit combat. So you're like, well, I don't super need a health total. Like, I don't absolutely require, Doom Beast coming down for +3. But losing the 2/2, obviously pretty important. You could choose to glimpse that, but if you glimpse, you actually no longer have any cards available. If you like Withering Wail then glimpse, you're still going to run out of cards next round. So something else needs to lead the hand still, because I believe the hand size is just about 10. Yeah, hand size is 10, so something must get played.
Yeah, Wavered actually looking pretty good here, just as a 5 and a 4 for elusive. So going to be deploying that one. Zap basically got killed by the single combat barrier unit, and now it's traded up into an even bigger elusive turtle. Ooh,
that's a good concerted strike.
With that one.
So you kind of assumed that card was in there.
Yep.
The whole time.
Yep. He's got 3, I believe, from the deck list we saw. So definitely a possibility. Now it kind of feels like your big threat is gone. Not that you're lacking threats, because Ledros looking like it's going to be deployed here.
Yep. And this allows you to look at almost lethal. Your opponent goes down to, because it does take the +1 from the barrel, your opponent goes down to 3. It's not enough for the Doom Beast to kill, but it's enough for Doom Beast Twisted Fate to kill on round 10, right? Red card plus Doom Beast is lethal if you survive long enough. And this is the game plan he's going for, right? Is I'm holding Doom Beast, I'm holding TF, I want max Ledros value. I'm not playing Withering Wail and pulling up the barrel. This is how I get 3 damage to face. Or in this case, 9 damage to face, because Ledros did 6.
Not even attacking here either, just deciding that no need to risk his units. He's going to win through direct damage anyway.
Yeah. Because if he gets riposted, right? Like, if riposte comes down, and the 3/1 kills Ledros, he knows he has no play around that. There's nothing else he can do. I mean, he didn't draw Go Hard till this round. That lets TF level up, lets TF give someone else more attack. If there's any way you get, more units on the board, if TF's gold card can't stop you or anything else, like, oops, you lost in time.
Yeah, also Spirit's Refuge is the one I just remembered is part of the problem, right? Yeah, it does.
And that's why it comes down right away.
I was wondering, it's like, wait, how does this deck get life? And that's the way. Spirit's Refuge giving it a unit lifelink.
But the nice thing, he has Glimpse Beyond, so you can, throw Ledros or whatever into these. You can then Glimpse Beyond yourself, and you're hoping You're hoping there's no single combat. No, again, there's no way to get overwhelm. There's no like random spell generation yet. Theoretically, in a world where karma existed, you could get there at some point, at other point in time. But it's not the vengeance line of play. It's glimpse beyond. If there's a single combat coming out, then you probably consider vengeance. You're probably still really attached to the lethal through play effect line of play.
Yep.
You're sad if single combat turns into deny and you still can't get vengeance out, but this is probably what it's going to be looking like.
Of note, Deny also beats either the TF or the Doombeast activation. They're both skills. They have to go on the stack effectively.
Yep.
So Deny would save Byung-Kook here as well. But I really like how BBG is navigating here, but considering a lot of different possibilities here, might even actually going to change
go for the removal play.
Okay,
he says, you know what? This is safer. Now he's now out of vengeance mana. So now he doesn't, he again still can use Glimpse Beyond to beat any kind of a single combat play, but he's basically saying, okay, Byung-Kook, you need to now dedicate resources. You need to show me something. Otherwise, I'm clearing your board, and my board's better. You've got 9 mana to develop. Even if you single combat, I'm probably still killing your Shen, and I'm going to start, doing beat damage to you. So, yep, there we go. There's kind of what we expected.
Yep. Consider check once again. Glimpse here.
And I've all the healing. And
Nice.
and now, this is a trap card. He's got him right where we wanted him. Look, we just got to the play where you are healing none at all, and managed to save Glimpse to beat it after all. The guy's still at 3. Doombeast comes down. TF goes down around start. Game over.
And
This was such a smart... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, really well played. Just tapped under like doing it this turn, but you're not going to need to do it in this turn.
Yep.
You can untap and then play it all
Yeah.
the turn after. So we'll see what
And-
the answer is to. Deny?
I mean, there's so few
Yeah, it
answers
does
to deny.
deny.
Yeah, I think it had to be deny, right? He's like, I need the health, and this is smart. This is a very appropriate deny. Doesn't have a second Glimpse Beyond to make it happen anyway. Because think about it, like what the line of play would have been. It's like, well, unless you have a deny for the Doom Beast or a deny for everything else, like this is all going to happen. This keeps TF alive. This, still lets him heal. So the line of play is now TF blue cards instead to try to get more cards to get deeper down the deck. The line of play might go in for play go hard number 2 and 3 instead. Not all this round, but
Yep.
like it's now shifted.
Yep, gonna play this one, maybe not. Can save it. Also, like, I think can still replay Ledros and just pass again, right? Like, it feels like you put them in the same situation where they have to have kind of a multitude of things or lose to the remaining spells in your hand. So yeah, play the Ledros once again.
Yep. The one thing this does do is now you're not dead to single Doom Beast. Like you have kind of weathered that part of the storm. It's not like it's gotten any better, overall in the game state. Like it's still rough, but we're still waiting for Fiora to show up and pick things off. We're waiting for the big pickups. Now what's nice is, we are going to get some of this. Goodbye River Shaper unless you have a barrier, but we have leveled up Shen. We can start really doing a lot of damage here. You can start putting in quite a bit of threat. You're not obviously instantly dead.
Yeah, this board's presenting lethal if he doesn't have another unit or a Spirit's Refuge as well, though.
True.
Ledros getting blocked still has 4 come through from the 2 remaining units. Obviously, like 4 cards in hand, 7 mana. There's still plenty that Byung-Kook could play here. But BBG might go for it and be like, even if you can stop it, it's probably good enough.
Yeah, I don't think there's any 4 cards in hand that can't survive.
Yep.
So now the problem still is you're going to be at about 1 life pretty soon. That's a great sharp sight.
Yeah.
That is so big actually, because now you can block everything. You're still at 3 life. River Shaper's going to get to draw. I mean, you don't even I guess you attack. You probably block with River Shaper.
Yep.
You're okay drawing 4. Yeah.
All right, so
What's the problem is? Go ahead. Sorry.
So getting pretty close at this stage of the game. Like, Byung-Kook's running low on cards. BBG is, kind of close to burning him out. Oh, that's a good draw.
Oh, gosh. Well, second deny or Spirit's Refuge plus single combat. And even then you have Vengeance afterwards. So it's really got to be deny. I think there might not be another card that can win.
So one of the funny things here is like leveling up TF doesn't happen that often, but it's like a very easy way to win the game. You actually like kind of want TF to die here because you need it to be another TF. I'm just going to pack the bags here and say, do you have it or not? And even if you do, still an opportunity to win here. But it's deny on bust, I think, at this point.
That's it.
Pack them up.
All right, 1-0 to BBG. Slots in the win with Go Hard. 5 damage everywhere. Shen lived, it didn't matter. Fior came in too late.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean that's such a big thing about LOR is you really, really, really want to play reactively if you can. You want to make your opponent commit something, and then now that they've committed something, my thing beats your thing. You cast single combat. Well, too bad I cast Glimpse Beyond. We both lost our 2-mana spell, but I drew 2 and you didn't get anything. You know, you didn't activate, you know, Fiora level, whatever. And giving Fiora Barrier attacking a 2/2 makes your opponent do something. They have to go class Glimpse Beyond. They have to like pop the barrier and buff their unit to be something bigger. Like it requires a lot of resources to go back to equal. And unfortunately, we never saw any challengers drawn, right? There was the single 2 on the Phreak of the Tracker, and that died right away. And so Young Cuck, unfortunately, could never really force BBG to react. You know, force him to do something because there's never an eventuality coming through.
Yeah, just not enough threat. It felt like just extremely well navigated, despite the life totals looking a little shaky at times. BBG are navigating really well. That like playing around both Spirit's Refuge and the second Concerted Strike, that turn was beautiful from BBG.
Yeah.
So curious to see what else we get from the man. But we are into game 2. BBG up 1-0. Of course, this is
What a good opening
running
hand.
it back. Yeah, Shenfiora versus Draven Ezreal, but Caretaker plus Protector going to deal a nice chunk of change already.
Yep. And again, this deck does not have 3 mana barriers. It has 2 and 4 mana barriers, you know, named Bright Steel. So this is outside of Sharp Sight. And even with Sharp Sight, you just use a Spinning Axe. So I believe there's no downside to attacking. I believe there's no card or even combination of cards that beats you here that I can think of anyway.
Yep.
So
completely
3 to
correct.
face, but you're losing this race.
Yeah. No, was it Radiant Strike, you know, to combo in? Double Sharp Sight.
Yeah,
obviously for post-up
yeah. And
there.
where we have Radiant Strike and Sharp Sight, you're like,
Got him.
okay, this I get to 5 attack, we're okay.
Ooh.
Again, no barrier, so Tri-Beam kills a 3/2. You don't have to play it now, but it would do it. Some Dredge lets you deal big damage to TF or to Shen, which allows you to play Static Shock. I think some Dredge has to happen, and then you threaten a Spinning Axe to kill Shen because Shen has to have Sharp Sight to live. And even with Sharp Sight, you can still beat it with Tri-Beam afterwards. So I like this line of play a lot. It couldn't be Chump Wump because you would have too much hand space. You run out of hand space. You have too many cards.
Yeah, definitely tempting with a double rummage in hand, but going to be more than enough trash to rummage away. And now what looked like a pretty nice attack is still going to happen here, but looks like Sumpy's going to get in the way. Yeah, and
Okay.
just going to trade off here.
So he starts here. Now, Sharp Sight hurts a lot.
Yes.
Right? Sharp Sight. Now, it makes you have to choose which one you save, but... And I probably save Shen, I'm thinking. But if you save Shen, yeah, he's going to have 2 life, but it's going to be okay. So, oh, wow. I didn't think about that one. Single combat is pretty big.
Yeah, it's
That's
nice.
huge.
Barrow's going off anyway, so going to still trade with the Draven, but going to get the free kill onto the Sump Dredger.
And that's the value you get out of like forcing your opponent. Hey, my 3/5 is bigger than your board. My 5/2 barrier is bigger than your board. What do you have? Okay, you dedicated a card. Great. Single combat. We came out ahead.
Gonna make another Draven, another Spinning Axe happens. These rummages are gonna
Yep.
turn into something else in a moment. Not right now though.
I think Tri-Beam's up to 4 damage, though. The far left Tri-Beam is up to 4, so it's big enough to kill Shen. I think you're willing to Spinning Axe in a lot of cases. You can't Tri-Beam now, which is, of course, a bit of a problem, but he's counting his cards, making sure, do I have too many? Do I have too few? Do I have to play something? Do I have to Spinning Axe?
Yeah, it does have 10 right now, so gonna just filter some out and rummage away 2 axes. That should be 9 if math. Yeah, math checks out.
Yeah.
Nine does
I
that.
mean, you go -1 card count if you rummage, so you're always safe on a rummage round. And obviously, he's not going to attack with Draven at this point now. Says, okay, you're going to float the mana, that's fine. But this is going to feel a lot more comfortable. Draven has to discard a real card to use Spinning Axe here to fight. May just take the damage instead. May use Static Shock. You can always safely Static Shock because it replaces itself. But the rest of the mana is the important part.
Yeah, only 7 right now. Thinking about Tri-Beams, like all your cards kind of cost around the same amount, right? You got a bunch of 4s and 3s, and then there's axes and there's rummages. Kind of want to filter them into a bit better cards. So you need to be very efficient on this turn. Looks like maybe start by rummaging one of the 4s away. There's one way to...
one of the Chump Wumps. You're probably never playing both, right?
Yeah, doesn't seem like it at this point. Ooh. Sadly, not a particularly
Replacement
interesting draw.
Draven. Yeah.
That's true. It's better than the Whirling Death that it represents right now.
Pretty sure, yeah. And you can see like BBG, like he's not dedicating Static Shock, he's not dedicating Spinning Axe. He's like, it's way too likely that you have one of your 2 Sharp Sights, one of your 2 Spirits Refuges, like here, one of your 2 Riposts. Like I'm never getting through.
2.
Right, yeah, Concerted Strike beats it. Single Combat using the 3/2 beats it. Like too many cards, possible cards in hands win. So you just block and do nothing. You just save your health bar a little bit longer. You did at least force a 4-drop out of his hand. You know, you traded Draven. You traded 3 mana for 4 mana technically, but you're down 12 health and you're down card development. You may have more cards theoretically, but you can't play the ball.
Yep, gonna just float the 3 spell mana here and go into his next turn at 8 with this board. Probably needs to clean up some of this, but looks like gonna start by replaying the Draven. Tribeams are getting stacked up though. I think the leftmost one is 5 now after that last play, and the one he just drew has been stacking up as well. Yeah, 6 and 3 I think maybe where they're sitting at right now.
I think that's right.
Ooh, 6 and 4?
Yeah.
Perhaps I misread.
It's okay.
Sumpy again.
Easy discard on Spinning Axe, yeah. And he has a big Tribeam. And until that mana pool goes a little bit lower, I mean, Tribeam will still summon, which is good. You know, you may just be happy with whatever the 6-drop is or whatever. Like, that may still be worth it. But you're basically betting, like, okay. And this is interesting. He's Thermoing instead of Tribeam. Because, I mean, this outside Cythria. And to be fair, Cythria is a relevant card in this deck. We know Cythria's getting played. We know... well, Brightstone Formation's like gonna have a hard time to get killed, but I think you can nest Tribeam with Static Shock and still get through. So if it ever goes to 9, you can do that and you're okay. And then you ping off Shen's Berry, you can block Shen, and you live. But really heavily saying, you know what, screw it, let's both bank the mana. The more mana you waste, the less you develop. BBG's technically like gaining mana advantage this way.
That draw seems really good. Guillotine
is massive.
Yeah, gets around all of the tricks as long as the unit is damaged, right?
And the big thing is this deck does not have healing. At least not for the units. They can give them barrier, but barrier does not. You know, you can give them +2 health. That doesn't help either. Like these things are all dying to Noxian Guillotine. Now the barrier is not going to make the 5/6 die unless you Static Shock it, which is a consideration. Like, I wouldn't mind Static Shocking Shen plus the dragon and saying, hey, this dragon now forcibly, unless you have Deny, will always be injured. And you probably want to spend a spell keeping Shen alive. So what are you going to do? Now, second Shen, by the way, just flips the locations. Okay, it's Sharp Sight to live, which, yeah, we know doesn't actually do anything. This is an easy double guillotine in a lot of cases.
Yep, don't kill it now either. Just happy to take where we're at right now. Shen's leveled up, by the way, but this is way more about, like, can Bjorn maintain the board he has, and all this damage-based removal, like barriers line up very well, Sharp Sight lines up very well, but Guillotine's kind of the one range.
Yep. And this is part of why you have Guillotine instead of the Scorched Earth, if you can do it, because Scorched Earth would kill one of Shen or Screeching Dragon, right? And if this was, the last game we cast deck list, where it's one of each, it's like, well, coin flip, this is only going to kill one instead of 2 units. And this is why, sometimes you take the more consistent deck, where Guillotine is objectively better against every deck that's not Tahm Kench Soraka.
Alright, Ezreal instead. No need to rush this Guillotine play either. I think BBG has bigger plans for that spell. And Ezreal's 2 spells away from being leveled up here. Ooh. RP.
Okay. That's the one card you have to be a little bit afraid of, but you can Sentry. You can stun the 5/3, and your Sentry just blocks Shen, and you're okay. You've tapped out of all of your other points of mana, but, I mean, Sentry should feel pretty comfortable.
This is very delicately balanced. I think PVG's current posture in the player cam kind of tells you the story.
Yeah. I mean, I think these rounds have been played really well. This is another game where Fior wasn't drawn, but we had Shen plus enough challengers, and it's why you have Screeching Dragons, why you have Laurent Chevalier, it's why you have Fleet Feather Trackers, it's why you have a lot of these cards that, like, they have Challenger, or they're just, you need to block them, because it's, it's River Shaper and things like that, where it's like, look, you need to do something about this, or my cards will overrun you, either through card advantage because I'm drawing, or card advantage because I'm killing your stuff. It's a good single combat.
Yep. Takes down easy. Oh, yeah. I did not know that interaction worked that way. Ezreal gets a level up point for that. That's funny.
Afterwards, right?
Yes.
Because it was still stunned for the unit spell, but
the stun. Sorry, you're right. I was like,
it wasn't the single combat.
That
No,
would be
no,
a
no,
big
no.
meme. Can you imagine your opponent single
Swain-
combat levels up
yeah.
your Ezreal?
So I will say though, your opponent's single combat will level up your Swain.
Yes.
Because you're doing non-combat damage with the unit. So that's the one that surprised me mostly. Is like, oh, of course, that makes sense. It didn't have to be ordered here, by the way, because Ezreal was never going to get level 2 off of just that.
Right.
So, it didn't really matter to the ordering. But yeah, now we're getting the double guillotine play.
Tri-beams
Guillotine, of course, levels the tri-beams.
10, by the way. 10 and 8 are the
Yep.
2 tri-beams.
Yep. But the problem is, if Bright Steel Formation comes down, what's going to be happening is you need to be able to tri-beam, put it on the stack, then play Static Shock, put that on the stack. That will allow you to kill, the big scary 9/9 with Barrier. But it means you need to have your action, and it means you need to have 8 mana available. So, that's the card I'm afraid of, because that is the card that, theoretically is in hand.
Attack!
Indeed.
Attack, you want.
And, it does nothing until next round. And so he's like, okay, well, yes, my tri-beams are big, that's nice. But I definitely cannot kill this. I need blockers. The good thing is, there's no way to have Barrier. Or sorry, no way to have Overwhelm. There's no way to get Elusive. So, your Spiderlings or whatever are going to be fine. But you're down, what, 1 or 2 Ezreals at this point. So you kind of need to preserve your last Ezreal. If it is the last one. I don't remember.
I was kind of hoping he'd attack, because, if he blocks, you can maybe try beam the 9/9, but, not today. Just going to play the House Spider again. Much more sensible play, I think I'll call that. Because a big round is coming here. Try beam.
Yep, so here's the tri-beam. Yep. If there's deny, I believe you can instantly open attack. Okay, riposte. Right, so there's Static Shock. And an easy Static Shock after the top of that one.
Yep.
So now we're like, okay, you have 2 cards left. Is one of them deny? We haven't seen deny yet. We know you're running it in the deck. No deny. You would obviously deny this if you could, right? So now he knows. Okay, bam.
Ooh.
We got a Plaza Guardian. It could have been She Who Wanders. Could have been a 10/10 regen.
I think I'll take it at this point. Send
Yep.
big enough. Stun the River Shaper up as well, and now you're just kind of buried in card advantage. Of note, the Tri-Beam was also big enough to beat Sharpsight. So that wasn't enough to save the 9/9, which is kind of wild. But I think BBG has ground his way to a 2-0 here. This is looking like an overwhelming board state. Gonna play the leveled up Ezreal as well.
Yeah.
Maybe not. No, just preserve it. Send it.
I don't know if he thinks he has lethal just based on hand state, because he can just he can play Ezreal, Chump Wump, throw mushrooms out of his hand, throw a Mystic Shot out. That just might be his game plan. Captain Farron lets you go for 4 next round. I think the one thing he was afraid of is if there was a second Bright Steel formation, was that going to stall the game too much? Because otherwise, this guy has no cards left, right? If you can just make them use up all their cards, there's no winning combat patterns anymore. There's no good card draw now that that's dead. There's no slow speed board wipes. There's no Harrowing or Ruination. I think that attack was good.
Yeah, again, open decklist like you said, so there's no Meter Swift Foot isn't going to randomly get you and potentially stall the board up. So Ezreal's just going to get deployed here. One of their cards is a spell. You probably think that one of them is a unit and two of them are spells. There's a Chevalier going to get Mystic Shot instantly. That deals 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2 to the unit, 2 to face. If you really want to maximize, you can still target face. It's going to do 3 to face instead. So if, you're really trying to rush down for damage, technically you do still want to target Nexus.
Yep.
Doesn't need to here, of course.
Kind of like Funsmith, but for the face, with Face Smith.
Good, I like that.
But double dipping here, of course. Killing the unit and dealing 2 damage. It's kind of the change that really brought Ezreal back into the forefront of the metagame.
Yeah, it was a good buff. All right, I kind of want to see Tri-Beam for 11.
Do it.
There's pretty much nothing else you care about. There's really nothing else that really scares you. Yeah, you don't get an attack token. Okay. Not horrible. I mean, still we're missing She Who Wanders, which is too bad. But whatever. Never lucky. He's only definitely winning this game 2-0. Never lucky.
Never lucky.
All right.
3 straight rounds for BBG. I wonder how many games he's lost actually in the tournament so far. But that was a clinic.
He lost his very first game, because I was reading Twitch chat earlier. He lost the very first game he played in round of 1,000. Now he's in top 128. 2-0.
Looking good.
2 more to go. 2 more to go for BBG. That's awesome.
Certainly one of the players we had our eyes on coming into this tournament. Great to see him both on stream and also performing very well. Like I said, that was a clinic on how to play kind of the current decks in Legends of Runeterra. You saw how deeply he was willing to think through every single turn, which was really cool to see. So, like you said, 2 to go. We are going to be jumping into a game 3. Random 7 is back at it. playing Deshen. And it's back. Mina FTR is ready. Oh, goodness, this is a bullet state.
Yep, and this is level 2 Tryndamere. You can tell because he's fearsome. He's easily blocked by the 5/5, but that still represents 4 damage to face. You can see card advantage very clearly on one side. Also, by the way, we've got a nice little card called, Tryndamere's Undying Rage, Relentless Fury. I forget what it's called, but it's +8/+4 permanently. It's pretty strong. Captain Farron is scary, but he's going to take Tryndamere over, I guess. I mean, I thought I saw a Mina Swiftfoot, but doesn't want to recall the 10/10, instead is going to block.
Has 2 Minas actually in hand. Yep, 2 there.
Yeah.
Face of the old, Voice of the Old Gods, excuse me, and a couple trolls and some weirding spells, plus the Palm and the Harsh Winds, but maybe just a Palm here. Get the Farron back. Does have to worry about life total a little bit with those triple decimates. Does represent lethal if they can cast all of them, but of course that's going to take more than 1 turn.
Yep. Well, you could Battle Fury, prevent you from taking damage. Obviously, the Palm is just fine. Just in case you block, you never know. Like, I can't think of a single card that would break Relentless Fury here, but you just do it to be sure. There's never really a reason not to. But this is going to look pretty good. This is going to be a really, really strong attack coming in soon. You probably Pillar, you probably play Mina, and then you have about, 20 Overwhelm damage coming in, and you probably win the game off of that one. A lot of deck buffs. I mean, that's a +3/+3 Ever Frozen Century.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have a Deshen's deck list here, but from the... Ooh.
That's Deny, though. That's so smart. I assume he's holding mana for Deny. Right? It's Ash Noxus. It's the Imperial Mandate deck, basically.
Yep.
And yeah, that's good to hold 4. That's a good line of play. Here's the Pillar.
Trundle levels up.
Yep.
And what do you
I mean, it really depends what's going on, though, right? Like, if there's a bunch of freezes, he's still alive. Yeah, that's the big thing. If the Shen has 6 mana and has Harsh Winds, he's still alive. It's fine. Assessor draws 2. The odds of Harsh Winds just went up a lot. There's, 5 real cards in hand. And not going for mana, just going for a big attack because he can pull that over and there's too much overwhelm otherwise, I think. This is -11. Yeah, there was not 11 toughness on the board, so this is lethal if you don't have a play.
All right, well, Harsh Wind's going to look pretty good here if Deshen has it. Yep.
There we go. And what's nice is, of course, the 6/4. Oh, yeah, 8's coming out over the top here. This is correct, by the way, switching over to blocking the 3/2 because, I mean, it's a consideration because Battle Fury gets you to 1 life otherwise. And that's a little scary.
Certainly is. I think against this deck, not a whole lot of direct going on, /0, but certainly saving life feels pretty good here.
Yeah, and you save Trundle, which is nice. So you still get 8 to face. Your opponent's down to 4. And you still got, like 27 overwhelm damage available. And a stun and a freeze and more still in hand. Now, this is going to look pretty nice. Like, this is... I mean, the deck buffs have gone off. And keep in mind, like, we know Harsh Winds is here, so we know he's completely fine. Like, there's just a ton of play to just block all these attacks. But, I mean, theoretically, Captain Farron gets to fight the Trundle, or the Tryndamere for a little bit of damage. And maybe you get a freeze culling strike. Maybe you get something else going on, and, then you hit face a ton. But there's too many good defensive options left, it feels like.
Yeah, Mina as well, like, resets any board if the Shen tries to go all in. There's Ash. It's pretty good here.
It is. I mean, you get to freeze one thing, and then draw a card afterwards. That can't be stopped. Anyone with 1 life, or anyone with 0 attack cannot block. But you have a freeze on 2 and a stun on 1. And you also have Mina right here, which is just big oof.
Yeah, just gonna send him back. This resets. Farron can't be replayed. Can replay Ash plus Assessor here.
Mm-hmm.
But
Assessor's slightly too small.
Yep. That's true. All the buff go off as well. I forgot about that part of recall.
Yeah, you lose the buffs. Now, you can still freeze 1, so Trundle cannot block. You can use the Assessor to challenge Tryndamere. Your opponent doesn't have Harsh Winds mana. They don't have Concussive Palm mana. But, I mean, all Ash is going to do at that point is just trade with Mina Swiftfoot, which is not the best play. You can play one of your Decimates, and if you have enough freeze to survive, if you have like Harsh Winds or even double Flash Frost, you survive and then play next round, more of the same. This is nice. This is other Ash, bigger Ash.
Yep. Also,
if she attacks, she freezes Trundle. This is not bad, actually. Like, Ash still dies to Mina or Tryndamere, but you could have gone for that play and just traded the card out.
We'll have to burn through all the freezes now if you're random 7. You know they've got the Ash in hand. They've got the arrow on top, which is a slow spell, so getting the open in first. Nice thing about saving the Trundle as well is that his like attack power buff is permanent. Oof, that's good. Harsh Winds.
And we know that they have Flash Frost because of the other Ash on the deck. So you can choose to go down to 1 life, which is going to be the call. And you're saying, hey, and now this is kind of funny because we always know that there's a Flash Frost in hand, right? Because he played buffed Ash.
Yep.
We know there's Flash Frost, so he's like, okay, we're just going to buff. And actually buffing Tryndamere is not bad because you just like re-Flash Frost Tryndamere and then Tryndamere gets to live. And that's like not even that bad.
Yeah, never gonna like get your opponent here, right? Like never gonna have them flash freeze the 7/6 then lose to Undying Rage. So that's certainly not on the table. But I think letting your big board live here feels pretty good. So just gonna threaten the Ash with the Trend as he rebuffs it with his own signature spell from his own champion card, and that's gonna force a freeze here.
And much like before, you could have like, oh, but what if I like Concussive Palm you, and then it's fine. It's like, well, no, he's still going to just flash freeze the 8 attack here, right? So this requires a card, by the way, because you're getting 1 over the top from Tryndamere and 7 from Mina. So you must refreeze something. And you probably freeze Tryndamere because you want to keep Ash alive. And now you're at 1, and there's no more damage available, so it all comes down to the next attack, basically.
Yep. Feels really tough to win without this Ash. I don't think your triple decimate's gonna happen. I think it's just too much mana too slowly.
Oh, this is smart. Okay, so not playing Troll Ravager allows him to play Mina Swiftfoot and Concussive Palm. If he banks all the spell mana, 14 mana isn't enough to play all those cards. Or 13 total mana isn't enough to play all the cards. So now we again go into the same consideration. It's like, okay, what is available? What can we play? Like, obviously, Mina is going to do a lot of good things. We know Crystalline Arrow is in hand. Like, that had to have been drawn.
Yep.
So that is one card you constantly play around. The Troll Ravagers are too big to be stopped by that. They have 5 health, so they're going to be okay. You also know that... Sorry, go ahead, please.
Oh, I was going to say, it just seems like a lot of math right now from random 7, right? Has to calculate, like, what units do I play? How do I block? What's going to get frozen? I mean, the range of cards in your opponent's hand is very low, right? It's 3 Decimates and a Pharian that you know about, and then whatever the other 2... Oh, actually, no, you know the arrow's there. So the last one's Trapper.
Yep.
6
and
Trapper.
Arrow will draw a card. So Mina obviously going to be quite nice.
Yep.
I kind of like punching the Trapper back because drawing a 1 mana 5/5 is actually not even that good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not a winning card. So I like this a lot. It actually just dies anyway. And it was one of the only cards that could block. So, like, the 5/1 is just there.
And that's it.
Not enough. That's it.
Back-to-back Mina over a couple turns, and Random 7 continues undefeated throughout this event. Very impressive. Really cool deck. It's fun that the last 2 times we've come back to watch him, he's playing the FTO Ionia deck, but makes sense.
Yeah.
Opponents probably leaving it open, maybe not understanding exactly how proficient he is on the deck. And also, it wins kind of slowly. So we're going to catch it at the end of a lot of rounds, especially if it goes the distance in games.
Yeah. But I mean, we kind of saw the point of the deck in the first place, right? It's, I'm running a ton of freezes, and so you play your Feel the Rush, and then I freeze you, and your Feel the Rush did nothing, and then I Culling Strike your Trundle, and now I'm happy. But we got to a board state or a game state where there was always the other copies of Tryndamere. Like, all 3 Tryndameres were drawn really early on, and none of them were Feel the Rushed, right? There was a regular old 9/9 Tryndamere on the board, and then 2 more Tryndameres in hand. So the guy just drew all his champions. Feel the Rush never got to get played, and just had the Berserker Fury just ready to go the whole time.
Yeah, just still had all these, which is nice. And round 3 is coming to a close. I don't know if we have any more games coming up just yet, but of course, if we do, we'll get them on your screen. What we do have, though, is something kind of fun. Phreak, I don't know if you know this, but we've been talking about, kind of what happened with the little KDA mini set and like how it's been cool to have these be the capstone of the expansion that's come out. But Legends of Runeterra also started showing off some new cards today as well. So we're actually going to have a look at the card that was revealed this morning. Welcome to a new Piltover Epic, Mechanized Mimic, 5 mana 3/4 with Augment, which is a new keyword that says when you play a created card, grant me +1/+0, and attack. Grant me all keywords on allies. That is some goodness if I've ever seen it. This will do some wild things.
Yeah, this is really fun. But I mean, we saw a glimpse of this with one of the KDA cards that came out, where you get to share all your keywords together. Augment, having not seen the gameplay of this, I think you need to be in play when this happens. So like
Yes.
you need to have your 5 mana 3/4 on the board. Then you play all your random created cards, and then you attack instead, and you get overwhelmed and elusive and all these things. Yeah, this is exciting. This is a cool card.
Yeah, this is really cool. And you know, maybe Draven has a new buddy to spin some axes with.
Yeah, exactly. You know, anytime you spin an axe, anything you do, anything like that, it's going to be really fun. You get your puff caps and whatnot. I mean, there's so much card generation in Piltover and Zon in the first place. Like that is kind of one of their things. And they were the last to get their champion in this set, right? They still haven't gotten the unique Piltover champion to the Targon expansion, or the Targon set, I should say. And so it's augmenting, it's creating cards and sharing keywords together. So I know I was seeing some players say it felt like PZ was kind of left behind. They didn't have much of an identity. And it's like, well, unfortunately, they are the last to get the rest of their stuff. So their Targon set identity is going to come out, and it's augmenting cards.
Yep, which is super
Or
cool.
at least
I
things
think
like that.
there's so much fun stuff you can do with that mechanic. And even like just in region, like elusive and quick attack, but pretty easy to get on mechanized mimics. So there could be some like Heart of the Fluffed-esque gigantic units swinging at you. So, certainly a card that I know a lot of players will enjoy building around, which is the point of these kind of cards.
It's Heart of the Fluff without being a garbage card that removes your entire board, right? Like you play Heart of the Fluff, and then they hush you, and you're like, I just ruinationed myself.
Yeah,
like,
Hush.
What did I do?
Hush kind of took the teeth out of that one.
Yeah. I believe, though, the wording on Augment was when you play a created card. So, like, if you're, playing House Spider, it is summoning a unit. It is not created, like, it's Puff Caps from Puff Cap Peddler. It's Back Alley Barkeep, which is one of my favorite cards. I know it's jank, but I really like that card. It's Jinx Rocket. It's Draven Axes.
Ezreal Mystic Shots that he makes.
Yeah,
right, not the ones that,
Gems count.
Ooh,
yep, Ezreal hits Nexus. Yeah, absolutely. So that'll be fun to see. Of course, there'll be a lot more going on. Obviously, there will be a thematic Piltover champion. I have very strong thoughts what the champion is. Technically, that has not been announced yet. So, but to me, it's obvious. But that's okay. And wait to see.
To many, I believe there's been leaks as well. But we're gonna keep you in suspense, of course. You can all spend some fun time during the break to figure out maybe what champion that could be. For now, we are gonna step away. But round 4 is coming right up after this short break.
Rock for ya.
I'm cold, I'm hungry, and there's rocks in me boots.
Better than mortal metal.
I cannot recover all that is lost, but I will try.
Master yourself, master your enemy.
Welcome back, welcome back. It is time for round number 4, Phreak, as we are getting in the weeds. Certainly as players are on the road to 5-0. We'll be looking at our 3-0 players, of course, as this round is going to be kicking off. But Phreak, we've seen a lot of things today, and I think the thing we've maybe seen most of is Go Hard. So what better than Saro, the player credited with popularizing the Go Hard TF deck, to introducing Saro. How you doing, man? Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, I'm doing great. Glad to be here. What's up, everyone?
Nothing much, nothing much. Just watching your creation destroy people round after round, it feels like. So kind of tell me, where did the inspiration for this deck come from? Like, what did you think, I guess, when you first saw the card spoiled?
When I first saw the Go Hard card spoiled,
Yes.
I definitely thought this card looks really nuts. I want to try this in an Ezreal deck. And then I ended up not trying it in an Ezreal deck. I queued into somebody on ladder who had like a similar style version to like the Go Hard list that I started playing a lot. And I kind of reverse engineered it, and it seemed really strong. And this is like kind of what we came up with. And it seems like there are so many ways you could take the deck too. Like with the Elise or with the Gangplanks, you could be like more aggressive or more mid range. And I feel like we're even seeing like a lot of different kind of ways people can tech the deck.
So I'm curious, like, tell me which parts are the actual core that you would probably never give up, and what are the parts that are flexible, and like why are like the common list, like the most common list I feel like is 2 Elise, 1 Gangplank, like sometimes 1 of Chronicle of Ruin, like what other parts that are flexible around, and what do they do for it?
Yeah, I think the cards that are like non-flexible you can't cut. It's like the card draw, like the TFs, the Croakers, the Zap Spray Friends. Doom Beast doesn't draw you cards. That card's a house. I think those guys are all really staples. And then like the tech slots that you have, I feel like are kind of like the copies of Ruination or like the Crumbles. The 1 Chronicler of Ruin is kind of neat. Those are all kind of the techs. The champion slots, other than Twisted Fate, are also you can do whichever.
What kind of change between the two? I know you said initially like go more aggressive or go more mid range, but like are there other considerations than Elise and GP, even in like really fringe scenarios, or why people kind of settled on 2 and 1? It feels like that's the most common.
I think the reason people like 2 and 1 is kind of because Elise is great on 2, but like the second and third one kind of feel a little underwhelming. So when you just have the 2 Elise, you have like decent odds of having it on turn 2, but you also have like the 1 GP, which is just like a nice top end finisher in a lot of decks. Against a lot of things, the 1 GP, if he's leveled up, he's really dangerous.
And I know you said you initially tried this with Ezreal, which I think makes sense. It's a cheap spell that ramps up into a big finisher kind of spell. Do you think there are other Go Hard strategies? Because at 1 mana in a very powerful region, it feels like you could put Go Hard in a bunch of other decks. So do you think there are other Go Hard decks out there, or decks that maybe don't go all in as leveling the card up, but can maybe use it as a utility tool almost?
Yeah, definitely. I think Ezreal Vi, I've seen that like being the Shadow Isles version deck. I almost brought that actually to the event, but I got talked down from bringing it. I think that deck is actually quite powerful though.
That's interesting. That'd be fun to think about that, because you are trending through a lot of cards. I see your point about how much like card draw matters, because you're playing bad Blade's Edge 3 times, right? And like when I saw that, I was like, wow, I'm so like no one runs Blade's Edge. Katarina generates a free Blade's Edge and she's still unplayable, and it's like, wow, you have to play this card 3 times and then draw it a 4th time before this card's any good. And it's like, no, this is a tournament defining deck. It's kind of amazing. But I feel like, the card draw is like super necessary to make this deck work at all, because you need to get that 4th copy at some point. I guess so. Then I want to kind of follow up then and ask a question, like, how often does this deck actually win, like because of Pack Your Bags? Like, it feels like a lot of the times it doesn't need to be drawn for this deck to win.
I think very often the way you're ending with this deck is you're setting up like that wide board with a Pack Your Bags that's gonna like break your opponent's board, and because they only have one action to like build up a board in between you setting up your board and wiping theirs, they can't really defend themselves enough. So I think a lot of the time what happens is the deck assembles a very wide board, snaps the opponent's board off, and then just gets a lethal swing in. So it's like the conjunction of the two.
So you like need Icequake, or it's over, basically.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. You have to answer that board in one action usually.
Yeah. Is that actually why we're seeing more Icequake? Just because like that's probably the cleanest answer to Pack Your Bags killing everything you have? Or is it other matchups really?
It is a pretty solid card to answer that. I think it's also quite good into fearsomes. It'll wipe their board.
Right, yeah. Often. Yeah.
All right, well, we have to step away in just a moment, but I do want one last thing from before we go. How many copies of Go Hard do you think we'll see in the top 32?
In the top 32, I'd say at least like 18 to 20, maybe more.
Could be
I
more.
think
We'll see.
if we're only saying the TF version, I would say that. I think you might even see some other versions pop their head up.
Yeah,
I
maybe
think
someone's.
Mhm.
Go ahead, sir.
I don't think the TF version is the only playable version of that deck.
Yeah, someone out there is furiously like brainstorming Vi now that you've said it. So thanks to whoever you gave the idea to. It does sound like a really sweet deck. But all jokes aside, thank you so much for joining us, Sarah. It's been awesome to talk to you about a deck that we'll definitely be seeing a lot more of this tournament.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you guys, and
Yeah.
enjoy casting.
Thank you. We
Thanks.
have so far, and we will. Watching more and more Go Hard Free, because I imagine that's coming up here in round number 4. We have seen, I think, a good spread so far. I'm waiting to see, maybe something more left field. Like we saw someone had dragons in their lineup, but we didn't get to see the deck. Also, like I think the idea of what does Soraka Kench, how does Soraka Kench fit into this kind of tournament is interesting. We did have it in his lineup last round, but it got banned. I feel like even though everyone knows Soraka Kench is very good, there are obvious ways to beat it. But I think people didn't want to bring things that beat it and just relied on banning it instead. And we said, you know what? We're going to try and beat the Go Hard and the FTR decks and all the aggro decks kind of in between that.
All right. Well, I've gotten word of the next player we are watching and following is Minasia. Keep in mind, we are in the top 128, so we are 2 wins away from qualifying for next weekend's finals weekend. We're 2 matches away from top 32. We're going to be bringing up as much as we can. So this is Tom Kench Soraka. We get to see more of it. I do want to point out he is here beating Hyped last round. I'm a big Hyped fan. Been watching him for years playing card games. I know Hyped is very, very good, but we have Kench Soraka.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's like, hey, I wonder if people are going to bring this deck, and we might see it in this next game. I guess we'll have to find out if it's just going to be kind of permabanned away. But, from the list that we have seen today, like, we saw, one Scorched Earth? Like, people, and I guess we've seen Crumble in a number of the TF lists, but in general, people aren't really bringing things to beat up on Starspring. So, could be a list that's very good in the meta, but maybe something that where you expect it to get permabanned, and you just kind of play the 2 best decks left. Also, just as additional context, Minasia is apparently 16 years old, which is very promising for a player that's recently come up on the tournament scene, but beating Hyped and, of course, continuing to be undefeated here. Could potentially go 4-0 and 1 more. As we'll take a look at his next deck. He is bringing the, at this point, it is customary. It is TF Go Hard.
Yeah, it is TF Go Hard. This is also the second time we've now seen Cursed Keeper come in. We saw Zinc Elemental run, I believe, one of Cursed Keeper as well, as more or less just a target for Fortune Croaker. It's just, slots in occasionally as the one of there. Only a single Withering Wail, only a single Ruination, a single Commander Ledros. I mean, you never really want more than one of that in the first place. Also a triple Elise version. So, not only are we, back then at only 2 champions, but also several one-ofs here. As tech cards, and like Cursed Keeper and Ruin are just and Ledros are bonus because it's just all you have space for. Like they're just situational in the first place, but exactly one Withering Wail, exactly one Ruination, exactly 2 Vengeances, no Crumble, which is interesting since he's the one bringing a Starspring deck himself. Does not have anti-Starspring cards.
Yeah, and I'll split the last deck is in just a moment. Pirate Burn, because he doesn't have Gangplank space. No, probably not. Probably FTR. But we'll see. Fiora Shen, definitely on the table. Ooh, I was very wrong.
This is not a deck I've seen a lot of. I saw a little bit of it watching streams last night. Watching anyone whose stream title was prepping for the seasonal tournament, I would go and watch for a little bit. And I saw this deck being prepped by one of the players. You're spamming Freljord Noxus Overwhelm units, one of Elixir of Iron, which is, I think, tournament tech to hey, by the way, I can sometimes beat your Withering Wail or your Mystic Shot. But main decking 3 of Battle Fury as the finisher. That's exciting.
That is. I mean, I've seen the Darius Targon Allegiance decks, right? Where it's you're maybe playing Pale Cascade and Bastion to protect your threats, but you have the Noxus Allegiance card instead for even more Noxian Overwhelm style things. This is very different. This is a way higher density of units that naturally have Overwhelm. This isn't playing the 5-mana stun that buffs your team, whose name is currently escaping me, Decisive Strike, which I've seen in kind of those lists to give you a nice way to push through all in with one of your Overwhelm units. This is just solid units with great stats and just kind of just getting your opponent by outstatting them and overwhelming them on the board.
It lives, weirdly enough, to me in a slightly similar space to Draven Ezreal. Just in that, you're just playing a lot of things that are very efficient, and you're kind of just curving out. In this case, yes, you are playing 2 Alpha Wild Claws. 2 Captain Farrons in the Ezreal version of this, quote unquote, this deck as well. But yeah, very, very aggressive. You're going to get face damage. This is one of the only decks I feel like you can actually play Wolf Rider in because you're probably going to hit face on 4 from an open attack, and I think that'll be kind of exciting. He is up against Gallant here. Definitely, yeah, high ladder player. So we'll see how this one goes. Gallant's first deck is Pale Cascade Fearsome, so this is a deck that I actually thought we'd see more of, but it is mostly Mono Noxus, but 3 of Pale Cascade. We saw pretty much exactly this list earlier today as well.
Yep, round 1 all the way back then. I believe we had this list almost card for card, if not card for card.
I think it had Nocturne in it, though.
Oh, you're right. There was a Nocturne or 2 floating around in that list.
Yeah. So a couple things different, but interesting to see, right? Like, I know when we were when Casanova was helping us prep this a little bit, one of the things we had tossed around was an idea of a lineup that is 3x Fearsome aggro, and then just like finding tech cards in different regions to go along with it and find ways to make that one work. Otherwise, Gallant's second deck is Ash Noxus. This is the more standard expected Freljord Noxus list. Instead of running the Noxus champions, you're running the Freljord champions. Usually only 2 of Sejuani. It's hard to find room for a third. You just tend to draw her by that point anyway. But a lot of freezing and then Culling Strike and Reckoning allows you to just ruin everything. Want to point out 2 Brittle Steel, 2 Harsh Winds, 3 Troll Chants. Troll Chants often enough to get you in the Culling Strike range in the first place. Letting copies of Ash become extra copies of the 3 mana freeze, and that's good enough.
Yep, for sure. This is like to me, this is kind of like definitive mid-range in this game. Like this is, you want to play units that are bigger, get an overwhelming board advantage, and kind of win that way by getting card advantage in combat. Last one here, Ezreal Draven, which has been a staple of today, and with good reason. Very consistent, a huge amount of play. I think a lot like TF Go Hard and those kind of lists. Like you and Swim were talking about earlier, just like a very matchup agnostic, very consistent deck that lets you leverage your play skill. So going to be cool to see these 2 play out. I believe we'll be getting into picks and bans in just a moment. We have to watch quickly because these players tend to pick pretty quickly. Banning Nox Ash on one side, and we'll see what gets banned on the other side. Maybe.
Yep. So Menaja says, okay, my lineup is best against Draven plus Fearsomes. You're going to lose Go Hard as well. So we are going to see some Kench Soraka.
All right.
Most likely. Right? Of course, you have to pick which one he's going to lead with, and he's going to lead with the Noxus Freljord double aggro. So Noxus Freljord Overwhelm is the first deck, and we'll see what he's up against.
All right, so this is kind of fun. Like the two lesser known decks, I guess, in Menaja's lineup is going to be what we'll see here up against Fearsomes. They're for Gallant.
Yep. I'm happy we're seeing the Blood Brothers together as well. I mean, they are brothers in the lore. They are playing up here together as well, just like how Yasuo and Yone play together. Of course, you're going to run that in a Yasuo deck. You are very often pretty happy to run Draven alongside Darius. Ancient Yeti in the opening hand, I think, is solid. If you can, you want to wait as long as you can to play that card. You'd love to play a 0-mana 7/7. If you have to play it on 4, you can. Or sorry, it's 5/5. If you have to play it around 4, you can. You just don't want to if you can help it.
Yeah, for sure. But definitely good to have one here. It's running 3 of those as well. So definitely on the Yeti plan. Again, just lots of really good efficient units here. Going to go ahead and play Grenadier on 2. It's going to be met by a different 3/2. We'll see if the trade happens here.
Yeah. Keep in mind that despite this being Shadow Isles, this is not Go Hard. This is Fearsome aggro. Vile Feast does exist, I believe, in this list. I could be wrong. I don't remember right away. But the 3/1 Challenger Tough in the hand, that can obviously be really good against any 1-mana ping effects, Vile Feast or Withering Whale. So if you can kind of wait a little bit to put that one down, obviously it can be very good against Elise as well. You can just kill her Spiderlings for free and not take any damage. That's obviously powerful as well.
Yeah, no trades here. Just wants to keep the Fearsome unit on the board.
Yep.
So here comes
This is
Callisto.
pretty nice. Yeah, you have to raid her because you want Troll Chant up. Normally you'd like to play on curve, but I think leaving Troll Chant available is such a big deal. You could put Callista on a 2 attack and then give your Ruthless Raider 3 health plus tough, means you're not going to die to Callista. The only spell that would stop you in any meaningful way. And it's like, okay, what are we going to choose to do? Like, Iron Ballista is always going to die. Like, your 3/2 is always going to die. This is interesting. I don't know. I really like the idea of keeping Troll Chant up, but this just lets you trade the board down instead.
Yeah, maybe once set up a bigger attack with the Overwhelm unit on the turn after. See if there's even a block here with Callisto in play. It's a little less value, but yeah, this feels like a very obvious block. Already dealt 3, you're going to deal 1 more, and then trade off as Callisto gets 1 point of XP.
Yeah, and again, you still have the consideration theoretically of, who does better if we both trade 3 health back and forth. But I feel like you would double block on the defending side for Gallant anyway, especially if you have Harrowing. Anytime you trade the board down, you're kind of happy to do so. So I think he's never going to skip a block. But we'll see what comes in next. Of course, Benasia, we know most of the combat tricks in this deck are actually aggressive. And again, it's open deck list, so you know how many freezes are there, and it's not a lot. It's like, what, 2 or 3 Troll Chance and 1 Elixir of Iron are basically the only defensive options.
Yep. Otherwise, just good units here. Gonna play Draven, gonna consider this attack, has the Troll Chant still up and available. Of course, it's Gallant's turn, gonna go ahead and play another Arachnid, and this attack is pretty easy.
Yep. Pretty fortunate to draw Draven there. You'd obviously rather use Draven than your 2-1. Callista is gonna be left up. We are gonna go ahead and try to buff to make sure everything else goes well. Now, 4 health is still enough to kill it if you have a second Callista in hand. Black Spear will still knock down this thing. Draven gets to hit face. Yeah, got buffed to 4 attack, or 4 damage, which is actually playable. Because you know, when it was 2 mana, it was OP.
Yes.
It was 3 mana for 3 damage, and it was unplayable. Now it's 3 mana for 4 damage, and it's playable again.
Makes sense. You know, it's just like we talked before, how, you know, Piltover feels like, you know, it's maybe gotten the short end with the release schedule, meaning the Piltover champion and its cards come out last. But, you know, we buffed Ezreal to tide you over, so.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
At this point, I would love a line of play. I mean, Minaj is better than me, so, you know, trust him more than me. But
Yes.
I would love a line of play that lets Battle Fury be available next round, which means spending at most 3 mana this round so that you have 6+2 on your next attack.
Hey, that costs 3
So
mana.
I
Ancient
would-
Yeti going to be deployed.
Yep. Ancient Yeti's obviously a great blocker here, and you can choose to block nothing, and that'll keep Callista from leveling, but that feels a little scary.
Yeah, this is a lot. 8 already? Yeah, he's
Yep.
going to take it.
But he's going to take 7.
Oh, 7.
Yeah, he's going to take 7. That's okay. But, I mean, there's 12 attack coming in, and he has 8 more damage overwhelm coming in soon. So now he's in a spot where open attack is not complete lethal because of Doom Beast. But I don't think Gallant skips block here, and Battle Fury can just look for lethal. I like this line of play a lot.
Yeah.
Battle play, yeah.
You can kind of see what the deck is looking for, right? Like playing his critical massive overwhelm units and triple Battle Rage, just so you can line up this kind of play. I mean, already at 6 just from this alone. That's a lot already on this board.
And notice he's like, I have to block everything. He's going to be at 10 life. Like, he knows Battle Fury's in this deck. He knows it's a 3 of. Yep. And he banked up to 8 mana on purpose. There's a card on the far left of his hand he's never played. Like, this is a pretty significant choice. He's only going to lose 1 unit here. And we know he's also tapped out of Vengeance mana. Gallant didn't save 1 spell mana. I forget if Vengeance was main decked or not. Minasia would know. And he's going to go, I think, does he have it actually with...
Yeah, it's exactly if he goes for it now.
Yeah. And it has to go to Overwhelm. He can't level Draven because that would just go, the damage would go to waste. So he has to, I think he's going to spread it out.
Wow, just going for
probably
it.
ditch Saboteur.
I mean, again, you know the deck list. Like, what do they have?
If and I assume, like, based on this line of play, it's not Grasp, right? Because you would not buff your 6/3 if it was Grasp.
Stalking Shadows, that doesn't get anything.
I don't believe you have anything dead for Callista to turn into Black Spear. Actually, it's only followers anyway. Followers never have fast spells, but it does let you to draw a card for Pale Cascade. It's just to get Pale Cascade card draw.
Yeah, and a toughness
And yeah,
threat.
second Pale Cascade.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, you just need enough toughness to not die, and that's going to leave you at 2, I believe. Yep.
Kills the Yeti, live with 2. And yeah, I mean, here's the tough part. Now you've got to get the rest of the damage in somehow with almost no board.
Yeah. You get a real big Yeti, but...
Yep.
I
get playing for lethal. I get playing for lethal. It totally makes sense.
Right.
Right. They need... You know, you could say, well, what are the odds of Pale Cascade in 8 cards? I mean, moderately high, to be honest, but went for lethal, couldn't quite find it. But, I mean, look at this, though.
That was a good draw. That Darius is going to be very threatening next turn, but has to play the right... doesn't want to get
units.
Got.
He's out of blockers. He's at 9. You can block 7.
Yep.
2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, he's alive with 2 based on board state, I believe. And he can go down to 1 instead. With no mana, he knows he's fine.
Yeah, I guess making the choice between 1 or 2.
Doesn't Gallant have the one of No, he has the one of deal 1 to anything, drain 1 anything, Nightfall.
Oh yeah, Unspeakable Horror. Yeah, he does.
You have to play around Unspeakable Horror. I believe you actually have to play around Unspeakable Horror. You have to drop 3/2, which you don't want to do.
No.
But if that card's Unspeakable Horror, if one of those 5 cards is Unspeakable Horror, or one of the 6 on the next draw, you have lost the game with this block.
Yep, doesn't even need the Nightfall. Nightfall just gets you a Nightfall card. If anyone wondering what Unspeakable Horror does, aren't that many Nightfall players out there? But it does ping anything for 1, including the Nexus. And gonna lose to it here with this line of play, I believe, dropping to 1 after all these blocks are locked in.
Yep. At the same time, there are no healthy enough blockers to stop Darius from being lethal. So if there is no removal or major healing or Nexus ping, Darius wins the game, I believe. Because I don't think there's a big enough blocker to survive.
Yeah, I think...
You have to Darius, right?
Yeah, I don't think Draven can get it done here.
Oh! No, he's 1 card short.
Yeah.
You could theoretically double Spinning Axe, Whirling Death, level up, get overwhelmed, deal 6 to face.
Yes, that's actually what I was trying to figure out, because generally, you know, Draven, when he hits with the axes, levels up and gets overwhelmed, but he has to hit a unit usually to do that, which obviously would mean the plan wouldn't work.
Wait, no, how can I not count? He has enough.
He's going for it. Certainly not going to go the Darius right here. He doesn't want his opponent to play a unit.
How did I not realize there's 2 other cards in hand? I don't know how I got that wrong. Like, it's
fine.
literally counting
It's
to
fine.
5.
We're here now. It's all good. Still going to lose to Unspeakable
Yeah.
Horror both ways, by the way.
Yeah, right. Neither of these plays play around Unspeakable Horror. Now he has a losing play to Vile Feast, or
Yes.
like Withering Wail, or Vengeance and things like that. But I forget exactly what the hand state is. This also beats Third Pale Cascade. Not that the other play wouldn't have beaten it anyway. But this also plays around Doom Beast, which is a big deal, right? If Unspeakable Horror found Doom Beast and he like had any other burst spell plus Doom Beast, it was game over. So
All right, here
this is okay. Second axe.
Combat you.
And gosh, you're so nervous.
Yeah.
It's like, am I a 6-2 overwhelm or am I dead? What am I? I have no cards in hand. It's all on you. Do you have it?
It's hands off the keyboard. You got nothing else to do. Get the emotes ready.
Get the emotes ready. This is where you absolutely do sweating Ezreal. This is the epitome of sweating Ezreal.
Oh no. Oh, that's
no. Is
that's
this
not it?
Is this nuke you for 1?
Slow roll.
Oh, we got it.
Let's go.
What a play. And it was a burst speed option, right? That would have activated Doom Beast.
Yep.
Like, I think the odds are reasonably high. Another card in that hand was Doom Beast, and he had to find a way to get lethal despite that card being in hand.
Woo.
That is such a good play.
Yeah, this deck is so sweet. It just kills you out of nowhere. Triple Battle Rage, baby. And that was enough. With a little bit of help from a bonus Draven. The coolest thing to me about setting up that sequence is not only does it do what you say, which is win by opening at burst speed, so you don't have to give them another turn to play Doom Beast or something else that they might have. Like, you know, I don't know if they had something like Crumble, which is a slow spell, which would obviously ruin you there as well. But like, Whirling Death needs the unit to be in combat, right? Draven actually has to fight the unit. But we still had enough after buffing it with the axe that you forced a unit to block or they die, which was a really cool interaction. So definitely lots of ways that could have gone wrong. Both Unspeakable Horror and Vile Feast would have absolutely ruined that play in every possible way. But Minasia goes all in and is successful with the first game. As we're going to get ourselves straight into game number 2. Phreak. What a first game. My goodness. This kid can play.
And I got to say, like, it was a play that, like, it respects what the deck is. It's like, okay, you have one of Unspeakable Horror. If that's your card, I lose the game. However, if I go for, like, block Elise, live with 2, I can't develop Draven in time, or I can't develop Darius in time. I'm still always dead to, like, Doom Beast number 3 or 4, which, you know, is totally reasonable to have. So, like, he can't go for the live at 2 health anyway, because 2 is the same as 1 against 75% of the options. Right? 2 is the same as 1 against most cards. There's only one card where 2 and 1 are different. And he's like, I will accept if you have that card. Everything else, though, I'm playing around. It worked out really beautifully. In this case, he had skipped on 1 because he had Crusty Cadre a while ago, chose to not play it. This allows him to easily block a Spiderling. It allows Pale Cascade. That's why he did it this way. That, again, 5-head gamer says, I want to make sure my Pale Cascade's activated. We're going to wait to play it for 2. And that way I can block Elise.
When people
like a 5-head player.
When people say like Nightfall is a hard deck to play, obviously this isn't Nightfall, but like when people say Nightfall is a hard deck to play, it's little sequencing things like that are the reason why. And that's like a window into like things Nightfall does all the time when it's trying to figure out what order to play their spells in. But that was really, really nicely played. Now the Croak is going to come down, get a bit of card advantage. We haven't seen this list yet, and from memory, Gallant does not have a landmark removal spell in in any of his decks. Not even
this
the
is
one
a
that was
no
banned.
crumble version. This is for sure a no crumble version. I'm 99% sure of that one. And then I mean his Noxus deck was banned anyway. The Noxus Ash version that wouldn't have it either, but you know theoretically. No champion drawn though. Yeah, Gordon again. I will continue to give credit to Casanova for giving us a lot of extra information. There are very few 3-attack units in this deck. You've got Boxtopus and leveled Tom Kench, basically. It's like kind of your only options. It's rough. Yeah, you know, until you can heal a second unit, still can't get anything big enough. Like can't get the Shepherd up to 4 attack, so just trades away that card. Would love to find a Soraka. I mean, can honestly play Boxtopus and maybe Astral Protection and start picking things off that way. If you Astral a Boxtopus, you actually can just kill Callista outright.
There's another Astral. So I assume you're playing one or some of these buff spells this turn. I think Boxtopus has to get in there and try and punch something. Might just be Callista straight up.
Yeah, my instinct is instant Astral and keep the unit alive because you really like these Boxtopuses are incredibly important. Now it's hard for Gallant to find 4 damage. This deck is not running Hush; it's running Pale Cascade. So you would need double Pale Cascade. I mean, single Pale Cascade keeps Callista alive, but double Pale Cascade is how you kill this Boxtopus. The 2/2 is fine. It kills everything reasonably well. You're happy with any of the blocks there. The other Boxtopus you wait because you're trying to find something else more important to play around.
Yep, and I think Shepherd is has dreams of becoming a 3+ power unit to help you out in the blocking department. Croak is obviously not going to get there. So trading off here is totally fine.
And that's why the earlier block came in as well. He knew he was going to trade away 1 unit, then trade away the Croaker afterwards, and down goes the Mistcaller. Question is, does Gallant have, Burst Speed plus Pale Cascade plus Pale Cascade again? And it's like, all right, what do you have? You're generally pretty comfortable here. Again, their options. There's no Hush. You're not really worried that much.
Yeah,
the trades are okay. Yeah.
Croak
you can heal your own face for 2.
Croak is just gravy here. It really is these Boxtopuses that need to get buff and stay buff. So I got to do some working out, and I'd hit okay here.
Yeah, I mean, you always have to say okay. In tournament play, of course, you turn off auto pass. If you're laddering, unless you're like going for top 50, just turn off auto pass. No one cares. Just keep the game going. I'm a firm believer in auto pass in non-tournament settings.
I too am an auto pass gamer, and I am unhinged enough to auto pass even in tournaments. But I'm also not playing in this tournament. In the round of 4, with top 32 and a 20k of prize pool on the line.
No. Just give away.
I'm not 16 years old, just coming up beating up hype from my bedroom. Not 1 game up in round 4. I already got the card back. I'm swagging out. No,
hey, to be clear, virtually everyone is playing from their bedroom in this tournament.
That's true.
That's not a badge of honor in this case. Almost every tournament I've ever played in across my 12 years of competitive gaming has been from, well, actually more like 15 has been from my bedroom.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, board's getting pretty wide here. Mist coming in.
Yep.
There's a Mist.
Yep.
Gonna get that one in, and it's time to start blocking, which looks tricky to say the least in this spot.
A lot's actually going to work here. So you have Astral on 1, you have Heal on another. Star Shepherd can block a 3rd. You can get all 3 fearsomes easily.
Yep.
And keep most of your board alive while doing so. The question is, do you want to keep Star Shepherd or do you want to keep Boxtopus? And it's probably keep Star Shepherd. It's like there's the obvious heal.
Oh, that's a good draw for later.
Yeah.
Not right now though, of course.
Yeah, and here's the decision, right? Is do I keep Star Shepherd or do I keep Boxtopus? 1 has 7, 1 has 8 life. So he's choosing the one with 8 life to stay alive for longer. And yeah, you're going for these every time. You're taking 8, which is okay. You want to find Broadback, you only have 2 copies. That's kind of tough.
Yeah, Cascade doesn't save either of these units, by the way. So
yeah, but Cascade on the far right at least kills 1 thing off.
Yeah, you'd end up trading. I think
too bad.
I think you have to keep the Octopus alive just because part of your game plan seems to be just kind of playing budget Demacia, right? You're just like trying to control the board with these Boxtopuses and like beat up as many units as you can. Because really, the way you lose most often is that there's just a giga wide board of fearsomes that you can never block, right?
Yep. So what's nice right now is Boxtopus. Ooh, okay. So I think we always Star Spring because you're gonna have a 4/3, you have another fearsome blocker. That's good. You're scared because you're on harrowing mana now. So you can take the board down. Your opponent opens with harrowing, and you probably just lose the game outright off the attack. You're pretty close to that. I think maybe you live with a little bit of health. But you want to hold combat tricks. You challenge a 2/1, you challenge a 1/1. Everything lives. You probably consider challenging this right now with a 3/2. Nah, actually, you can wait. Right? I think you challenge a 2/1 and a 1/1. I don't like Tahm Kench this early. Well, I guess he has the read that there's almost certainly no Pale Cascade. So Tahm Kench can just like swing and just hit something. I guess also if he's choosing this is also a line of play that lets you play around harrowing a bit because you just leave both boards full and say I have blockers, it's fine.
Yep. Feels like, I mean, the function of Tahm Kench in this deck, from my understanding, is that it's basically just a giant roadblock that forces your opponent to like waste their mana or commit units to the board that Tahm Kench can just easily overpower as long as he's given enough turns to eat them, right? So it's, in this deck, it's not necessarily like massively contributing to the like healing and winning through Star Spring plan, but it makes doing things on board so tricky for your opponent. I do like what Gaunt's doing here though. He's clearing the way with Glimpse Beyonds to open up for potential harrowing.
Yeah, it's either digging for harrowing or making a way to have harrowing because you're gonna run out of time pretty soon. That you kind of need a big play pretty quickly here. And I mean, what's nice is you can hush one of the Mist Wraiths. Here is far right of the hand, by the way. We saw that come down. So this is something that's been in hand for like 3 rounds. So
hey,
was clearing the way for harrowing. No one's surprised here. But most of these can be blocked. It's going to bring us mostly. If you sequence right, Callista will level up. So you can have level Callista available.
Do you eat her? I don't know exactly how valuable Tahm Kench is here.
Tahm Kench can block a 4/3, which is fine. Like, all he's ever doing is blocking a 4/3. Now, you can choose to let him die. You can, like, eat Callista, block a 4/3 by yourself. He doesn't have enough health if you give him, like, the shield. But you could like, hush the 6/2, like, the real one. That way Tahm Kench can block it and kill it. Like, that's okay. You can hush it and not do that, of course. Also, want to point out that like all of the Mist Wraiths are real. They all came out of Mist Callers.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so Star Shepherd is going to be sacrificed. Boxtopus is going to go do battle. Tahm Kench looks like he's going to line up against 4/3 as you predicted. And what does this Boxy do up in front of Elise here?
So the point we're at right now is, Callista's going to level up. I mean, there are already 2 ephemeral attackers to the left, but you had to block the Mist Wraiths themselves. So Callista's always leveling here. They're choosing to let 5 damage come in as a result, but this is because he's going to try to let his Boxtopus live. Okay, he's considering, right? Like, do I block 2 damage or do I block 5 damage? But if I block 2, Boxtopus lives.
Right. I think you can
Everything
also
else is
Vigor here to potentially save.
Okay,
also
that.
Hush. Yeah.
I like that
is
Hush.
The 6/2 buffs this one, so this Boxtopus lives. Again, just trying to keep your board intact as much as possible by killing all the units. Generally, if the Harrowing doesn't win your opponent the game, your position is pretty good. It's the Crackback's not gonna win this time around. I think even with Star Spring, like making this Shepherd pretty big.
Yeah. There's probably a Pale Cascade now, though. Or if there's not a Pale Cascade, there's Mark of the Isles. Because 5 cards have been drawn since... Actually, 6 have been drawn since the last attack. So odds are incredibly high. Like, some kind of plus damage trick is coming through. And so I think Gallant right now is deciding which 1 or 2 units do I kill. If I have 2 Mark of the Isles, which 2 units do I kill? If I have just Pale Cascade, which 1 unit do I kill? I'm not sure what I would pick right now.
Right. I think if I'm doing math correctly, and I do say that with the utmost trepidation, if all the units live, I believe this is exactly 20 once the Shepherd gets up buffed 4 times by the Star Spring proccing.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, there is a Wraithcaller in play still though, because it didn't die to the Kench, so we'll still have to deal with that.
Okay.
There's Cascade pushing through for damage here.
Going face damage. This is 1 health remaining, by the way.
It's not very many.
So, yeah, Double Mark of the Owls was actually lethal if it existed, which I know he knows, but was having to kind of consider that. But there are several challengers available and a lot of power on the Shepherd, and a single 4/1 as a blocker.
Trip is going to be a 12 here, I think.
Yep. So this is 17 damage, I believe.
Value
12 plus 3 plus 2. So yeah, Gallant's like, hey, based on board state, I'm gonna have 3 life left over. You don't easily find 3 damage in 2 cards. You never play around a raw top deck. So he only has, acquired taste, whatever card is holding on, and whatever you top deck. That's probably not, double pill cascade. Big Kench.
All right. Can I eat the Starship here? Don't think I see Biobranch getting cast all that often. Maybe you won't see it today either. Octopus and Friend's going to go in instead by the looks of things.
Yeah. It would allow Kench to be big enough to then eat a champion coming out. Like if Callista or Mistcall or something comes down, he can just eat that straight up. I think you're doing this, putting him at 3. And you're hoping no second harrowing, really. Second harrowing is probably doomed. This is a good Risen Mists.
Goodbye, Shepherd.
Yep.
All right. Well, it wasn't going to work anyway, even if the board was clear. So did have lethal if the Wraithclaw wasn't there, but there was a Risen Mist to counteract it. Anyway, this looks like a tough spot here. You're massively outgunned as far as cards go. You're at 1, and it's very hard to block the fearsome units on your opponent's side. Like even this Spider is representing a pretty big threat with only the Octopus right now.
Yeah, and if Tahm Kench had 1 more health, he could have eaten that Spider right there. Either way, obviously, again, there's always enough mana for harrowing. If that card's there, it's pretty doomed.
That looks like harrowing.
Off the top?
Yeah.
Well, that was one of the top 2 cards.
Hits him with the Vlad, and that's going to be the game. Time to eat in.
That's unwinnable.
Yeah, going to make him attack, of course. But going to be a very tight series by the looks of things here. I like it's like mathing over the cards, like doing math, like, he's not massively dead. Okay, there we go. Gonna surrender. Just you never want to throw out of the game before it's done, but very close there. But I think piloted well by both sides. Really cool to see Phreak and actually hadn't seen it all day, but as noted by our lovely research assistant / big brain overlord Casanova.
Big brain overlord, I think, is the appropriate title here.
Really tough for units with 2 power to block fearsome units. That's just the game.
Yeah. And I mean, the opening was good too, right? I mean, it wasn't literally perfect. Like, Soraka would have given you even more pressure because you could have kept refunding all the health and getting more card drop. But like, you had a bunch of health buffs. You had double 3 attack challengers. Like, you did as much board cleaning as you could have, and it just was not enough. So now we get the final look here. We get the life or death of Tahm Kench Soraka up against Draven Ezreal.
Yep.
This game plus 1 more BO3 puts you in top 32. Like, these players are so close to it now. Even just winning puts you on the standby if someone can't make top 32. Like, this is kind of, I mean, realistically, tournament life is this game right here.
Yeah, this one matters a lot. So we'll trade back and forth once again. Not playing the Kodra on 1. Not a whole lot of threatening early game units here, but he's going to play it here probably to line up for this Soraka on the next round on this upcoming attack. Double checking, by the way, I do have Gaunt's deck list in front of me, and there are no landmark removal spells on that side.
Yeah, I should pull that up as well, to be honest. I just saw it linked.
Otherwise, it's stock standard. Ezreal Draven in comes the crab. Oh, maybe not. Crab's staying at home. Nope, take it back. He's coming back in.
I'm pulling up so I can at least look on my third monitor over here and keep the deck lists in mind. Which cards are we playing, which ones aren't we? Cool. All right. I have like 8 different pieces of information in front of me now on my monitors. All right,
nice.
let's refocus.
All right, so not sending it in there. Maybe afraid of just not wanting to expose the Soraka to potential removal spells. We know, actually everyone knows, that there's no Get Excited, so it wasn't going to get picked up right away, but something like Guillotine, certainly available. Combination of spells, Thermogenic Beam also, actually. So, seems like a wise thing to not get in there, but might be interested in blocking now, especially with 6 mana and a bunch of spells in hand. Can play 2 of either
Yeah.
Guiding Touch, Vigor, and or Projection / Bastion. So a lot of options to make the Soraka nice and buff.
Yeah, she almost certainly lives. If you don't deal damage right now, and to be fair, Gallant has like double Mystic Shot, has post-combat Ravenous Flock, has post-combat Thermogenic Beam. Like, there are a lot of ways to live after blocking Draven for 3. Even Guillotine you could have healed over in a lot of cases, so... but you were maybe afraid of like Guillotine Mystic Shot or something, who knows. Regardless, it's fine. Waiting up Octopus is interesting. I guess saying, look, if this game goes super late, I win anyway. Actually, what's the card count? Only 9. So, like, you're not forced to play to not draw. Okay, there's the Rummage. Yeah. I think you still just play Boxtopus.
Yeah,
It's just too good, right?
Yeah, looks like
And it kills Draven.
It's Draven, yep, exactly. At least force an axe to be committed to potentially trade, and you have plenty of ways to keep your Boxtopus alive.
I'm getting a question in chat. No, Gallant does not have Scorched Earth in the main deck. It's 2 Obnoxian Guillotine. It's the bog standard list. It's not the tech version where I've seen 1 Guillotine replaced for Scorched Earth, so there is no monument removal. And yeah, as long as Manage is holding on to a lot of his healing options, you can generally just like hard beat Guillotine forever. Because heal for 4 is almost always too much. If you really can't, Bastion will do it. If you really, if it's really easy, you've even got Healing Touch for it.
Yeah, so this is an interesting turn. I wonder
Touch.
I wonder how we approach this one. Is it just open here, chanting the Draven? We're playing another Boxy to try and get greedy and maybe pick up the Chumpy. We're not playing Tom Kent by the looks of things, so I think that's sensible. So it's just going to be open here, challenging that Draven.
Yep.
3-4 versus 3-3. Pretty easy one to figure out there. Boxtopus going to be winning the initial fight.
Yeah, no Spinax is left either. Those were all burned up by the previous Rummage, so it's Static Shock or nothing, or any other. But you can't just take a Spinning Axe. Cool, we got there. This is actually going to require a real card investment. Might aim it at Soraka, but again, we still have Bastion and Astral Protection and things like that to keep her alive. So it's a solid open attack. A slow game plan where you're picking things off constantly. That's going to favor Tahm Kench Soraka a bit.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is like a pretty common mode in this deck, right, where Boxtopus just kind of outstats and gets rehealed every turn, challenging something. Like, again, I called it like budget Demacia, but in some ways, like, Boxtopus can definitely take over a game if left unchecked alongside something like Soraka.
Yeah.
Gallant going to block with 2 here, so there are awesome. We're going to see probably a flurry of spells exchanged here by these 2 players this turn.
Yeah, it seems likely. Thermo, Ravenous Flock, Mystic Shot, Guillotine, Static Shock, Tri-Beam. Those are all the options that Gallant has. We can, of course, see literally in front of us the options. Well, not right now. We switched over to the overlay, but okay, there. Yep. So there's the first look. My snap judgment is Sunblessed Vigor. Great. Okay, everything lives again. All right, round 2.
Yep. What else you got?
What this does, though, what's actually important is he's still got enough mana for it. Is if you try to Guillotine or something, he's still got enough mana for both heals afterwards to keep like Soraka alive. So there's not a lot of good options right now. We'll see if it's like a Mystic Shot or something. Even then, you can Bastion. And as soon as he plays any one spell, so it's Bastion or Astral. If you want to keep it alive, you don't have to.
Yeah, and then you'll be out of, I guess, Thermogenic Beam, the only thing you have left, but that's not going to come up here. So just going to let it die here and trade off.
And I think this is part of why he's holding it is I mean, you could have bashed into or Astral and then still held Guiding Touch, so you weren't even afraid of Thermo Beam.
Yep.
But I think says, you know what, screw it. I'd rather develop Tahm Kench than leave Boxtopus alive, so it's cool.
Has another one as well, right? Makes the decision a little bit easier.
Yeah. Another consideration is, can I level Soraka early and start getting a card engine?
Oh, I think he's at 10. That's why he's playing a Puffcap there.
Yeah.
Not something you usually see played.
Yeah, because Draven hit. That's part of why Mystic Shot had to get thrown out in the first place. Wow.
Instantly hit the Puffcap.
Yep. Okay. Well, Broadback is not bad in the sense that you're going to get back to nearly full. That's going to be fairly comfortable. Can also just block the Chump Lump, no problem.
Yeah, really good blocker here. I mean, not a 2-7 right now. Obviously going to take up to 3 damage. Going to be 3 this time, of course. So now a 2-4, but very healable, very protectable with the spells you have in your hand. And I think it seems like Manage is trying to set up for this Tahm Kench to get some work done.
This is one of the downsides of playing Broadback there and not Tahm Kench, because Tahm Kench could have eaten Ezreal here.
Yeah.
Like, Ezreal's safe to go because Kench isn't on the board. There are no elusive blockers right now. Ezreal is hitting face. There's no way to stop it. Hush is not in hand. I don't think you would burn Astral or Bastion just to keep a Kadra alive. That doesn't seem important. But, Ezreal's, now has the ability to play Mystic Shot, and, now you don't have the easier plays. Yeah, I like keeping Voxopus. I like just waiting for Mystic Shot to come down, just Astraling it. You still are forked on, if I Astral my Voxopus, you can kill Soraka with Thermo for 1. Like, that's still around.
Yep.
You can't cast Wish because they just Mystic Shot you. You can't play Tahm Kench because they'll Mystic Shot you, so you kind of hope there's no Thermo for 1, and you decide if it's worth keeping whatever the unit is alive. And you think, okay, you have Astral. I would rather you Astral a Voxopus than Astral a Soraka, so go for it.
Soraka one heal off from not dying to the possible Thermo as well. Would have got an extra health or 2 there. So Mystic goes in the box first. Basically, Astral's going to protect it. I was like hoping for the pipe dream where they tap under and Wish happens and it's like the dream, but obviously Gallant very aware of that possibility.
There it is.
He needs to take it out, and that's a really nicely placed Thermo. So see you later, Soraka.
Yeah, and I think really if you played the odds, I think you should expect there's a Thermo in that hand there.
Yep.
Especially when the Mystic Shot went over there. He's trying to bait out removal. I'm not saying it was wrong because you still have Voxopus. You have a new Soraka, first of all, right? And Soraka levels up whether she's in play or not. Like, it's just throughout the game. So new Soraka is as good as old Soraka. Voxopus gets to kill Ezreal, right? And through that lens, this is like the obvious, like this is obviously correct. If you didn't have another Soraka, I think there's a real consideration to let Voxopus die there.
Yeah, I think so too. Instead, it's going to be Guillotine. Bastion protects
But Bastion should totally break it, right? It has to kill the unit. Oh no, I don't think it breaks it. I don't think it kills Guillotine.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
Guillotine, the card still exists. I don't know.
We're gonna find
out. I know
out.
if it's healed, it won't do it.
Okay, I think it's still there, by the way.
Yeah. Because all it blocked was dying. Yeah. So this just makes your opponent spend 3 more mana, but it doesn't change anything else. At least I don't think. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I know Twitch chat knows, and they're going to correct me here. They're all top 100 masters.
Yep.
But I thought Guillotine allowed itself to double up.
I believe that's true too, but gonna break it with a flock anyway. Guillotine happens. Can get another hit in here. Ezreal's leveled up as well. Soraka's gonna come in to level herself up because we desperately need to draw cards at this point. Sad Poro has been gifted.
Yep.
But I think it's for it's like the Call the Ambulance meme, but not for me.
Yep. Ezreal can obviously block Soraka, and that allows you to nuke her as well. So that's like the real consideration is either Protector dies, or I attack with Soraka, level up, draw a card. I think, no, it's just level up, not draw a card. But then Ezreal can block, and Soraka's dead. So it's like, which one do you want to have happen? Because Protector always dies from nuking itself for killing your Nexus 2. I mean, Age is kind of out of gas.
Yeah, I mean, one more Soraka left too, right? We've seen the one that got killed before. We've seen the one that was the Wish. That's now this one. Yeah, it just kind of has to pass. I mean, it feels horrible, but like you just don't really have any good choices. Gallant's navigated really well to get to this point. He's got leveled up. Ezreal's got a massive advantage as far as cards go. Kind of thinking back to that, like, decision to play Tahm Kench or not, right, in that turn when this Ezreal came to being.
This is big. Okay, for what it's worth, though, the cards to get back in the game do exist here, right? So there's only one Guillotine left. So you're pretty much out. Well, I mean, it depends how many Thermos or how many 3-cost cards. Yeah, so Tri-Beam is the option. Like that was the other side of this one is if you don't have Tri-Beam, it's okay. But Tri-Beam hits for 5. Not a bad card.
Yeah.
It's a 4/4. I mean, there's better, but
might get bigger.
Is a solid card. Yeah, there's a lot of card draw in this deck. It's true.
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go deep in Noxus Filter.
Yeah. I wonder what this game would have been like if Tahm Kench came down like 6 rounds earlier, though. I mean, not actually 6, but 2 rounds earlier or something.
Right.
Because it would have said, I'm going to kill this Ezreal constantly unless you have a 2-card combo. So it just blocks to keep life. Gosh.
Every decision feels really, really bad here. But
yeah.
Gonna let the Shepherd get chomped.
Yeah.
Take 4, go to 10. Not that many Ezreal spells required to kill you from this point.
Yeah,
Hush can break up some of that, but that's a 1-turn reprieve, and you're already down on board and on cards now. Tahm Kench is going to have to do a lot of work here.
Yeah, like Hush is like at best a 2-mana heal 4 against Ezreal, and like that's just not a good enough card. Like not when you're down 6 cards already.
Right.
Oh man. Well, you hope there's a way out, but this is looking a bit grim. Sunblast Vigor is not really that card. I mean, you can still eat Ezreal. You probably have to.
Yeah,
you buy a little time here. There's no like combat tricks on Gallant side. Like you're not, hushing, Battle Fury or anything. So it doesn't really matter that you have that card yet. You can hush the deep when that happens in a few rounds, but it's not going that far.
I mean, yeah, this is I think the only play. So we'll see what happens. I mean, might even have another Ezreal, in which case letting this one die is maybe not even that bad. But yeah, I think Manager knows, like leaning back in his chair, he knows it's a tough situation. Not completely impossible, but not favored certainly.
Yeah,
As
there's I know there's so few hands for Gallant that don't close this game out in like 1 or 2 rounds.
Yep, Chumpy Wumpy happens again.
Yep,
has down 2 puff caps by the way, so he's taking a couple
true.
extra damage.
That was an interesting play. It had to be done for hand space and mana efficiency.
Yeah.
Well, not really mana efficiency, but hand space, and yeah, that's been solid.
Oh, the
Tri-beam
beams.
2. How much is it doing? 5. So you can Sunblast Vigor and keep it alive. You probably just have to.
Yeah, can't let Ezreal jump back out. It's one of the other things about Tom Kench. Looks like a removal spell. It's not quite
You
a
can
removal
hush.
spell.
I think you might hush yourself just to not let Ezreal pop out.
Yeah, I like that.
Because if you're hushed, you're not capturing anymore, so it keeps Ezreal dead. Getting the Tri-beam. Yeah, he's getting a Tri-beam card. Oh, that's a die. I mean, it's not the worst. It's not the best. This is a 5/5. There's no other interactions here. This is a 5/5.
It looks cool.
Daybreak.
The art's great.
Yeah. This is lethal on board. This is
extra
definitely lethal on board. Yeah. I am sorry, Manasia.
Yeah. Oof, what a run. And it's going to surrender. Gallant going to move to 4-0. One win away from locking up top 32. Wow. The matches are getting very intense.
Yeah.
At this point in the tournament.
Well, Gallant, well done. I mean, that's super awesome. Not a player we've heard a ton of. Definitely a high ladder player, obviously, by being here. Has been in a couple of open tournaments we've seen as well over the past few months. So is a tournament competitor. Did grind enough to get up there, and 1 match away from next weekend's top 32 and the share of the $20,000 prize pool. And if we have more games to jump into, of course we'll jump into them. But otherwise, our next round is the people we watch win are going to qualify.
Yep, really exciting round coming up here. So if you're just tuning in, you tuned in at kind of the perfect time, as we are going to start qualifying some players into that top 32 cut. Kind of the post-mortem on this match, so really cool to see Soraka Kenshi in action. I think Manasia, an excellent pilot of all the decks he brought to this tournament. That Overwhelm win was like a highlight game so far of the ones we've seen on stream. Like that was just such a well-navigated game with a deck that isn't nearly as popular as a lot of the other strategies that were brought to bear. But I think we're maybe seeing why Soraka Kenshi isn't as popular as maybe we thought, just because even if like they don't have specific tech like landmark removal to kind of beat the Star Spring, players are very well practiced playing this matchup now. And it felt like Gallant, with 2 different decks, knew how to navigate against that deck.
Yeah, I mean, one of them was a good matchup, right? The fearsome deck in the first place lines up really nicely, but still not what he banned away. He banned Ash Sedge, which is going to be even scarier because you just Culling Strike everything forever, and there's no way around it. But yeah, I mean, the lineup was good against like the entire lineup, right? All 3 decks, I think, were good against Kenshi Soraka, and it's an unlucky opponent draw, but that's him going down. Of course, we're watching his side of the stream, so that's who we're talking about a lot. But I mean, Gallant, good list. Brought 3 strong decks and was able to just keep picking up wins against the same deck, and that's good stuff too. So 4-0 on the run, and 1 more match to go till qualifying.
Yep, smart ban as well, I think. But we may see him again, because of course round 5 is coming right up after this break. Don't go too far away. We're about to qualify some players for that top 32. Hello and welcome back, everyone. It is time for round number 5. That is right. We have 1 round left. I'm Pastrytime. Joining me still is David, Phreak, Turley, and no more wiggle room. It's win and in it from this point out for the top 32 cut.
Yep, win and in, and if someone can't make it, maybe lose is in. If you're a high seed player, winning is way less stressful on you. Obviously, we'll have the full list at the end of the day, or at least tonight. But yeah, this is it. We're at top 64. The winners make top 32. Top 32 comes back same time next week for their share of the $20,000 prize pool, 10K for first. That's be the big play, and it's down to this, right? It's down to the players who performed the best, who had lineups that were the best sort of tuned and positioned, and everyone piloted well. So we'll see who can make the cut.
Yeah, and I think the level of play has been excellent all day, but you can definitely see like matches getting closer, more 2-1s are happening, and just the overall tension in the tournament increases as you get deeper, which you would expect. As you said, you cleave the field in half every single round, and the players presumably only get better as the field narrows down. So really fun to see what we've got in store. All the games we'll see on stream from now will be win and in, so it'll be very cool to usher some players into the top 32. But we still have a little while until round 5 starts, so get comfy, but all right, so with that,
we have Swim.
He's back. Swim, welcome back.
Swim.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hey.
How's it been over there?
It's been pretty crazy, man. Just the end of the last couple of games with both Menasias and BBGs. Oh man. That the finisher of that BBG game was absolutely crazy.
I'm trying to remember. Was that on the main stream? Or are you just talking from like the round before, or do we catch it?
No. This last one just now on like on round 4. It went. Both players had 1 HP with mushrooms in deck. It was both players had 10 mushrooms in deck and 1 HP.
Okay, so we did not see that game.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just, man. Oh, it didn't come to the mushroom. Like one player ended up having the lethal, but it was just a really intense finisher.
What matchup has that many mushrooms in both players' decks?
Ezreal Draven.
Right?
Of course.
Yeah.
You
just go in with mushrooms. It's all face damage in that mirror.
Yeah. It's true, you can't heal.
Yeah, you raise them down. Hope you get lucky. That's kind of fun. That's exciting. Yeah. So I didn't catch that game then. So who passed through on that one?
I think, God, I'm trying to remember his name, but it was BBG's opponents. God, I've been watching so many games today.
Together, I know.
I'll Logic. Yeah, his name was Logic that passed through,
Okay.
and BBG ended up dropping to the 1 loss there. So unless he wins, some people that go 4-1 will make it through. It's going to be pretty rare, I think, but it should be some people. And apart from that, though, BBG going out in the 4th, as one of the favorites to win, that's super crazy.
Yeah, especially the games we saw. He's just playing so solid, so consistently. So I imagine that all the 3-1s will play, right? Like there's no reason not to at this point. You've come so far in the tournament. So potentially, depending on resistance and how everything shakes out, we could have a full 1 make it.
Yeah.
But as we know, it's win and in from this point onwards if you go 5-0. What else are your takeaways for today's swim? Do you feel like the deck diversity has been super wide? I feel like we've seen like enough different decks, but you can clearly tell what crop of decks is being played.
Yeah, diversity is very high. I mean, that's one of the things you'll get in an open like this. You're gonna see a lot of different decks, which is kind of both a blessing and a curse. It does sort of lower the amount of tactical strategy you can do, just because with such a wide field, it's hard to try to get ahead of it or predict it, and it does narrow down the best strategies you can do. But it also makes it a lot more fun to watch. Like there's just so many different decks we're seeing today.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like we've seen Starspring lose all the games we've watched.
Yeah.
Like, I enjoy Starspring. It's interesting. It's because it's so unique, right? It has like several alternate win conditions, basically. But that one's been losing a whole lot. Otherwise, I feel like Mist Aggro has just been a very consistently good performer. I feel like I just don't see that deck lose almost ever. So that's been, I think, my biggest standout.
Yeah, a bunch of the Tom Soraka Starspring decks went out this round. I've been trying to follow like as many players as I can because it's a super interesting event, and I know like half or most of these people, at least the ones that I'm seeing. And BBG, one of the Tom Soraka players, went out this round. The Noise, who was like top ladder with Tom Soraka for a long time, went out this round, and of course Menasia as well. And we're seeing the round 4 is just cursed for Tom Soraka players.
Which it's really too bad. Yeah. Go ahead.
I guess so. I'm on Maneja actually, because this is obviously a player that just popped up on our radar, and I've heard that he's quite a recent tournament player. At 16, that's pretty impressive. Is he? Was he someone that was on your radar at all, Swim, or is he kind of more of a recent player you maybe don't know as much about?
I'm sorry, who? I missed the name.
Maneja, sorry.
Oh, Maneja. Yeah, he wasn't really on my radar. I played against him in one of the, I think, fight nights recently. That might have been about a month ago. He played really well, and I do think that he's. I mean, if he wasn't on my radar before, he is now.
Yeah, for sure. And then I guess my last question for you here is: we do know our next player. So before we move to that, Swim, do you know Sekuz? SEKWZ.
I do not. That sounds familiar. I
Oh.
might have played against him in a tournament once, but
Probably. You played a lot of games of Legends of Runeterra, as
Yeah.
it turns out.
all right.
But we have the list,
That's
so we're gonna
interesting.
pull them up, and I want to see if we're able to, look at them and discuss them together because
Ooh,
it's always
alright.
fun
Yeah,
to get your
sure.
insight. So this is
Ooh.
okay. We have Passage Unearned and Atrocity in
Ooh.
mostly just full pet name Kid Cudi. Mono Targon.
That's interesting. It's definitely, one of the least represented decks. Passage Unearned and Atrocity is a very unique splash to this deck. I actually don't mind Passage Unearned right now. There's a decent amount of Harrowings, but this is a very strange deck to be seeing here. That's for sure.
But it's made it so far, right? It's made it
Yeah.
before, so it has worked. I'm glad. Like, Aurelion Sol is a super exciting champion to me. I'm a fan of seeing it. I think he's really fun to watch go. And yeah, we got Heavy Invoke, Daybreak, Nightfall, hence the day and night Kid Cudi reference. And
Yep.
it's exciting. We get Skies Descend if you get enough dragons down there. The Eclipse Dragon lets you play Aurelion Sol on 8. Like, there's cool stuff going on.
So I mean, it's exactly like you said. I was watching before, Phreak, and you were talking about the value of unexpected decks, right? People not playing around them the right way. Like you get a lot of value from that, or just the surprise value of like maybe people's lineups weren't prepared for it, right? And this kind of deck is exactly where you get that, right? Like it's very weird, it's very off meta, but I'm sure it got a lot of surprise value in the matches today.
And there's 8 1-drops, even though you're an Invoke deck. You've got 8 1-drops and like 6 or 7 2-drops. Like you're gonna, I think it's actually like 9 2-drops. Like you're gonna have stuff on board to survive if something goes wrong.
All
You
right.
can
Well,
hold on
this
for a
is
little bit at least.
more in the Swim wheelhouse. Next one up is Fiorashan with Nopifies of note. So 2 Nopify,
Yeah.
2 Deny, kind of sticking out. And Scales of the Dragon as a one of in the 3-drop slot as well.
Yeah, this is, I think, a pretty standard version of Fiorashan for the most part. This is like a lot of this ratioing is what people have been doing recently. It's very similar to a deck that I brought to the last fight night. But the Scales of the Dragon is pretty spicy there. That's a card that we really haven't seen pop into, a lot of the competitive matches so far. It's really not that bad being able to, it's sort of similar to Laurent Bladekeeper, right? Which is that it's just a way that you can get some extra health on something like the River Shapers to be able to dodge some kinds of removal ranges.
Yeah, it's a 2 mana action that like makes your opponent react, or you get the permanent 3 health. It's like,
Yeah.
do you have Missing Shot? I have Notify and Sharp Sight and Refuge up. Like, you want to burn a card?
Exactly.
Yeah.
The
Anything
one
that forces your opponent
awkwardness,
to react is good.
the one awkwardness with Scales is that a big power that Laurent Bladekeeper has is that it's unrespondable, right? It's like you can't Mystic Shot in response to it. But it's a little bit risky gonna go in for the Scales spell, which can get canceled like that. And then we've got another Overwhelm deck here as well.
This is kind of cool. So
What do you guys think of
Targon
this one?
Similar to kind of what we saw Maneja on. Again, I've seen the Allegiance versions with the Denox Allegiance card. We're playing way more Targon cards in this build. So taking advantage of Pale Cascade, Crescent Guardian, a pretty good efficient Overwhelm unit. And Decisive Maneuver, which is kind of the thing I've seen in a lot of the Allegiance heavy Darius lists as a way to really punch through on either a wide or a small board, because of course you get the damage through once you stun a unit if your unit has Overwhelm. So I don't know, I like the triple battle rage we saw from Maneja. That was kind of tight, but I think this deck is just very good at punching your face in, which I guess is, in a tournament like this, you want something reliable, and this has a very reliable game plan, I feel like.
Yeah, 100%. I was mentioning earlier we hadn't seen any Darius Overwhelm, and I'm actually very glad that we saw Maneja's Freljord version and Seku's Targon version here. Both fairly standard versions of the list, but both very underappreciated deck lists nonetheless, right? It's great against the field right now. I think it does pretty well against Fearsome overall in terms of that kind of sort of aggro mirror, it usually wins most aggro mirrors, which is a great property to have.
Yeah, Transfusion's a big win. Almost every card you have that aren't, Precious Pet, Solari Soldier, and House Spider has 3 attack. So, and even then you can gem them in there. So you do have the blockers for a while, and as long as you can end on time, you're good before like second harrowing kills you.
Yep. And I gotta say, like, we do have to talk about the 3 decisive maneuvers in that deck. We're gonna have to keep our eye on that, because that card in that deck is going to be winning a lot of games. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Yep. I think decisive maneuver is mandatory in any overwhelm deck, because not only are you blocking, you're getting rid of the blocker in front of one of your overwhelms, but your other overwhelms are also all getting 2 attacks. So it's worth like 15 damage for 5 mana.
Yeah, 100%. It's like we've kind of seen that card see fringe experimentation for a long time, like ever since Runeterra came out. You guys will remember, but it's taken a while for it to hit like big mainstream aggro decks, and I gotta say, I mean, it wins so many games. That's like just how that deck destroys.
I've died a lot to that card recently, and I didn't like it at all. It's it's a beating. It's an absolute beating.
Yeah, and I'm always a fan of like mid-rangey aggro decks. Like that's my favorite kind of deck to play. Is something where I can just curve out and then swing for lethal on like round 7 or 8. So exactly the kind of deck I'd enjoy. I'm sad there's still no scouts. I'm just a big Demacia fanboy, and the only Demacia we have is Fiora. But that's good enough for me. I'm happy to look at Noxus Overwhelm. Go for it.
Yeah, pretty similar, just kind of like board based to like try to kill you early decks.
Go wide. I mean, the last was basically Bannerman, just less fun or more fun depending on your vision.
I do think that, and I'm curious to see what the breakdown looks like once we have everyone qualified and like what lists they played. But I would suspect that the aggro decks that have been successful are probably not the like really aggressive leaning ones like Pirate or Discard. But I think you have to be kind of mid-rangey, because like you just have to grind through so many threats, whether it's Thomas Zoraka trying to grind you out, or a control deck trying to grind you out, or just even go hard like building up to this critical mass. I feel like you need a way to punch through and go over the top of a lot of decks.
Exactly.
So like just trying to yeet them and go under doesn't seem like a particularly good strategy. Bless you.
And in the vein of what you said, that's what fearsome decks do with harrowing. Like you're exactly right. Like Overwhelm has big beefy things that will take a long time to answer, and they've got decisive, they've got battle fury, they've got Pharaon in some cases, and fearsome's half harrowing. And those are exactly right. Those kinds of decks, the ones that are consistent, have more sustain, and don't just run out of resources. Completely agree.
Yep.
And I guess go. No,
please.
It's always me. I think they're starting somewhat soon, but we're not going to let them go just yet. I am curious, because I know this is an area of expertise for you with Shen Fiora, where I think that's a deck that a lot of people look at. We're like, oh, I remember this deck. Like, I know how powerful it can be. I'm curious if you just think it's a straight up good deck, or if there's you're bringing it to combat like specific archetypes.
It's weird because so like you said, I'm very familiar with Shen Fiora. I've brought it to a lot of tournaments recently, and it's done very well for me in one and very poorly for me in another. And there's a lot of different ways to build it, right? That's kind of the thing about the deck, is that depending on exactly what the field is, there can be a lot of fairly subtle but very impactful variations of Shen Fiora. Honestly, I'm conflicted. I am. I think that a lot of its wins come through Deny right now, and it plays extremely well. Like when you can stick a River Shaper on the board, it does very, very well. But it has gotten pretty bashed up today. I mean, I've seen it personally just lose quite a lot. It's the fact that it doesn't do amazing against some of the like newer decks on the scene, like Ezreal Draven and TF Gohard. Maybe it is kind of on the way out a little bit.
Yeah, freely picking off spell shield or barriers obviously is pretty useful, but it's interesting because for like TF Gohard, like there should be so many little small things to pick off that like you can continue to present the I win the game off Fiora and like force your opponent to like practically remove her. But I mean, you have to draw Fiora in your 40 card deck, and that's not always possible. Like you can draw your challengers, and like Laurent Chevalier can get you like Vanguard birds, and they don't have to care because TF kills them anyway. Sometimes it's like, well, it's just not enough. I remove some 2/2s, but that's not important. Yeah,
it is a good deck though. It's still very, very solid. I do think that we have up here, we're showing the kind of like super standard version of Fiora Shen, and I'm inclined to say I like the version. Was it Seku's version, the one we saw like a minute ago?
Yep, that was his.
Yeah, I like that version a lot better for this current field. Like less single combats, less concerted strikes. Kind of makes it better against some stuff like Ezreal Draven, where those can be a liability. less
Sure.
fleet for the trackers. It's just much better against what we're expecting right now.
Yeah, I think having a way to beat Guillotine especially makes sense because, I mean, not drawing Fiora, certainly the undoing of that matchup when we did see it earlier on stream today, but just feels like when you can't protect your spell, you need a way to just cancel that Guillotine. So I like having no buffet there. All right, so before we let you go, we're going into the final round. You've been like basically the unofficial like sideline coverage reporter of this event. Who will you be watching apart from whatever's on the mainstream and kind of looking out for moving into this final round?
Honestly, it's hard. So in terms of watching, I'm interested in seeing Tempo 13X. I think he's streaming as well. But I gotta say, at this point, everyone I've been watching who's streaming and I've been kind of going between their channels, they're all out at this point. I'm like, it's a bloodbath down here, man. I will say one person, he's not streaming right now, so I won't be able to watch him. But I'm very interested to see how Cosmic does. He's currently 4-0 right now. He's got a crazy story here. He didn't prep for this tournament very much. He didn't even expect to do that well. He got in from the wait list. Like he waitlisted in. He just wanted the card back. And he's now 4-0. And he's a big community member. He always makes these like the Reddit post infographics.
Yeah,
you guys
Discord mod. I've known that guy since
yeah,
that's awesome.
And he might be about to take it. So I'm really invested on how that one goes in round 5.
I mean, his road's got to be hard, right? Because I imagine they reseed every round. That's how Swiss works. So like he's playing against like the rank 1 master player, like his second match, and it's like, yeah, I'll just win that one too, no biggie.
Yeah, exactly. So that would be a crazy underdog story. I'd love that.
All right, that's awesome. We'll certainly keep an eye out there. So once again, thank you so much for joining us, and have fun with the rest of the watch party in round 5.
Yeah, you guys too. Have a lot of fun.
Thanks. We will. Gonna be
Hope you find something you can eat. I know you're fussy.
All right. Later, boys.
All right, catch you later. All right, round 5. David Phreak Turley. As we're gonna get into the bands. What timing! Didn't even plan that segue. It just happens naturally sometimes. Bands are done. Ezreal, Draven, and Fiora Shen are out of there.
Okay, rip. But we get to see. Well, we're first checking again on the Targon aggro. I mean, no matter what, we're seeing 2 Targon decks here. Assuming Seku can win with one of them in the first place. Gonna be looks like it's against the Callista Elise version. So Dan98 is the opponent. We're gonna see pretty much very standard. 3 Pale Cascade. Maybe we see something like Hush or something else as well, but most certainly a Mist Wraith deck based on the fact that those are the champions. And let's see how Seku can do.
Alrighty. So again, starting to see a little bit more diversity. Still seeing like the list we expected as well, right? But I think some of those lists are starting to eat bans, which is interesting. So we're getting more of the unique-ish, or I guess lesser-known lists. As Swim was saying, like at this point, the community is like very big and on the internet, so hiding tech is difficult, if not impossible.
Sure.
But Mountain Goat on 2 here always nice, especially attacking even. See if he sends it into battle with the Spider.
This is worth that's interesting. So obviously he's right because he's better than me. But like attacking gives you a gem, which allows you. Oh no, you would have a gem target. It doesn't matter actually. Yeah, this is actually better because now you can like block Elise or whatever else. But I was gonna say like having a gem so that you can play Crescent Guardian with Overwhelm is good. However, Crescent Guardian as a 3/3 just like eats Elise and prevents the attack at all. And if you're the slower deck, which you kind of are. I mean, you kind of want to win around like 8-ish, like you're winning around the same time Harrowing comes down. Super late, I think Harrowing just beats you, right? So you've kind of got like that 3 to 4 round window, like 6, 7, 8, where you probably need to end the game or you're dead to Harrowing. But he's like, okay, 3/3 Overwhelm is enough. This eats Elise for free. It like forces Pale Cascade if you have, but even then it's fine. But yeah, actually, wow, Pale Cascade would beat this play really hard. Like if this is a double attack. 3/3 blocks Elise, you Pale Cascade, Elise lives, your Crescent Guardian dies, and you're in a horrible spot.
Yeah.
So Dan is telling him to have a combat trick. Because you wouldn't do this otherwise. And now do you call the bluff? Is it a bluff? Who knows?
Yeah, I mean if they have a file face that you could trade, but that's fine. I feel like you played the Guardian to block the Elise, but now you're maybe, like you said, it's being telegraphed so hard that it's just not worth biting and potentially just trying to trade the goat for it instead, although the goat would live too through the cascade. So I guess it's like block the Spider or don't block and probably block the 1/1.
I think you block the 3/2 for sure. If you're blocking the woman, you might as well block Elise. because
Fair.
if they Pale Cascade this body, you still lose Crescent Guardian. So like, what even changes there?
Right.
This allows a unit, yeah. So there's Pale Cascade, which you kind of expected. This technically means the 3/2's not dead and Elise is still alive. So like, you're kind of hedging your bets, but you know, you're leaving up a 3/1 as compensation for the 3/2. It's like, it's not that much better, but it allows you to generate another gem, which is not bad. That can be useful down the line. Like, you can bump your other Spiderling now to 2 attack, but you can also just Pale Cascade after combat to find something else to kill. And yeah, I mean, 3/1 just dies to kind of nothing, so you just pass it.
Yep, I think Transfusion is in the future here. Got to block some of these Fearsomes. It's really hard to block right now with the current board you have. Oh, goodness. Risen Mist going to yeet another one in, and there's the Spider as well to complete the full board. 4 very challenging to block creatures.
So Transfusion, Cascade is playable. Like, the gem's not playable during combat, so it has to be Transfusion first. You can only ever ping this. You bump your Spiderling to 3/3. Now that can easily block Elise, which I feel like is your first thought. But now, can I keep things alive with Pale Cascade? And generally, no. Like, nothing with 1 health is going to survive through Pale Cascades because everything has too much power. Right. So you probably Pale Cascading maybe one thing, and it can block the Spiderling and live, but that feels like a waste. You have to Pale Cascade your House Spider if you wanted that to be able to block a Mist Wraith. I mean, House Spider can, with a gem, and I would have kind of liked to see a gem on the House Spider beforehand, because you needed to have 3 attack at all points anyway. Like, no matter the game state, that needed 3 attack regardless. So the earlier gem would have actually been useful there. So he has to burn Pale Cascade instead, which is like a more valuable trick. Like, yeah, you're drawing the card anyway, but you kind of still want that down the line somewhere else.
Yeah, and double or even triple doesn't work here either, so no point committing more.
Yeah. And Annie's not even keeping his Spiderling alive. Like, I don't know if it's correct to block Elise there instead. I'm not saying it's definitively like this is a misplay, but Elise is still alive. Was this? It is. Wow. So 2 Elises were in hand. And it's a leveled Elise, which isn't that big of a deal, but
yeah. It's interesting. It's like, at that point, like, the decision to block Elise kind of feels like not irrelevant, because like leveled Elise does do some stuff, but like they had another one. Oh, this one was leveled, so like either way it worked out. Dan was very happy with this state.
Seku's so close to dead though.
Yeah,
like, Darius is not instantly dead on board, but like a bunch of 1/1s challenge all your units, and then you just take 7 or 8 or more to face. Like, there's something valuable in hand, right? So it's probably more like 10 to face.
Yeah,
like, you're almost as dead right now.
Yep. I mean, as the board is being presented, even with the Darius we know is in the hand, he's taking 10, right? Because neither of the spiders can block unless you buff them, which you could do. You've got the gems, got the Pale Cascade. A decisive maneuver actually might come up as a defensive combat trick, which isn't something we always see. But it looks like we'll start up by gemming here, maybe to turn on the Pale Cascade. But I think you have to get on board here. Like, it doesn't feel
You're always
good.
playing Darius, right? Like, you actually must play a unit, and yeah, it sucks to play a 6-mana 6/5, but like, drawing out Pale Cascade doesn't find you anything better than that. Like, you're still kind of only getting 1 unit down. It doesn't really matter. And this allows Pale Cascade to keep Draven alive or Darius alive against almost anything. I don't think you need a pre-Pale Cascade. Like, I don't think, at least you think you're never getting blocked, which maybe you really are never getting blocked, but.
Drew a blocker for next turn, but don't think you're going to get a chance to play a unit.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting open attacked, and this is an easy Pale Cascade or an easy Mark of the Isles if they needed it. I don't believe there's main deck Black Spear. Okay, just refills the board. That makes sense. Sure.
Just replaces it.
This might just be lethal. No, you're off by 1. It's lethal -1. There's 10 damage coming in. You can force everything to block. Oh, it's all fearsome, right?
Yep.
So
you have to ultimately use tricks.
Yep.
All right, so Cascade plus Transfusion is going to be enough power to start blocking, so that'll keep you alive. But it's looking rough here.
I mean, you have to commit Pale.
Yeah, I mean, you have to block. I don't think the game's getting any easier for you.
The consideration was holding Decisive Maneuver, so that once you saw, if something was getting buffed by a bunch of Pale Cascades, you could just maneuver that and block more damage that way. But that was, I think, the only other consideration, really.
Right. Darius is going to live here, but we're a little ways away from, some sort of, Darius level up all-in kill. Need to deal a little bit more damage first, but I mean, between the double gem decisive and this decimate, there is, some direct and I'll call it indirect direct here in Seku's hand. But Dan is putting so much pressure on this board. Got to play blockers, I think. Although it sucks that they're only 3-Ts, once. You kind of need it to be 3-Ts all the time.
And even then, the other one's a 2-2 right away. Anyway,
right.
Like it's you've got exactly 2 fearsome blockers. The entire board is still most of the entire board is fearsome now that Elise is dead. You can. Is there a way? Like, unfortunately, none of these units are overwhelm, right? Unfortunately, Seku's only ever drawn one other overwhelm unit because you could have gotten gem decisive maneuver as a way to your imaginary Crescent Guardians blocker gets stunned, gets 5 attack, Darius flips, he's got actually 12 power because you gemmed him twice, and then that's lethal, right? Like, there was almost a line of play if these were different units in hand, there is a way to kill. Or even, decimate over the top instead. But, realistically here, you can, that hurts, obviously. 3 of Harrowing, 1 Atrocity are, potential cards on the other side here. Spreading out as much power as possible. And then saying, okay, we decimate before combat. You must block with everything, otherwise Darius is too much, or at least you must block with most things. Decisive maneuver, removes a blocker next time around.
Yeah, just gonna block actually, which I think I thought that's kind of what I thought when I looked at him gemming all these 2-2s, right? You're just making more 3 power blockers to block all these fearsome creatures, but almost every all but 2 of these 6 units are lethal.
Yeah, so you can live by blocking everything, stunning one of them, and then taking 3, and you hope there's literally nothing in hand.
Yep.
So what are you choosing to stun? Right, what would you most like them to keep alive? And it's like, well, you want them to keep a 3-2 alive. Everything else you want to kill. Everything you block dies no matter what. So it's what are you leaving alive? And it's the smallest unit as possible.
I wonder if Dan has fading memories. That'd be really good here. We've seen that as maybe a one-of in some of these lists.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mountain Goat's not going to get the job done. Callista's going to level up. So even though you're trading off a bunch of stuff on the board, your entire board's dead, Callista's going to continue to be a problem, although she's going to die right now.
Yeah.
But next Callista might be a problem. I mean, almost any unit is troublesome here. And giving him the GG.
Doom Beast is lethal.
Yep. Looks like Doom Beast is on the menu. Nope, Elise instead.
Third Elise. Wow. Okay, all 3 Elises were drawn. And this is one of the few games where, actually, third Elise has been good. Okay, there's the Doom Beast.
Yeah.
All right, let's just show you the entire hand.
Just slow.
It was also good. Yeah. Well, it was a turn on Nightfall, I think. That was the entire thing.
Oh, right.
But, it actually had to be played in that way. Not extended BM. It was not extended BM.
Sure.
It was actually appropriate, but that's one already. Well done to Dan98.
Yep, still had all these. And I think it's funny looking at because you're only on one side of the lineups, right? The deck list, we looked through them all. 2 of the 3 decks that Seku brought have anti-harrowing tech, right? Unland Passaging 1, I believe, and Deny, obviously, in the other. So that was the only deck that didn't have some sort of hey, I can kind of mess with your high-end cards. I think in that game, unfortunately, just got behind on board and never caught back up, but we'll see what happens here in this one. Gonna, of course, run back the Overwhelm deck. Both your decks have to win here, so it's gonna be up against Fiora Shen as Dan98, 1 win away from securing his spot in top 32.
Yeah, almost there. So we're going to pull up the Fiora Shen lineup here. It's kind of funny. Fiora Shen is the matchup that Dan is playing. The funny part about that one is he himself banned Fiora Shen away from Seku's here, going into it. So I've got deck list pulled up on my side, so you can watch for this one. The Fiora Shen version that we can't see the hand of is 2 Notifies, 3 Sharp Sights, 1 Single Combat, 1 Pursuit, 3 Denies, so 5 counter spells. 2 Riposte, 1 Refuge, so low on barriers, 2 Concerted Strikes, only 1 Bright Steel Formation. Also running a Swiftwing Lancer, which we don't see very frequently. Running 1 of Laurent Bladekeeper, otherwise a lot of stuff you expect to see otherwise.
Yeah, 5-drop sub's pretty gummed up in these decks, and Dragon is so good that you often don't see others, but Lancer seems perfectly good here, especially in a similar sort of matchup. Fiora actually on screen! I haven't seen her really most of the day. We'll see how she fares here. Does have a barrier available.
This is fine, because if there's only 3 barriers in this deck, right?
Yep.
There's only 3, so the odds are a lot higher for you that you're going to be okay. If she barriers off Riposte or off of Spirit's Refuge, there's enough mana for Decisive Maneuver to just counter that one and just play spell for spell. If you wanted to, you could Whirling Death here. You could in fact Spinning Axe once and Whirling Death. Unless you think you're getting the one of single combat going off here, you can level Draven and keep the Shaper from drawing. I think as a reasonable play to go for Spinning Axe and try to level Draven. It's the 1 out of 15 games where it's worth considering.
Right. Well, gonna do battle here by the looks of things. Oh, maybe not.
And actually, what I like even more about it is even if you get single combated, you can still Pale Cascade and keep Draven alive. I think now this allows your opponent to draw a spell. You don't have it for the Fiora kill. Like there's good reasons to not do this, but it would have been a fairly clean option.
Yeah, it's funny that we don't see all like this. Give me more power, right? In this deck, that's a lot of what these overwhelm strategies I have, but not often a lot in the way of we're in combat and I have tricks for you. Whereas Demacia, that's so many of what their decks are like, especially Ionia Demacia is just a bunch of combat tricks trying to keep in this case the Fiora back by the Shing, which is a very good sequence here for Dan 98. But Whirling Death actually one of the few ways to interact in combat, but it's going to be a tough thing to do. You mentioned this earlier in the day, Phreak, but anytime you can force your opponent to do something is very powerful in Legends of Runeterra, and we'll be forced here to fight the Fiora.
So we know that Notify or Deny are still options here. We know the barrier options, of course, can't do anything. We know single combat could do something here, although it wouldn't do much else compared to Whirling Death, unless you use. Okay, so there's a Notify. But now, lower on mana, Pale Cascade is somewhat reasonable. Pale Cascade keeps Draven alive. You lose to Sharp Sight if that happens, which is certainly a possibility. But I feel like it's probably correct to play.
Yeah, could still have the Sharp Sight as well, because it would have saved Fiora in this instance, but Notify seems very narrow in this matchup. Not a whole lot of targets, so...
Yeah. The total targets are Pale Cascade. Or sorry. The total targets are, if I'm reading it right, Whirling Death. Yep. Or am I looking at the wrong list somehow, right? It's literally Whirling Death, because otherwise it's Pale Cascade and Transfusion. With the deck list pulled up, this is the only spell. This is the only spell Notify can target, and that is why there's some weaknesses, right?
Yeah, and
is Notify doesn't land on a lot. But yeah, as mentioned, there's Sharp Sight, and that's really rough.
All right, well, this board looks horrifying to play against. Your hand is a bunch of tricks and some units. Daria is not too bad, but maybe not great right now. And this is kind of the conundrum that you often get put in against this kind of deck. I think Precious Pet is going to have to do battle here. At some point, you just have to accept that I must slog through all of your tricks, right? And hope that your Fiora dies before it kills me. But playing units into Fiora Shen is kind of what Fiora Shen wants you to do.
Yeah, you got to find the ones to play. Unfortunately, everything's really big here. You can play just solo Darius, which is okay. You can Precious Pet Crowd Favorite, which feels kind of rough. You can Precious Pet into Crescent Guardian. But Barrier Fiora kills all these things. There are 3 denies in this deck. At this point, the odds of that being drawn are actually reasonably high. Now you're against no mana, so now Crescent Guardian just eats whatever fights it. Except for Cythria, actually. But you can still Spinning Axe. I would consider gemming before this, just so you don't have to burn Spinning Axe, but maybe you'd just rather burn Spinning Axe.
I was considering that too. I thought maybe they'd pop it, but we'll see. Plenty of ways. I mean, these are all known things, right? The axes and the gems have all been generated by units. So it's going to be, we're going to race the Fiora, right? And actually also the board, because the board's quite big, but you're just going to have to try and push enough overwhelm damage through. Darius is now leveled up. Fiora is probably not going to kill enough units in time to win off her win condition, but the whole Cythria buffing the team with a bunch of unkillable units dealing lots of damage to your face feels like it's going to cause enough problems.
They're deciding now. Now, of course, Shen's going to be a 4/6, so Shen is too big to die to the 5/3 anyway. Cythria is a 6/6, too big to die to the 5/3 anyway. Says, look, I'll take your free kill in the 2/1. Even if you pop Barrier, Fiora still wins her fight. 5/3 can choose to die on purpose to Cythria. Going to go for just a Spinning Axe to say, okay, screw it. Fiora's going to level up. We're going to kill Cythria. Your move.
Yep.
If you commit, we can Decisive Maneuver. We can Transfusion. You can even Transfusion away your Spider to keep Fiora from getting XP. I wouldn't want to do it right now, but Spider's always dead, but you're not getting anything out of... Actually, one consideration, but I think mana's too tight. And especially because there's going to be cards like that, the 3 barrier spells. So there's Decisive Maneuver. But You could have gone for a block on Shen instead, and then used Transfusion to have the Crescent Guardian just outright win that fight.
Yep, that's
Tap
true.
under deny mana, not an open fight target, nothing else to play.
I feel like also kind of just back on Gem real quick, as Fiora is going to level up here.
Yep.
I mean, I think ultimately it doesn't matter because you have so many cards to chuck away to your axe, but if you wanted to gem, you had to do it last turn. I guess conserving a mana actually might be relevant enough. Because gem costs 1 and spinning axe costs 0, which is not irrelevant. But it looks like Darius is going to have to try and find a way to punch through here. Otherwise, Fiora and friends, they're going to run you over very quickly.
One of Relentless Pursuit, one of Single Combat. I think neither of those were drawn here because I think you would have really considered using your barrier on Cythria to kill something big, or just pursuing so that Fiora eats the 5/3. Like, all those would have been good plays. So I think you can read that those cards aren't in hand, but this still feels like I don't feel like the race is going fast enough, but we'll see. I mean, Darius will come down leveled up. You have enough mana for Gem, Spinning Axe, and Transfusion afterwards.
This is going to get kind of hairy.
Transfusion doesn't save you.
No.
Fiora levels up to 3 kill, and she's 1 away from winning. So, like, I mean, this has to go through. There's no way to stop it.
Yep. So this does...
Fiora's at 3.
Yeah, so it's interesting, right? Because, like, you have to lose Darius, and you're going to eat it to, like, riposte very badly, which I think is going to happen no matter what. But now at least your Darius can't get Concerted Struck, right? Because you don't need him to win the game.
So you kind of just have to swing, and you hope they don't have it.
Yep.
Like, if they don't have it, you're okay. Because Darius kills Cythria, deals 4 to face. The other ones get blocked. And second Concerted Strike. That's 7 damage. Now Transfusion keeps him alive.
Ooh, you're right.
It's 7 damage to face with no mana left over. So you can put Darius to 12 power with Transfusion. You can gem him. And so now the thought is, okay, look, can I somehow find a way to swing for enough damage? Is it conceivably possible?
Don't even do math. Just use all your spells. What else are you going to do, you know?
I know. And then say, okay, look, I can use a Spinning Axe to have my goat.
I think the Darius is just getting all into you. Yeah, it's going to be a 14. Yep. Toughness is what,
I mean,
6?
Wait.
That's it, right?
No, wait, he has... Oh my god, you're kidding. That's enough, right?
Yeah, that's exactly lethal, I think. God, I don't want to do math on air.
There's no one mana spells. There's literally no way to win.
Yep.
This is it. He's actually got it.
14 minus 6. We did it. We did math, Phreak.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. All right.
And it's by the way, because he got the gem.
Oh.
Right?
Yes.
Gem was
because
needed
he
to
didn't
lethal.
gem that turn. Yeah, and the second axe would not have done it. Because he didn't have another card.
The other option was just I develop Darius, I just gem Darius, I swing, and I win with Transfusion plus X anyway. So
wow. So
but here's the thing.
Double
No.
Strike.
Here's the misplay. Because he used Concerted Strike using Shen to try to win via Fiora instead of playing reactively. If you played fully reactively and said, I'll just block all your stuff, it's fine. He could have used Cythria plus Fiora or Cythria plus Shen as the Concerted Strike targets. So a greedy play to say you don't have Transfusion plus 1. This deck runs 2 of Transfusion. You don't have Transfusion because he knows about Axe, he knows about Gem. If it's exact Transfusion, the game is over and he loses.
Yeah, that's another trick in his list. I guess Cascade, but that doesnh do it.
Yeah.
All right, that was a banger.
That was a banger. That was an absolute banger. And wow, Seku, I mean, if Fiora played more defensively, he was fine. But the odds were probably that was still the correct play. I mean, probably, right? But
I think so.
All right, well, here we go. We get spicy. We get Aurelion Soul. We get Daybreak Nightfall. This is exciting. All right, we're against Fiora Shen, and we get Mass Invoke. Let's go. Yeah,
this is a deck we haven't seen on stream yet. I know you mentioned it before, Day and Night, nicknamed Kid Cudi by the community, which is, I see you. That's clever.
Yep. The only song anyone knows from him.
But this is just like Targon Allegiance, right? You're just trying to invoke a bunch of stuff and like build card advantage with all your Nightfall/Daybreak cards. So we're going to see a lot of cards we don't see often because that's how Invoke works. You get an entire new set of cards accessed.
Yep. And I will say, I know I can name every all 22 invoke cards. I just like and what they do at least. I could not tell you their literal names more often than not, but I do at least remember. I do actually know all 22. So if you show me the art and the cost, I got you.
You're ready. All right.
I tested myself in the shower like a few nights ago, and it's like that's what I do in the shower is I just like name LOR cards.
All right, let's see if it pays off here. But Fiora's back at it again with the Bright Steel Protector. Could be an easy pickoff here.
Yep.
Onto the Lunari Dustbringer. So that's one for Fiora. Couldn't quite count all the way to 4 last game. 1098 going to put Fiora back to work here in this one.
Yep. This is coming down now. I mean, obviously it's Leona XP, but I'm actually surprised this didn't come down pre-attack because I'm not sure what the threats could have even been realistically. Like that could have just blocked the 3-2 and eaten it for free, and I'm not sure like what was being waited for. Either way, Sketcher gets to turn garbage into something real. Silence a Follower is not amazing, but it's not terrible. You can get rid of, you can make River Shaper sad, things like that, but does not silence champions, does not stop Fiora.
Yeah, turning off the Caretaker, I guess, if it gets big,
Yep.
but I'm going to hold it for now, of course.
Yeah, 2 of Hush is going to be a big deal in this deck for sure.
Oh, that's a good one. Screeching Dragon coming down there on
Yep.
Dan's side. Here's Raven. Now,
And what's nice is
forever.
Yep. Oh, that's so big. Obviously Deny just like eats that card, but that card just absolutely ruins Fiora. You must have Deny or Sunburst kills her. Yep, these cards are still all dying to Fiora, so Fiora's counting pretty quickly here.
Mm-hmm. Raven, I imagine,
probably
gonna step in front of something.
Yeah, and I mean, no matter what you block, like... Okay, yeah, so Pale Cascade to force a barrier onto Fiora. Remember, there's only 3 barrier cards in this deck. There aren't that many. It's 2 Riposte, 1 Spirit's Refuge.
There's a Riposte.
Okay, so... and then, of course, all the Fiora copies, sorry. So, there's really more like 5 barriers in the deck because anytime you play Fiora, the other 2 Fioras are that.
Yeah.
But, so here's a consideration. As long as Ravoon is alive, you can always use Sunburst.
Yes.
So even though it isn't the first card you played this round, it's going to be anyway, which means now the only thing that keeps Sunburst from killing Fiora is 3 of Deny. The mana is up for it, but you don't know for sure if they have Deny. Do you make this play? You silence that first. I kind of like that. Like, you're kind of baiting Nopify. Like, maybe you do something here. You probably don't.
Unlike Hush as well, this is a permanent silence on that follower. Hush is till end of round, but it can silence champions, which is obviously a pretty big jump in power level.
Yeah. And, I mean, do you even... Oh, wow. Okay,
Thunder.
Sunburst kills Fiora. There's literally no way to keep her alive now. And, I mean, would you even play around Ravoon creating that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not in your opponent's deck, but that's actually one of the things that's interesting.
It's a generated Daybreak. Yeah.
Right, in open deck list format, right? Where you can see the list. Oh, that's a good single combat. Just gonna be trading at the end of the day.
Yeah, it does 2 things, right? It kills a unit off, which is obviously good. 2 mana kill a 4/2 is good, and it also prevents a Daybreak trigger because we know there's 2 Leonas in this deck. So it's 1 less XP on Leona. She's not leveled up yet. A pretty easy Daybreak Eclipse Dragon gives you Aurelion Soul on 8, which. Like, if that's the obvious play, and I do that with air quotes because there are always other options. There's, a couple of good options are like, play the 3 mana Daybreak Invoke and then follow up with Diana. You then can Pale Cascade and pick something off. There's definitely potential options there.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess the thing I was getting at before, where it's like, even if you know every single card in your opponent's deck, which in this case, players get to see deck lists. Almost assuredly, they will access them. They know what's up. Generated cards are not known, right? Even if you understand the range of cards it could be any of them, which is always quite fun. So there is some element of like, it's tough to play around this because you could have one of 22 cards, like you said.
Yep.
Well, Daybreak a lot less, but still, like it's a bunch of different cards you potentially have to play around.
Okay, Written in Stars. Draw your champion, give it less cost and more stats. Meteor Shower is a lot of my go-to for just picking off things like Fiora, but it's not going to kill anything but one thing. Does go, I think that one's Meteor Shower, so +4, deal 4, deal 1. And then, okay, 4 attack, 4 power quick attack, like that's going to kill a dragon off, or it's going to kill River Shaper. You probably, you get to kill River Shaper for free. You hold Pale Cascade in case there's Sharp Sight. Hey, look at Sharp Sight. Very big brain play.
Yeah,
That's
really,
huge.
Really good sequencing there for Seku. And
Yep.
I think such a rare opportunity to kill a River Shaper without it proccing. Like in death, in combat, it often still gets to draw them a card. So you made them use a card, drew a card off your own Pale Cascade, and prevented River Shaper from drawing a card while killing it. So
Yeah.
these dragons are pretty scary, but this is actually, I feel like Seku's starting to turn the corner here in this matchup.
What's nice is a couple of these will get killed. I mean, the little 1/2 caretaker is never going to be useful. She's never getting her spells, like her power back. It's not a big deal. You're still going to consider Eclipse Dragon into Aurelion Soul as a possibility. This banks, 1 spell mana this round, 1 spell mana next round. If you had a 2-mana spell, it would work for you, but we know Aurelion Soul invokes an expensive card. That's never coming through. But you've now got to survive. Right now, 12 powers on the board. Your dragon right now is big enough, but that's not always going to be the case. That's a really nice Concerted Strike. And I'm curious, buff that one to 5 attack, which is really smart, right? That beats Meteor Shower in case that was ever going to be the play.
Yep.
You know a 4-6 card was invoked. But it's a coin flip if Meteor Shower is a possibility there. And says, okay, out of Meteor Shower range. We can go Eclipse Dragon, you can Mountain Scryer as well, or you can just Aurelion Soul.
Well, probably wait for the consideration here. Seku is going to start by playing Solaris Soldier. I just like to remind everyone that it's not relevant yet, but there is a one-off Sky's Descent in this deck, which could be a lot of fun.
Gonna go for card generation here instead. Mind Splitter is really big, but it really depends on the timing here, on all the sequencing of everything else.
Yep. All the plays really, so going to play the Messenger to draw a card.
Dan still has 3 barriers in his deck. Right. One of the ones they played was just the Fiora copy, so still 2 Riposte, 1 Spirit's Refuge, 2 Sharp Sights to play around. The only single combat is gone.
That Shen's really
There's Shen. Obviously, 0 XP does not come down with any experience. Has to see it all happen.
Yep. And some blocking will happen. Some dragons will get barriers, and they'll start beating up these big units. But Mind Splitter, like you said, is going to be a big game. And it just feels like Seku needs to hold off enough of the board to start to overwhelm. Again, this is like one of the things that, Invoke does, where it's just, you're playing Aurelion Soul, for goodness sake. Like, if you don't win in ultra late games, I don't know what's
What are you playing the 10-minute champion? I know, right? Yeah. Mind Splitter just forcibly removes 2 champions. There are still, I believe, what? Did one of the Concerted Strikes get played this game? I don't remember right away.
It just got played, yeah.
Yeah, so there's 1 Concerted Strike and no single combats left. So once those things are stunned, they literally just can't play LOR anymore. They're just gone from the game. There's a consideration to maybe stun Shen instead. Maybe. If you have an extra copy of Shen, I believe you can drag those into combat by attacking with Shen and then swapping places. So that is
right.
There is technically some game there. But this is nice. Obviously, everything's too big. I mean, this is a lot of power, and to be honest, it was nearly lethal on board. It could have been 19 damage presenting.
Yep.
Obviously, we expect that refuge to happen.
Yep. Respecting the tricks too, not wanting to risk the mind splitter in combat, just needs to keep the effect on board for as long as possible. It's Fiora. She's looking small though on this board.
And I mean, you invoke first, your odds are really high that you hit. It happened here. Cosmic Ray is not great here. You're only hitting Shen. So sure, Messenger's easy. If you Scryer again, Meteor Shower costs 3. So as long as it doesn't get removed, you're fine. You can do this, and you're gonna feel okay. But if you feel afraid of that one, right? If you're afraid of somehow getting Concerted Strike coming into that one, you can just go now.
Yep, single combat and Concerted Strike. Although we've seen the
single combat's gone.
Right? Yeah, then they won. Oh, there's the no. All right. Well, that's gonna put an end to the fun regardless. So can't do anything about that one.
Yeah. And this is a line of play that allows. Would have allowed other combat tricks up. Doesn't want to play the Messenger. It would have been an easy thing to, have Fiora eat.
Leona seems nice here. Just again, you're trying to go up the board.
Yeah, but there's no more Daybreaks in hand, so there's nothing. Leona has no play but this stun. Now this stun will stun Cythria though. Yeah, that's really nice.
Of note as well, each Fiora, in order to win with her alternate dueling condition, has to kill all 4 units herself. So even though Fiora's leveled up, she's a bit stronger. She still has to kill 4 units, right? She didn't do half the work by leveling up earlier.
Yep. And I mean, now you can see, right? Dan is out of cards. That one play where Sharp Sight was used to try to help win mean, yeah, I think you take the lowest risk play possible. There's one card in hand. You play around roughly nothing. I believe there's one sharp sight, maybe 2 sharp sights left. Fearo's getting some XP.
Your riposte and sharp sight, I think, are the only things we're worried about. There's the riposte.
Yeah, and that's why Lena wasn't used, by the way. Is you kind of expect something was going to happen. It did.
I mean,
So it doesn't matter what you played.
A good trade for you, right? Your opponent used maybe one of the best spells, one of the few things I have left, and killed a 3/2.
They have 1 riposte and 1 Fiora left in the deck to give barrier. And to be fair, 2 Shens. WTF 2 Shens, yes indeed. We go for the big one. Messenger comes down, and this is looking like lethal. The Scourge gives everyone Overwhelm and +2/+2. You could have gone for the 1-drop just to make your board wider. I think that actually would have been a play. I will be honest, I really like Scourge here. And ending the game on a big Overwhelm play. Because the longer you wait, the more chances your opponent has to draw another Concerted Strike and some weird stuff and somehow like find a way in. If your entire board is overwhelmed, I don't think you can lose.
Right.
He knows the deck better than me, but like, I don't see how you lose with Duskblade plus Scourge.
All right, looks like it's gonna be Soul here.
He'll come down and level up.
Yeah.
But your opponent gets another attack, right? They get to use Cytheria and Shen and Fiora. They get another card draw. I don't think you're ever losing on board. You're only losing to Fiora.
Yeah.
And so the fewer cards your opponent has, the more chances you have of not losing to that condition.
And I think that's it. River Shape is not going to do it. Spacey Catcher going to come out as well. Potentially could find the stun here, right? Oh, yeah, that's good.
Oh,
my.
It's over.
All right.
It is over, Seku.
Pack it up.
Pack it up. That was tight for a few rounds. That was really tight for a few rounds, but I think it's done.
A spacebar, hands off keyboard. Oh, he's going to do it properly.
Yeah. I mean, theoretically, maybe.
One blocker.
Everyone's overwhelmed. You drug the highest health.
All right.
River Shaper can't do it. Seku is in.
Wow, what a dramatic set of games. I mean, that Overwhelm win especially would have been a massive sweat on Seku's side, but really well navigated there with decks that we didn't see as much. We talked so much about Go Hard, Tom Kent, Soraka Kent a little bit, and Draven Ezreal, kind of at the top of the day with a little bit of Fiora Shen, and we've seen a couple different Overwhelm variants. We've seen like big Targon, right? Really for the first time all day, at least on our stream,
and it won.
And it won. Close games, but I think Seku piloting really well, and man, that.
Yeah, so we're gonna see if we can pull Seku's in for an interview. That'd be exciting because I mean, obviously, want to hear those words. But I mean, this is a deck that runs a bunch of 1/1s and 1/2s and stuff that like they're just gonna get eaten by Fiora constantly. Managed to kill the first Fiora, and that was such a big deal. Like, kill the first Fiora. The second Fiora was used as riposte. Third Fiora came in afterwards. Obviously, there's a fourth one in the deck because you played the riposte earlier. And the level up condition just ran out of time. Right, it got reset once. That was good enough.
Yeah, and I think, as you said, like that critical turn felt like the double Pale Cascade with Diana beating up that River Shaper, right?
Yeah,
starting to run low on cards, just completely owned the sharp side that was predictably in hand, and big dragons happened. I wonder. I guess we'll ask him if we get to talk to them. Like, I wonder what the Soul versus Scorch consideration was. Perhaps we'll find out. Because on my screen, and your screen, big Overwhelm looked like the play there.
Yeah, I'm curious because as far as I could tell, I assume it's just like looking between the two. It's like, well, if I level right in Soul, I basically always win because I can just develop infinite cards forever, and so I'll just win. So Seku, welcoming you to the call. Congratulations on qualifying for the top 32. How's it feel?
It feels pretty good right now. I really was just trying to compete and have fun. So being able to represent myself next week is not something I even imagined was possible. I was always imagining someone else would be there and I'd just be watching.
Well, you can watch first person. You can watch first person. Yeah. Also win more games.
Watch with added stress involved. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I will tell you, we were incredibly stressed watching those two games. So game 2, by the way, first of all, you squeaked through that one with Overwhelm. Like, oh my gosh.
That's the second time it actually happened today. The only losses I've taken have been the first match in each series, in each best of 3. And each time I've just barely squeezed by with my second deck and pulled it back. So it's been a roller coaster of a day. My hands are kind of shaking a little bit.
Yeah.
How long did it take to like? Did you even do math on the Darius? I'm curious because like I started doing it and then I was like, that's my only play. I'm just gonna do it and hope it's enough. But we figuring it out to see if Darius would be lethal or not.
I did do math. I've been trying my best to actually like think through everything.
Right.
So I did do math, and I was very surprised that it was lethal. And then I counted it again, and then a third time, and I was like, well, if you find some way to squeeze out of this one, then I'll take it. But I think I've got it.
Yeah.
The third game was also very scary.
Oh yeah.
So the third game, we were looking at your last round. When we saw you go back and forth hovering Scourge versus Aurelion Sol, what was the consideration there? Why were you considering Aurelion Sol for so long?
I knew he didn't have Concerted Strike in hand, so I had that, but I wasn't sure if Scourge was playing it a bit too carelessly. Like if I like didn't want to do the math for lethal, so I was like, maybe I can get a Comet out. Like maybe I can get a Comet out and just squeeze this game for a little longer. I don't think I can win if I play it slowly. Like Aurelion Sol will probably level up. He has like no cards in his hand, but I figured since the game gave me the Scourge, I had to take it.
Yeah.
I like.
My thought was you're kind of only ever losing to Fiora win condition, and it's like the more rounds it goes, the scarier it gets. Whereas like I'm like I didn't do the math either, but I'm like Scourge has got to be lethal. Like all the big dragons are stunned. Like it was even before you invoked the other stun. I was like, it's got to be enough. Like I really hope he goes Scourge here.
I was actually looking for Equinox there. I think if I remember correctly, I was looking for Equinox so I could I think hit the River Shaper or something. I don't remember super clearly, but as soon as I saw that, I was like, well, it's even more of a nail in the coffin.
Yeah, there's like one blocker. He just accepted it too. He's like, I'm not even like River Shaper's 2 health. We're not blocking it enough here.
My opponent played incredibly well, is all I'll say. I just got very, very lucky.
I like that you did that math 2 or 3 times for the exact Darius lethal going like hellbent, but like literally full board versus no cards in hand with 2 units done drawing like a massive overwhelm effect. You're like, nah, just send it, see what happens, play Sketcher after. Oh look, 2 stuns. That seems pretty good.
Yeah, just barely squeezing through that. I can't believe that one. I can't believe how big of a difference that made for me.
Yeah, your 2 of Transfusion with 2 cards left in hand. We were playing it back in our minds. I think in game 2, if he hadn't gone for the aggressive Concerted Strike, he could have like played more reactively and just Concerted Strike your Darius. But like he's like, well, I don't want to let this Noxus player keep drawing, so let's just try to get the Fiora win. And you're fortunate enough to have the cards.
I was pretty surprised when he Concerted Strike the first time onto, I think it was the Crescent Guardian. And then I played Darius, and I hadn't done the math for a second Concerted Strike. I was like, oh, I hope he doesn't have second Concerted Strike. And then I realized I was like, wait, it's 1 damage down from killing, and it just snowballed. The odds were so barely there, but I managed to squeeze through with it.
All right, so let's zoom out a little bit now after the hype of those last few games, which were very tense. What were your kind of thoughts coming in and constructing a lineup? Because we've seen lots of different approaches to the Swiss today, lots of different lineups. Yours, I think, stands out as a pretty unique. Like no one else that we've seen, at least on stream, brought Heavy Targon. What were you thinking when you brought these decks? You're just like, these decks are sweet. Let's run them.
So I knew I wanted to bring Fiora Shen. That was the number one thing I locked in. And I didn't even have my lineup until yesterday. I was switching between bringing a bunch of different things because I've always been very comfortable on Ashe Sejuani, but it didn't seem good enough for this tournament. So then I tried Pirate Aggro, and it didn't seem good enough for this tournament. It seemed too inconsistent. And I actually saw Nick Makes Plays was streaming a lot of Decisive Targon, but he was doing his own Allegiance version of it, which I knew was like a tech choice. And I figured, I don't like the Allegiance version of it too much. I'm going to try twisting it around a little bit. I played it on ladder, and I actually won like, that's how I qualified for the tournament, was climbing with that deck.
Oh, wow.
And then the last deck, the Invoke deck.
Yeah.
I didn't. That was the last deck that I didn't lock in until yesterday. The other two I was pretty set on, and I didn't know what to do for the third one. So I just threw this together, and I was like, I'll throw one cheeky Passage Unearned in there in case I play against Feel the Rush.
Yeah,
and it worked out.
Yeah, it did. Did you actually throughout your run? Did you ever get to use Passage Unearned?
No, unfortunately.
Okay, pretty useful.
There was actually one thing more entertaining than playing it. My first opponent was playing a Pilfer deck, and he stole the Passage Unearned from my hand, and then sad poroed. That was pretty entertaining.
Oh, because it's unplayable against all. Like,
yep.
I mean, literally everything, right?
Yep.
Oh my god, that is
amazing.
That's funny.
I mean, you weren't going to draw it either as the bottom card of your deck in this case. That's how they code the game now. Before it would have been top, but that's funny. I guess you weren't getting it anyway, but that's kind of amazing. So last thoughts from you. You're coming back next week now as top 32. Is the lineup changing? Is it not? I know it's like secret sauce, but I'm curious what it's going to look like.
I didn't actually know if I could change my lineup. That was one of the things that I was unsure about, but I didn't look into because I didn't think I'd win. I'll probably keep the same lineup, or at least I'll say that on stream and not tell anyone if I make a decision otherwise.
There we go.
Great. Now, just as convincingly, say you are not changing your lineup, or as you say you are changing the lineup. That way you've got both out there.
I'm taking Passage Unearned out of my lineup. That's what I'll say.
There you go. Absolutely.
I can't wait for the triple Passage Unearned deck next Sunday. It'd be great to see them. But thank you. Congratulations on your qualification, in the top 32. And I'm looking forward to seeing you play next Sunday.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Our pleasure. Woo! All right, Telly, that's about all the drama. Maybe I can handle. If there are games, the round is getting pretty close to ending, so I'm not sure how much is left. But look, if there is anything, show on your screen. I promise. We'll show them.
Okay. Make sure you go, anyone watching, to the twitter.com/playruneterra for the official top 32. That list is going to come out either tonight or sometime tomorrow. For the official listings, you can see who's there. That's going to be something to tune in for, and then we'll be back next week as well, of course, with those games and all the way on to the final.
Yep, going to be a good time. As we mentioned, top 32 not locked just yet, but you can check the Player in Runeterra Twitter, as Tully said, later to make sure you get all the info. Other than that, it's been a blast, man. How have you been casting your second ever Legends of Runeterra tournament? My first, but
having a lot of fun. I have missed lethal less than last time, which is good. Because there are some easy ones that I just like, oh right, you can riposte for 3 damage here. That was the play. But it's been a lot of fun. I mean, everyone here obviously is who's been playing and watching is like super dedicated and really experienced. It was cool to like look through these plays. It's been fun to talk to them, especially after the games sometimes as well. So it's been great. I've had a great time.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm really curious to see what other players come through, but we'll, of course, hit that next Sunday. Don't forget to join us to finish out the top 32. We'll be covering every round, I believe. This is as many as we can get, and I know we'll both be back there, although perhaps not together. I guess we'll let that one out there and just kind of tease the rest. So for now, we are done for today. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in, and thank you, huge shout outs to the production team here at Giant Slayer for making our process here so easy, so smooth, and the coverage so great. So we're looking forward to joining you all again next Sunday. Until then, it is good night.